Everybody, welcome to PFF's 2023 NFL Draft Show presented by Game Time, the fastest growing ticketing app in the United States, where you can get up to 60% off tickets on sports, concerts, theater, whatever it is, for the lowest prices guaranteed. I am Trevor Sikkema, but that's not what's most important. What's most important is the three guys that I have here on this desk to break down what we're going to see in the first round of the 2023 NFL Draft. To my direct right, we have the man, the myth, the legend himself. You know him from the Collinsworth slide, but we know him here at PFF as the boss.
I should slide in. That'd be good.
Chris, how are we doing today, my friend?
Good, man. Good. I'm excited. This is my favorite day of the year with PFF. We get a chance. Everybody's in the building. We've eaten about 400 pounds of pizza so far. We're all going to be dead sick by the end of this weekend. And, here we go. But there is all kinds of news and stories and intrigue around these early picks. I think we know who the first pick is going to be, but after that, it's going to be wild and woolly really fast there.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And you said it best. What we're doing here on the show is we're all just kicking back with everybody else, watching everything unfold, giving you guys our reactions. We want to hear from you guys too, because we appreciate you tuning into the show. Make sure if you're watching on PFF's YouTube, get in on the chat. We're going to be reading everything that you guys are having to say about these crazy picks that we're about to see unfold over the next 3 or 4 hours. To my left, I have Sam Monson. Sam, I feel like we're outnumbered here. These guys have multiple laptops and tablets, and you and I are just like, hey, we're good to go. Is it a sign of strength?
I mean, look,
I'm gonna take it as a sign of strength.
There's deficiencies on this side of the table in a lot of ways, right? They've got multiple screens all over the place. They brought jackets to the table, which feels like they're just overtly trying to steal some sort of power move. And I feel like there's age over there that isn't over here.
Whoa.
I mean, look, I'm just saying the two oldest people at the table
And
on that
height.
side.
Let's get into that too.
And height. I mean, look.
It's the power side of the table over
Listen, we're not the reason that they had to get new chairs for the draft show.
That's 100%
right?
true.
That is because of Steve Palazzolo, who is all the way on my right. Steve, I know everybody is excited to see the man with the laminated draft boards give his draft takes tonight. There it is, folks. There it is, the laminated draft board.
Don't give anything away, but it's all color-coded. I'm ready to go.
You can't hold it up too much because people are going to screenshot the show and zoom in on it.
I'm not like Jerry Jones giving away the Cowboys draft board every year.
High def. People can get that now.
My motto is draft good players. So if you're GMs out there, I'm sure you're watching us right now. As the draft starts, draft good players.
Not anymore. Now it's draft model players.
Draft blues and greens.
Yeah.
Actually, draft blues and greens from here.
That's what I'm very excited to hear about. If you're out there, responsibly, of course, and you want a little drinking game for this show, every time Steve says the word "the model," take a little sip.
I'm saving that.
Be responsible, though, because I don't know how far away we're going to get.
Sip is a good caveat. You don't want to be doing a shot at that. You want the sip.
Guys, Chris mentioned it at the top that this draft, we think we know who's going number 1 overall. But after that, feels like the Wild Wild West. There have been so many rumors just from today about teams moving up, moving back. I'm curious, after number 1, which, we had a team move up to number 1. Do any of these moves intrigue you the most? Is it Arizona trading back? Is it Tennessee maybe trading up? The Raiders maybe trading up? What have you heard today that has really made your eyebrows go up? Because I feel like there have been a lot of choices. Sam, what about you?
Well, I think now it's becoming a referendum on C.J. Stroud, right? All the talk at the moment is he's the guy that's going to go number 2. Is it to Houston? Is it to a team trading up to try and get him? And he's the guy with everything surrounding that S2 cognition score that was reportedly extremely low. He's a really divisive player right now. Everyone kind of aligned now on Bryce Young being the number 1 QB, and then it's which one of the other guys is somebody going to fall in love with, which one is going to slide, and right now it's where is the league or one specific team when it comes to C.J. Stroud.
For sure. Chris, I know that you talk to tons of people on the other side of things in the league. How is the league feeling about how unpredictable this draft is? Because I feel like it's pretty unprecedented this year.
It's weird. Everybody's saying the same thing. This is really weird that they don't know what's going to happen with the number 2 pick, which leads into we don't know what's going to happen with the number 3 pick.
Right.
And there's such a diverse group of opinions about the quarterbacks that are coming out here. Is C.J. Stroud really number 2? Anthony Richardson, we heard Frank Reich talk about, we considered him for the number 1 pick that's going to be in there.
Yeah.
Will Levis has gone all over the map. God only knows where he's going to end up going.
Right.
We've heard about him going number 1, and then we've heard about him going 18th to Detroit. And so we don't know where it is, but this is first and foremost is going to be a draft about edge players and about offensive tackles. To me, those are the two really strengths of this draft. But there's some interesting things in talks with some of the GMs and coaches that I talked with. Big name favorites. Tyree Wilson from Texas Tech.
Right.
A lot of conversation that foot is a lot worse than people have been led to believe. And so we're talking about a guy that could have gone in the top 3 or 4. So if all of a sudden he's falling, I mean, I had one person tell me that they weren't sure he was going to make it to opening day next year.
Wow.
So are you
That's
taking
huge.
somebody with the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th pick? If that happens to be the case, Peter Skoronsky is somebody that everybody seems to love at the tackle position.
Mm-hmm.
We have him ranked highly as well. But there's some real concern about his size, his arm length, and a lot of people are considering him to be much more of a guard than a tackle. So
Right.
we'll have to hang on to that one. DeJuan Jones, the tackle out of Ohio State.
Yeah.
Real concerns about his weight. He didn't step on the scale at Ohio State's day, and everybody was like, okay, you have the right to not work out. But when you look a little bigger than even 375 pounds, then so there are some real question marks amongst the GMs about, okay, we saw what these guys did on tape, and I think a lot of us, that's about as far as we get to go. But when you start getting in on those conversations, what happened between the end of the season and here, now we've got a Jalen Carter, the same sort of thing. You know, now where are you with him? There's no question. Everybody says best player in the draft. As soon as you bring up his name, best player in the draft.
Right.
But
Right.
are you willing to take him, and how high?
It's a whole draft of yeah buts. That's
Yeah.
it. Like every
It
guy
does,
that's good,
right?
yeah, but there's something else that you have to consider. Is this official breaking news on Tyree Wilson? That's kind of big because coming in, there was smoke this week about him going 2 to the
Right.
Houston Texans, who
Right.
now we think are going to probably
He was
go
the favorite
quarterback.
at the beginning of the week to go
Right.
number 2, right?
So,
And you
so
know-
you think he's going to fall?
I don't know, and I've seen doctors differ on players. You know, oh, he's going to be fine.
For sure.
Oh, no, he's going to be sitting out a year. He's going to be a bust. One person told me they thought he was going to end up a bust because of that foot, that he would not be able to fully recover. And so there are, you know what this season is. I mean, it is just, everything is flying out there. But these were calm conversations that I was having. And so we'll see whether or not, if he goes second, then somebody feels pretty good about that foot. If he ends up falling below 10, we're going to know what's going on.
I did want to talk a little bit about the big NFL news that we know for sure happened earlier today, and that was with Lamar Jackson, right? The Lamar Jackson deal, after months of, is he going to sign it? Is he not? Should he get an agent? Is this ever going to work? Has he played his last down in Baltimore? We talked, everything was on the table with Lamar Jackson. And now we get to the point where he finally signs a deal. It is a very lucrative deal. It's the highest paying deal in NFL history. Sam, does this change anything about what you think we're going to see here on night 1 with the Baltimore Ravens?
No, not really. I think all it does is really endorse Baltimore's stance throughout this entire thing. They won, right? They negotiated. They stuck to their stance. We are not going to give you the Deshaun Watson deal, the fully guaranteed 5-year, $230 million. We're not going there. It's an outlier. It was the act of a desperate team, and we're not doing that. And every step of the way, they've drawn that line in the sand, and they've said, look, if you think you can get it, go looking for it. And he never found it, and then all they needed was the one, the Jalen Hurts contract, right? They needed one more precedent to come along.
Right.
And they said, right, here's your structure. We'll go a couple of million more. Done deal. And they got it done. So, I mean, the Ravens, I think, played this pretty much masterfully from start to finish.
And the Ravens they're just good overall as far as team building goes, and the draft's going to be fascinating because we didn't know if Lamar Jackson was going to sign. Were they going to be a team that, if Anthony Richardson fell, like there's a lot of what ifs with the Ravens. Are they going to take a Hendon Hooker in the first round? All that stuff's off the table. It's now Lamar. I'm interested to see what happens. New offensive coordinator Todd Monken comes in. You don't have Greg Roman anymore. Roman built the entire offense around Lamar and his legs. What are the Ravens going to do? OBJ comes in. They probably can still stand to get more weapons, maybe even in the first round here. Do they get a speed receiver, a big-bodied receiver like a Quentin Johnston? So Ravens, now it becomes, how do you find good, cheap, younger players as Lamar's salary jumps up?
But there was also a little D-Hop rumor flying around
There
out
was.
there as well. So
And Cortland Sutton
Is that right?
From Denver.
I
So
did
there's
see that.
rumors for those two potentially in trades or if
D-Hop and
Hopkins gets released.
OBJ, that's hello.
That's a lot better than what they
Hello.
had last year when it
That
was
is.
just Bateman and Mark Andrews for
Isn't
sure.
that the AFC though, right? Like the AFC, Aaron Rodgers comes into the Jets. You have to beat the Chiefs. You have to beat the Bills. So everybody's like, even the Ravens who want to run the ball like crazy, finally going to go crazy when it comes to firepower and get receivers because they know that's what it takes to win now in the AFC.
All right, I think we're going to have plenty to talk about Lamar and obviously the Ravens when we think they're going to come on the clock, although that's definitely a team with only 5 selections in this draft that could be one of those that trades out of night one. But I did want to go back towards the top of this class because before the draft officially kicks off here, we're just a few minutes away from 8 o'clock. Sam, I want to ask you, what do you think the strengths are in this draft, position-wise? Because we have heard anonymous quotes, or sometimes not even anonymous, from general managers, head coaches, scouts over the last couple of weeks to say, yeah, it's not the best class. There's not a ton of first-round grades. But where is it strongest? Where are most of those grades going to come from? And are those positions that you could see teams reaching for even more when it comes to the first round that we're going to see tonight?
I mean, I think ironically, it's at its strongest at the positions that are least valuable. Like, it's an amazing running back class. And we've been preaching for years, don't draft running backs high because you can get them later on. Well,
Sure.
it's more true than ever this year. Only Bijan Robinson is also there, which kind of changes the math a little bit. And then tight ends. It's maybe the greatest tight end class to come along in recent memory to potentially reset this league that's running out of tight ends. Like the NFL has a real dearth of quality tight ends. So I think those are the two positions where it's amazing. Chris mentioned edge rusher and tackle. I think those are reasonable spots as well. But I think it's a down year for a lot of important positions and generally in terms of blue chip, top of the table type of prospects.
It's a good year for depth, I think, right? There's 15 cornerbacks, in the first 3 rounds. If you just use a consensus board, they're projected to go in the first 3 rounds. Similar number of edge defenders, as you mentioned. So it's a good year for depth, not a good year for, I know this guy's going to hit. I'm 80% sure this guy's going to hit. That's pretty much, your Joey Bosa's, your Myles Garrett's, those true blue chip players that you feel really confident about. Fewer of those guys, and if there are those guys, a Jalen Carter, they have the yeah but attached to it. There's something off field. So that's what's interesting about this draft. I think there's good depth, but not a whole lot of slam dunks.
Now, do we think that is a big motivating factor with how highly we are expecting these quarterbacks to go? Like, obviously, quarterback is a premium anyways, but I think if you ask a lot of people, right, you were just talking about, some guys in the league, they're like, we don't love Stroud, don't love Richardson, maybe people like Levis, they love him, but we're talking about all 4 of these guys being potential top 10 picks.
It helps and it hurts. So in my opinion, and I told Frank Reich this, so I'm not offending anybody here, I said, I wouldn't want the number 1 pick. I mean, I like Bryce Young, but to me, all 4 of those top guys have something that you're concerned about. So what are the odds that they go up and one of those 4 end up beating Patrick Mahomes and wins a championship? What are you putting those odds on? 10%? 15%?
It's always low.
But it's the quarterback position. So if there's even a chance that they could become one of these superstars, you almost have to take that chance when you're drafting that highly. And I would be okay with that as long as there wasn't a player I love. And I think the top 10 of this draft is about as weak as I can remember. There's just not. Jalen Carter is the one player that if you said out of this draft, is there anybody that might go to the Hall of Fame? Well, there'll be multiple. But Jalen Carter has that kind of talent. You see it. Everybody says he's the best player in this draft. He's got the off the field stuff and all the different things. But I don't love a player other than him so much that I would not take a chance on a quarterback because it just has great value.
So before the draft even starts, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but are you kind of saying that the Chicago Bears already, because they traded from number 1 all the way back to number 9, they got multiple first-round picks in future drafts? Do you already like what Chicago has done in this draft, saying that you wouldn't want number 1?
And I think you're going to see a lot of people trying to get out of the top 10. I think they're trying like crazy to trade out of 2, trying like crazy to trade out of 3.
Right.
So, it's just try to get back because the draft gets really good, in my opinion, when you start getting back to the offensive tackles, the cornerbacks, the edge players, and then they have worthy first-round guys. But the top 10, this isn't the best year to have a top 10 pick.
We do have breaking news of a trade. The Philadelphia Eagles have just traded with the Arizona Cardinals, but it's not what you think. The Cardinals,
not at all.
The Cardinals received pick 94 in this draft and a 2024 fifth, and the Eagles got back pick number 66. So
I was so ready for Jalen Carter discussion.
So it's an early third rounder that the Eagles got back as the top pick in this trade. Schefter can't do this to us. He can't drop this kind of an image right as the draft's about to come out when we're basically in trade frenzy right now.
It's better than 2 years ago when we spent the first hour talking about Aaron Rodgers going to the Broncos and all that news. I'm glad Lamar stuff happened earlier in the day. This is all we have this year, is we have potential tampering violation solved by a trade.
With a trade? This is kind of bizarre.
How does that happen? How does that trade get done minutes before the draft even starts?
Oh, they've been working on it all week.
As the resolution to a tampering grievance.
It's amazing that Arizona could still do all that work while traveling to see Kyler Murray's statue. How do they get all this stuff done this week, guys?
Sam, who are a couple of guys that aren't I'll say obvious ones that could go in the first round that you'd love to see? Like, I know you like Will McDonald as one of them, right? And I don't know, talk about him, and are there a couple more names of guys who are these fringe first-round guys who you'd love to see have their name called tonight?
I think there's a load of these guys that are like Will McDonald, who are already sort of fringe first-round players that could easily go. The ones that are intriguing me, though, is I think this year, because of everything we've just been talking about, not a very strong draft, weak across the board, weak in terms of superstar potential, we're going to see 3 or 4 Cole Strange picks this year, where a consensus, not fringe first rounder, but a guy that everybody had in the second or third round, like third round player, goes in the first, because teams have 15 first round grades this year. And if you're stuck at 24 and your first round grades are gone and you can't get out because nobody else wants them either, you just got to pick somebody. And that somebody might be a third round guy on most other people's boards. So I think we're going to see a ton of these, whoa, who was that? Nobody saw that coming. I mean, at that point, it could be anybody, right?
Yeah. Steve?
That's where the boards diverge earlier, right? A couple of years ago, you had Micah Parsons still going at 10 or 11. There were still blue chips on the table. Boards will diverge earlier. As far as the name, Josh Downs, the receiver from UNC, I like him better than some of the other receivers that are probably going to go in the first. I would love to see Downs sneak in into the 20s. I like him a lot, but I do think there's some pretty good receiver value in the second. But Downs is that guy that I think is maybe not getting enough hype when it comes to getting drafted tonight.
We're about to get the Carolina Panthers officially on the clock, and with that, the draft kicking off, I got to talk to people again about our favorite app for ticketing, and that is Game Time. They're the presenting sponsor of this NFL Draft Show, and anytime you're looking for tickets, whether it is sporting events, concerts, theater, there is a concert that I was really looking to go to right after this draft, next week actually, for a band that I haven't listened to since high school, that I didn't know if I was going to be able to get tickets for. Go on the Game Time app, boom, there it is. And that's because they've got the lowest prices guaranteed. They'll let you see your seats for some sporting events right there on the app. It's a fantastic app. Go check it out. Go download the Game Time app right now. And when you sign up, use the promo code PFF and you will get $20 off your first purchase. So download the Game Time app. It's the lowest prices guaranteed. It's the fastest growing ticketing app in the United States. So go check it out. Use that promo code PFF to get yourself $20 off.
For me to go to a concert I haven't been since high school, it'd have to be like Casey and the Sunshine Band. This is pathetic.
I'm sure they're on there.
Think that far back.
I mean, if they're still touring, they're going to be on the Game Time. They're going to be on the Game Time app. So they'll
Third Eye Blind, is that the high school band you're talking about? Oh, you're younger than me.
What kind of music was Sam listening to in high school?
I mean, Third Eye Blind was one of them, right?
Okay, all right.
Bit of Matchbox 20.
The late 90s?
Oh,
Green Day.
That.
Quintessential late 90s right
Green
there.
Day.
Oh, yeah. That's a throwback.
Yeah.
Those are good throwbacks. Those are good throwbacks there. Steve, I'm coming to you about Bijan Robinson, all right?
Oh, boy.
We got to talk about Bijan Robinson. We've got rumors and betting lines that he's the favorite to go number 8 overall to the Atlanta Falcons. I think his over-under was 12.5. It's PFF, so it's taboo to talk about running backs in the first round. But what do we think about this class overall? Because the way that we have been talking about it for months is that there's not many blue chip prospects in this class. Surefire guys, but as risk-proof as it gets to be good at the pro level. Bijan's one of them. So what does that do to his stock and where you place him in this class, where you might draft him?
Let's start with this. Bijan Robinson is awesome. Awesome player. He is incredible. Run the ball, gap scheme, zone scheme.
But
I see the sandwich you're building.
Short area cuts, acceleration. You can line him up out wide. He has incredible receiving skills. But
There it is.
he's still a running back. He's still playing the most replaceable position, and it is a deep running back class. I think there is very good value rounds 2 through 4, really rounds 3 and 4, at the running back position. Picking a running back in the top 10 doesn't just not make sense. It doesn't make sense from an on-field value standpoint. It doesn't make sense financially. That's where the struggle is. As you get into the teens, Sam, you've made a great point on Bijan Robinson. As you get into the teens, it can make more sense financially and the security of knowing what you're going to get there. It's just really tough to get premium positions really, really cheap. The draft is the place to do it, so you have to focus on the premium positions. So I would avoid Bijan if I'm a GM, as great as of a player as he is.
Until when?
Late 20s, probably.
Late 20s.
Maybe forever. I might just
forever.
because somebody else will take him, right?
Yeah.
Somebody else will take him. So I might just say, I'm not going to be the one that does it. And here's the thing. It's tough to wrap our head around this. But the number 3 corner, the number 5 receiver probably has more of an impact than the number 1 running back, even if you can accurately project what he's going to be. That's the tough thing to wrap your head around. And everybody says, he's the top player. He's the top player on my board here, the horizontal board, top player, right? Everybody says, trust the board, you got to go. But sometimes the player further down on the board at a different position can have more impact than the top running back.
If we were talking about any other running back, I think the point is fine. Like if we're talking about Breece Hall again or Kenneth Walker again, it's a perfectly valid point. Don't take those guys in the first round. You can come back later on and you can get yourself a Zach Charbonnet or whoever it is you want, Tajee Spears, and you might get the same player, right? But Bijan Robinson is the best running back we've seen come into this draft since PFF has been grading college football. That's 2014. So better than Saquon Barkley, better than Zeke Elliott. You can maybe push it back as far as Adrian Peterson in 2007. We're talking about somebody that's so good, he changes the math, like changes the whole dynamic of what the rules are. Like Quentin Nelson at guard, where you can take him at 6 and he actually ends up overachieving relative to that draft spot. I think you can definitely draft Bijan Robinson in the middle of the first round. And if you're Philadelphia, I can see the argument at 10 because that's a pretty complete team and he could potentially do something special.
If they do it, that's something serious has happened there. Howie Roseman does not value running backs, but they want to say, icing on the cake. They could do it.
We don't have the official card in yet. Roger Goodell has not said the name yet, but
We do, though.
But we do know who's going number 1 overall. And you know what's funny about it? You know who broke the news? It wasn't Adam Schefter.
No.
It wasn't Ian Rappaport. It was Shams from NBA Twitter coming in and swooping the glory, saying that Bryce Young is going to be the pick.
I
could have
broke that. I could have broken that news.
You didn't.
I'm going to do it right now.
Woulda, coulda, shoulda.
Is he allowed to do that?
I don't know. I think he is. You know how Woj was getting in trouble for tweeting the live tip picks, but I think it's the NFL. I don't know. I think he's all good to go here. But Bryce Young going number 1 overall. It felt like he was the guy that Carolina was trading up to number 1 for, and then Carolina said, okay, we'll open it up. We'll take a look at these other quarterbacks, see if anybody's better than Bryce. And now they land on, well, nobody's better than Bryce. So, Sam, what do you think about him going number 1 overall? Is this the right choice? Did it have to be Bryce Young, or was there at any point ever another choice to make here?
No, I think this is the right pick. Renner predicted this all the way back on the show during the Combine. He said, look, we're going to do this big song and dance. We're going to talk about all the other guys, but ultimately we're going to come back to the idea that Bryce Young has the best tape of all these quarterback prospects. And it's true. I mean, the only thing to be scared of about Bryce Young is his size. And we don't know that that's actually going to be a problem. It's unprecedented, effectively. There isn't a comp for a guy that size in the NFL. But he's been carving up the SEC with no problem. He's been absolutely dominating, a ton of big-time throws, back-to-back years with a 2% turnover-worthy play rate. That's absurdly low for a guy that plays in as much chaos as he does. He's the best prospect of this group.
The PFF Draft Guide has a really good heat map. If you guys have the PFF Draft Guide, if you don't, you need it.
Good plug.
To follow along in the draft. The heat map shows heat in the middle of the field. It shows that Bryce Young, as short as he is, still throws to the middle of the field. Forget batted passes. Somebody on the broadcast somewhere else, if you're watching this, goes, we got to worry about batted passes because he's short. That's not what you have to worry about. You got to worry about his vision. You got to worry about his ability to see the field. And I think he's shown the ability to do that better than Baker Mayfield, better than Kyler Murray, some of the other short quarterbacks, Russell Wilson, that have struggled with that. So Bryce Young, the other line everybody's saying, if he was 6'2", slam dunk, no question. We wouldn't even be debating. So if that's the case, you have to take Bryce Young, best natural playmaker in the draft. Love the pick for the Panthers.
What do you think, Chris?
I don't know. I mean, I told you, I think all four of these top quarterbacks, have a chance to be great and have a chance. They all have a fatal flaw somewhere along the way. But I'll say this: I played in the SEC and went to the NFL. It wasn't that much different. I mean, it really wasn't. The quarterbacks were way better. The defenders were a little, better, but so it offset. But I do like a lot of things about him. He's magical in the pocket. His eyes glide across the field. Like sometimes you see guys and they're twitchy almost, trying to go player to player. He just glides, and he glides in the pocket, and he has a way of just creating offense that's really nice. The concern that I've heard is that even he would admit he throws the ball about 55 yards of depth. And 55 yards is plenty to play in the NFL. That's not the issue. But one thing that is a huge advantage if you can do it, if you have the arm strength, is to throw that moon ball that Russell Wilson's been known for. Sure. You get it up over the top. So as a receiver now, you can hold a guy off, and it's going to come down this way instead of this way where he can knock it away.
Sure.
He doesn't throw perfect spirals, and as we get into December and January, sometimes that can be a problem. But there's too much to like about him. I mean, let's face it, we rake all these guys over the coals. We tell you everything we don't like about him. He was the best player in high school. He was the best player in college, won the Heisman. He's the number one overall pick. Obviously, he's a great player.
You talked about the SEC, and I got this stat just before we kind of came on the show. We've got 3 quarterbacks in Bryce Young, Anthony Richardson, Will Levis that we think are going to be first-round picks, right? When's the last time a single conference had 3 first-round quarterbacks? I'll end the suspense now. It's never. It's never happened before.
This is the SEC NFL Draft Show.
And that is not counting Hendon Hooker as well, which could then be a 4th. So you talk about SEC.
The SEC equals the NFL.
Might not be too different from the NFL. And this year, I think that we're seeing that too.
Now they have a chance to make as much money. So I don't know. It's like, wasn't like that back in the day. I'm just saying. Hey, can we give a little plug to the mock draft simulator?
Please.
That's what I'm doing. I'm just going along. You'll have all the best choices according to PFF right in front of you. You just click on whichever one gets taken, and it shows up down the side of the board. It's fan. If you're a subscriber, which God bless you, we appreciate everybody who is, then just go on to the mock draft simulator. You're going to love it.
And if you're not a subscriber and you want to be, Draft 40 is a promo code. You get 40% off a yearly subscription, so you can have exactly what Chris is talking about all year long. And so much more than that, too. The fantasy football tools, the betting tools, everything. So go check it out, pff.com, Draft 40, Draft 40, and then fire out the mock draft simulator. Sam?
Yeah, the other point about Bryce Young is, if you're going to have a flaw, which all these guys do, you've got to have something special to offset it, right? And he might throw with the best anticipation of any quarterback I can remember coming into the league. That is his superpower. And also coming out of that offense in Alabama in rapid succession after Mac Jones, after Tua Tagovailoa, he was better in college in the same offense, I think, than either of those two guys, and with less help. Like, he didn't have the receiving core that those two guys had. And at least, Mac Jones has been pretty good. Tua, we saw last year, take a huge step forward. If that's his baseline, is those guys plus a few percentage points, he's in pretty good shape.
The draft officially started right now.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
We've officially started here now that we've gotten to the second pick.
Yeah.
I want to hear it. Because I honestly am not sure anybody but 2 people know who this draft choice is, or at least they probably do at this point. Who are you taking here?
I'd go Stroud.
You'd pick Stroud.
Yeah.
Who do you think it's going to be?
I think it'll be Stroud.
Okay.
And I'd
so
go Stroud.
Okay.
I think that's what they're going to do. You can't go defense if you don't have a quarterback. And then is it Stroud, Anthony Richardson, Will Levis? I'd lean Stroud. I think our friend Bobby Slowick is the offensive coordinator with the Houston Texans. If you're looking for a quote-unquote scheme quarterback to just hit the open throws that they're going to create, Stroud's the guy.
What about you? Sam, who would you pick? And then who is going to be the pick?
I think Stroud is going to be the pick from the sounds of it. I mean, the betting lines have moved too much for me to...
Way too much as of late.
For me to stay in the whole Stroud is going to slide thing. I wouldn't select Stroud. I think I would probably go Levis if I'm Houston. but I don't love this pick if I'm the Texans. Like, they blew having the number 1 pick, and now they're in this bind where the one guy that everybody's reasonably comfortable with is gone, and now you're stuck with having to pick somebody you probably don't love, or taking the gamble of, do we go defense here, risk coming back at 12 for one, or just punt on this year entirely and try and get one next year?
I probably would do that, but you know my philosophy. I think that you can probably go down to the 5th quarterback with that same sort of emotion for me. But this is, I think, as you look at it right now, Bryce Young's a better player. There's no question. Bryce Young's a better player today. Stroud has more of the possibility, right? We saw it in that Georgia game. We saw him, and maybe it was because he didn't play so well against Michigan. He came back a little angry and a little fired up. But he grew during the course of that season. He's an accurate guy. You know, he's had some really great plays and moments. He had horrible moments though too. I mean, there were times early in the season I'm like, I'm literally watching all the bad plays back to back. So of course he's going to look a little bit bad, but it was really bad for a little while. But then he seemed to grow into it at the end. Physically, he's not nearly the runner. He's not as mobile. He's not as elusive. And I keep coming back to the same question that I had throughout. But he does have the spiral and the arm strength, and he's got all that stuff. Mm-hmm. Are either one of these guys going to beat Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, Herbert?
Sure.
And Aaron Rodgers now, you know? So that's always in the back of my mind when I'm thinking about taking one, to your point. Am I going to ride this train? Because once you take one at the 2nd overall pick, he's yours for the next 5 years. Or would you rather say, all right, maybe I get something next year or I get something late in the round?
I would. I mean, I would draft quarterbacks knowing if we have a bad season and I have a shot at Caleb Williams or Drake May next year, I'm still taking those guys too. Like, that's okay. You know, it's uncomfortable in the room. It's uncomfortable talking to the owner. You just took a quarterback last year. Mm-hmm. This has to be part of your pitch as a general manager, though. If we want to compete with Mahomes and Herbert and Allen and all those guys and Burrow, then we got to do something drastic. And we have to keep picking one. And if I have to give up a Will Anderson along the way to maybe, find my guy, that's okay.
Yeah, C.J. Stroud's play under pressure, his passing game under pressure, I believe, was low 40s over the last 2 years.
It's a big concern.
It is a big concern. And before that Georgia game, and I'll say the Michigan game too, I think he was a little bit better in the Michigan game, and then he was a lot better against pressure against Georgia. I was pretty out on C.J. Stroud because of that reason. Now, turned it over a little bit because I went, okay, at least I saw him play under pressure. Like, at least I saw him do it, so I'm a little bit more encouraged. But the long body of work, not encouraging when it comes to playing when guys are in your face. We know that gets more difficult in the NFL. I'll tell you who I'd be taking at number 2. I'd be taking Jalen Carter. As long as the character stuff checks out for me, that's who I'd be taking at number 2 if I'm the Texans.
So what do you do with quarterback?
Again, like, you would have to get this signed off from the general manager and the owner, and you just have to be okay with it. I think you play the plan where you go, if one of these guys that we still like falls a little bit in the draft, maybe we get aggressive with that number 12 pick and we can trade up to get one. But if not, we got to be okay with knowing that this team's nowhere close to competing right now.
But nobody has decided yet who's the better. Do you think all 4 of them are going to go off before 12?
Not necessarily, but I
do
do think that 12's kind of
Richardson, Hooker.
Somebody's
going to be there, right? Somebody is going to be there. I just would be worried about tying myself up to any of these quarterbacks because I get one shot to be coach in the NFL.
That's why I take Carter.
And I'm tied in.
That's why I take Carter.
Only because the Texans have the 12th pick.
Correct.
You play that game? Because they have 12, and we already talked about how difficult it is to project quarterbacks. How much more safe do you feel with C.J. Stroud versus the 3rd guy or 4th guy off the board? Like, I could hear that argument.
Yes.
Take the best player and then take the 3rd quarterback.
I know what you're saying, but Carter's the best football player.
Totally agree.
I agree with that.
That's the reason I had him 3.
Right.
I assumed 2 quarterbacks, and then I had him 3.
Yeah, and I get Carter with DeMeco Ryans. That's good with me. I have a lot of faith in what DeMeco Ryans going to be able to do with that team and that defense. So I'd be taking Jalen Carter, but obviously nobody's talking about Jalen Carter.
No, and I think, look, if you're passing on a quarterback at 2, you're basically saying we don't believe any of these guys is actually a franchise quarterback. At which point, you're probably not spending the 12th pick on one of them either.
Probably not. Now, maybe, but that's obviously dangerous. Like,
sure.
Is Cal McNair going to be okay with that? I don't know. You're probably going to have to take one at some point.
You literally have to have this worked out with the owner and say, hey, look, none of these guys are a quarterback. So am I okay having a 2-win season again this year, because next year we're going after Caleb Williams and then all of our problems are solved?
What's their pick at the beginning of the second round? Just jump back up at the back into the second round and get Hendon Hooker.
I mean, that's the X
Pick
factor.
3 times in the first round.
Where does Hendon Hooker go? You could get 2 players with your first 2 picks, and then if Hendon Hooker is available or within sight when you're with the 33rd pick, maybe you do try and get Hendon Hooker.
I mean, it's so interesting, isn't it? Because I can make a case, and as Frank Reich did, who knows? Anthony Richardson, you want to talk about who has the most talent in this draft. Jalen Carter and Anthony Richardson. I mean, he can do anything. He doesn't know how to throw a football yet, but we've seen a lot of people learn how to throw a football. I mean, Josh Allen came a long way in Buffalo. Patrick Mahomes came a long way in Kansas City. He got better and better and better. So I do think that in today's day and age, they can change it. But, man, he is dripping that thing all the way down and all the way back. It's got to be 0.4 of a second coming out of his hands. And really, Will Levis, unless he was standing perfectly still, he was struggling. He was trying to do some Mahomes stuff, and that didn't go so well.
He's got some weird mechanical,
he
foul-ups.
He does.
I do want to go back to the Panthers, just with Bryce Young.
NFL Network has just announced Bryce Young to the Panthers.
It's official.
There it is.
It is
official. It's official. We've been waiting a long time.
I thought they already did it.
Champs. No,
I got to watch TV a little bit.
We had it minutes ago.
I want to go back to the Panthers just because when you guys look at this roster, and when I looked at this roster going into this NFL draft, it's not like it's that devoid of talent, right? They were picking number 9 overall. They weren't picking number 1. But, man, I felt like Matt Rule was what was holding that team back, not necessarily the roster. Now, if Bryce plays as well as a lot of people think that he can, all of a sudden, yeah, they got to get more pass catchers. Yeah, they got to get the receiver room and help that out. But offensive line's coming along. That defense is ferocious and young. I love the coaching staff that they're getting in there. Now they've got Bryce Young. Do you guys think that Carolina could even compete for that division now that Tom Brady's out in Tampa Bay? Do you think that they're in that conversation?
Anybody can compete in the NFC.
For that division, yes. For other divisions, maybe not.
Well, the Panthers have been such a fascinating story over the last couple of years because last year at this time, remember, they were picking at 6, and there was a lot of smoke around them taking Kenny Pickett at 6. And it was like, really? You're going to take Kenny Pickett at 6? And it was just because they didn't have anybody. And they played the slow game. If you're making a case for the Texans to say, grab a player now, get the quarterback later, the Panthers played that game, right? They got Ike Ekwonu last year, the left tackle, at 6. They didn't draft until the 4th. Matt Corral, he was hurt, didn't get to see him, and now they're sitting there. They trade up to get the number 1 pick, and they get Bryce Young. So it took them a few years of bridge quarterbacks and Baker Mayfield and Teddy Bridgewater, but they finally got their guy. So you can have some patience, and you're right, Trevor. I mean, they've built up the defense. They've made the offensive line better in recent years. The receiving room is good enough, right? With Adam Thielen, older Adam Thielen, DJ Chark, Terrace Marshall might break out. It's at least passable for a rookie in Bryce Young. So it's a pretty good roster, and they now have their quarterback.
Houston Texans pick is in, and we know what it is.
You do?
Let's go.
It's C.J. Stroud. It is C.J.
After
Stroud,
all this time.
the quarterback from Ohio State. After all this time. Always for all the Harry Potter fans out there. No, it's we were talking about this duo for so long. First it was Bryce Young and then C.J. Stroud, and then the Panthers traded up to number 1, and then it was C.J. Stroud, and then it was Bryce Young, and then we tried to talk ourselves into so many different things, and here we are with these guys going 1-2 once again.
Let me ask you guys a question. Mm-hmm. So if they really did want to trade out of that pick, right? If they really did, they should have stuck to C.J. Stroud publicly. Like, we're taking him. That's our guy. If we make this pick, that's our guy. Somebody would have wanted C.J. Stroud. I'm sure they were fielding calls and doing various things. But I think enough people were convinced that they weren't going to take C.J. Stroud, and they probably felt like they could deal with the number 3 pick in order to come in and trade up for that. Did they actually hurt themselves if they wanted to take a look at trading out of that position?
They may have. I mean, unless they wanted Stroud the entire time. I mean, I think they wanted Bryce Young. And we're all in this mess because the Texans decided to win a game in Week 18 against the Indianapolis Colts with a 4th and 20 Hail Mary and a 2-point conversion.
The 2-point conversion is the big thing. They consciously made a single call to go for that win.
Because Nick Caserio was going to get up there and say, of course, we love C.J. Stroud. He's our guy, number 1 QB on the board. They would have wanted Bryce Young. Like, they lost out on Bryce Young. Bears got him. I mean, that Week 18 game, one of the biggest moments in probably Bears history, because they got to trade out of one, get DJ Moore, get the other draft pick. It's just amazing that one game got there. But I think ultimately, yeah, I mean, Houston, are they starting all the rumors that they want to get out of there? Like, what were they trying to do with all the smoke screens?
I don't know. I don't. That was my question, that if you wanted C.J. Stroud, you could always get him, right?
Yeah.
So, and by doing all the smoke screens, you probably prevented people from trying to trade up because they're thinking they don't want him.
Right.
They're going to take Jalen Carter. They're going to take Will Anderson. They're going to take somebody else. Did it actually hurt them to play that game for no apparent reason as we look at them now with C.J. Stroud?
Yeah. Or did they? And did somebody else within the front office come in and say, no, we're taking a quarterback?
Swooped in.
Right? We've heard those stories before.
You might be right.
All I'm saying. Look, the Carolina Panthers made Bryce Young their number 1 overall pick. Our number 1 overall pick for streaming service is Fubo TV. They've got over 175 streaming channels that you guys can check out. And if you sign up for them, it means that you're not going to miss football at any point. Saturday, Sunday, Monday, any day of the week. Go check it out over at FuboTV.com/PFF to get a 7-day free trial and also 15% off because you guys are watching this show. So quarterbacks go 1-2. Are we going to go quarterback 1, 2, 3? Is
No.
Arizona going to get out of 3?
Yes.
No.
They've got to get out of 3.
They're just going to pick. We're going to go back in time. They're going to pick Will Anderson.
Why would they do that? They have so many needs.
Because nobody wants to go get Anthony Richardson and Will Levis right now.
Who's
Nobody's going up to get these the next 2 quarterbacks. I don't think. We'll see.
But somebody, like, if you need a quarterback, you know you have to make this move because the Colts are taking 1, right? So there's only 1 left.
I mean,
If
you almost
do want a
have
guy.
to assume Levis
Yeah,
is going here, right? So if you want Levis,
you have to make this
you
move.
have to make this move, or all you have left.
Is Richardson.
But who's
Is
going out of
Richardson.
their way to go get Will Levis?
I don't know.
Who's opting into that by giving up extra
Somebody.
picks?
Titans?
I could see that Anthony Richardson. I could see the Titans trading up to get him.
Somebody's got to get desperate
Yeah.
now because we have 2 quarterbacks off the board, right? Indy's taken 1 at 4.
Indy's the only other desperate team.
This was, I don't know if I believe that.
But the
Titans
interesting
aren't
thing,
desperate. Falcons aren't
You
desperate.
don't think the Titans are desperate?
They still have Ryan Tannehill and they're starting to rebuild.
But the other thing is, what's
They
fascinating.
don't think they're starting a rebuild. You know the Titans.
They just had to cut anybody making over $10 million a year
Yeah,
over
but
there.
it's the Titans.
Yeah,
You
they're-
think they're going to fully
They're
steer
starting
into
a rebuild. They don't need to give up extra draft picks to go
I'm
get
not
a quarterback.
saying you're wrong. I'm saying that I don't know if they see it like that.
I like it. The coffee's
It's a
starting
rebuild
to
with-
kick in
with
around here.
Tannehill.
We're getting it going now.
That's
Sorry, go
300
ahead, Sam.
milligrams worth of caffeine kicking in right now.
Sorry, I'm talking about Mike Vrabel. You know, you gotta.
He's not making the call. You got a new GM in there. He's probably ready
Mike
to
Vrabel
clean
is
house.
making the call. Come on.
Anyway, the thing about this year's quarterbacks, right, is all 4 of these guys are wildly different. So we keep sort of treating this like this consensus look at it's Bryce Young 1,
good point.
it's C.J. Stroud 2, and then it's some order of Levis and Richardson probably quite close together. The 32 different teams are going to see this 4 in wildly different ways. There are going to be teams that don't want any part of Bryce Young because he's my size. And quarterbacks my size don't play in the NFL. They play in Pee Wee football or high school, maybe, right? There are going to be quarterbacks that look at Richardson and go, I can't do anything with that. That's not a quarterback. That's an athlete playing quarterback not tremendously well in the SEC. Forget about it. There's also going to be people that look at him and go, that's the greatest athlete that's ever stepped onto an NFL field at that position. Give me all of that. I will turn that into something amazing. So it just takes one team to be, one of the extremes on either of the 2 remaining guys, and anything could happen.
An underrated part about the Titans trading up to number 3 is if they like Will Levis, obviously that would be the beginning part of it, and they think that maybe the Colts don't like Anthony Richardson, you trade up and then really screw over your division foe who then only has 1 quarterback left on the board and they desperately need one. Just saying.
We need to have
throwing it out there.
We need to have the C.J. Stroud conversation, right?
Yeah,
Because
let's
he
talk.
is a really interesting quarterback where I think a lot of people, his supporters, treat him as the cleanest quarterback prospect in this draft, right? He's Bryce Young, but he's bigger. He doesn't have the size concerns. He's got better accuracy, better arm. He's the guy. A lot of people were talking about him being the number 1 overall pick when Carolina first traded up. And then the other side of it is even including that Georgia game this year, he was in the 10th percentile of PFF grade under pressure. And then you tie that with the S2 cognition score of bad and then potentially even worse with a retest, depending on the reports out there. Those things together speak to a quarterback that's great in structure, and as soon as structure breaks down, which is a pretty big part of the NFL, we go off a cliff.
So that's why I think it makes sense for the Texans. Let's assume, we know Kyle Shanahan is the ultimate best play caller in the NFL. It's like him and Andy Reid, right? Every year, for the last 15 years, they're in a different world play calling. Doesn't mean everybody who's ever worked under Kyle Shanahan will be that guy. But again, Bobby Slowick takes over there. We've seen the Kyle Shanahan tree. That's the offense they're going to run. So if Bobby could create an offense that's, as good as what his mentor created.
Bobby can be as good as Kyle Shanahan.
If he can be as good as Kyle Shanahan. But I mean, they're the best at creating open throws, right? They're the best at, Mike McDaniel was doing it with the Dolphins last year. If Bobby can do the same thing, CJ Stroud's the best option on the board to execute that. I got some strong Derek Carr type of vibes from CJ Stroud, which was, man, if I got the offensive line, if I have the receivers, he'll do it well. And I know that's a lot of what ifs. But when there is pressure and when things don't go well,
we got to trade.
It's crazy.
We got to trade.
Told you.
Wow.
That was wrong.
Oh, please tell me.
Wait.
I think it's it's Titans, not Texans. I think that was what we saw in our secret chat was a typo. I think the Titans have
No.
The chat box has it as well. As
Chat box also has it. Wait, what?
No.
We are all over the place
What's
with our
happening?
information right
It's what
now.
All right, everybody's all over the place.
Everybody's all over. Holy
Welcome
cow!
to PFF, baby. Here we go.
It's not just us, because I think people are getting fooled
The
in the
Texans
chat.
are trading up
Okay.
to number 3. Back up from 12 to 3
For Anderson, has to be.
for Will
So
Anderson.
they
It's
did
gotta
exactly
be
what
Will
people were
Anderson.
saying, except they didn't pass on the quarterback the first time. They took the quarterback and then went and got Will Anderson, which when you think about it is actually a much smarter way of doing it, because if you're trading up for a quarterback, the price goes up.
This means the Deshaun Watson trade has now netted them Will Anderson. And they just got CJ Stroud
CJ Stroud
in
and
Houston.
Will Anderson.
If this is all real.
Well,
Wow.
so,
That's a wow right
So-
there. I like what's going on right there right now. That's pretty cool.
So
I wouldn't have taken him. I would have taken Jalen Carter, but
So I'm going to you for this, because we just talked about how it's dangerous having one top pick in this draft. Houston just traded multiple draft assets to now have 2 top picks in this draft. I don't know what the exact trade compensation is. Obviously, it's going to be a pretty penny if they're moving from 12 to 3, and Arizona may have had multiple suitors. But how do you feel about them giving up multiple assets to pick guys high in this class?
just remember where they all came from, San Francisco, right?
Sure.
And what does San Francisco do from the minute they got there? All those guys, Lynch, Shanahan, all of them, did the same thing. Give me those 4 great defensive linemen. They're starting the process. They don't have them yet, but they're going to start the process because they don't want to spend a ton of time blitzing. They want to protect the back end, get 4 great players up front, and then they're going to come get the quarterback that way. It's going to be a 2 or 3 year process, but they have a quarterback now, and they have the beginning of what they want to get done on the defensive side.
Yeah, they got arguably the best defensive player in the draft. We're saying Jalen Carter is best on the field. Will Anderson is probably the cleanest prospect in terms of elite on the field, doesn't have the off-field concerns. He's probably the safest, the best defensive player they could have picked.
It was. There was a lot of smoke around Tyree Wilson from Texas Tech. Will Anderson, I think, him and Jalen Carter are the 2 best defensive players. Like you said, if you take off the off-field, Will Anderson's the safest defensive player, most projectable player. So now, it's funny, Chris, you mentioned these guys came over from the Niners and D'Amico Ryans and all that stuff. It's also Nick Caserio coming over from the Patriots. And after the Texans did nothing for 2 years, they just sat there and got players 45 to 53 on their roster and kept signing them. Now they're starting to be aggressive. Last year at number 3, they picked Derek Stingley at corner. This year, Will Anderson. CJ Stroud, add him to the mix. The Texans finally have some talent on the team. It's always risky to trade up for a non-quarterback. You have to lay that out from 12 to 3. Do we have the haul?
Yes, not just risky, but expensive.
That's what I mean. It's
Holy
expensive.
cow.
It's cost them number 12, number 33, and next year's first.
And,
on,
and,
that is-
and next year's 3rd.
I mean, that's a bad. As much as I love Will Anderson, that's a bad move.
That's
I mean, that is a bad
way
move. Will
too
Anderson
much.
is not the equivalent of who you would pick at
4
12.
players.
Yeah, you can't. Will Anderson will never recoup the value of what you would pick at 12, 33, and next year's first rounder. And oh, by the way, wow, next year's first rounder, are the Texans even going to be good?
Now they have two.
Year?
Now they have 2 first rounders next year. So which one is it?
The Browns. It's got to be the Browns' first rounder.
They're probably giving up the Browns first rounder.
I mean, either way, it's not
That
good.
is a huge haul for the Cardinals.
Massive
They have
haul.
a million needs.
Yeah,
and
great
that
for
is a
them.
great move by Arizona. For Houston, I know they got their quarterback, but to go up and get Will Anderson for all of that, Will Anderson cannot be the
You know what
equivalent
that
of
means,
3 or 4
though?
players.
There was a lot of action for that number 3 pick. That
Had to
means
be.
there was a lot of action,
Huge
whether
haul,
it
you're
was
right.
for a quarterback or Will Anderson, or Jalen Carter, whatever
Man,
it was.
you're telling me-
there was a ton of people trying to
So-
get that pick.
Houston is the guy at the auction, where you're like, I'm going to spend $1,000 here. I'm going to bid up to $1,000. Then you walk away having bought something for like $4.5 grand because the bidding just kept going, and you're like, I can't lose it now. I'm in.
Or you get a twitch going with your eye or something, and all of a sudden you're out of control.
What? I just bid $5 grand.
Wow.
The part of this that is a little bit concerning. Now, them having multiple first-round picks next year makes this manageable. But even if you like both of these players, the Texans aren't close right now. Like, the rest of that roster is not close, I don't think.
No, I mean,
So you're giving up prime assets to make that team a lot better, and it needs to get a lot better.
yeah, I mean, the point Steve made is the thing, right? Think what Will Anderson has to become to justify what they gave up to make it happen.
Right.
Even if we forget about the 3rd round pick in 2024, which is still, a reasonably high draft pick that could easily become a contributing player.
Holy cow.
12, 33, and a first next year is essentially 3 picks in the first round or thereabouts those are starters. Like, you're probably getting a starter with the first round or the 33rd overall pick. So he has to be worth the same or more than 3 starting players for this to make any kind of sense. And as much as we think Will Anderson is a really good player, is maybe the safest, the cleanest defensive player in this draft, he isn't that. He's not at the same level as the Bosa brothers when they were coming out, as Myles Garrett. He's never put together one of those 90-plus PFF pass rushing grade seasons, one of those incredible productive years. Never had that year. And there's not really anything in his profile that says he's going to get to that level for this to make sense.
It's
It's tough. That's a tough one for me right there, especially in a year that it's not that great a top 10.
Yeah.
And maybe that's what it came down to. Maybe they just felt like they had 1 player or 2 players in mind that they wanted to do, and they didn't care after that. But I wouldn't have done the deal.
Honestly, if he became Von Miller, if he became Khalil Mack, you can't justify the value. You will not get the value back, even if he becomes a Bosa brother or a Myles Garrett. It just doesn't work. The math just does not add up. You left 4 players of value on the other side of the trade who are going to add up to more value than Will Anderson, no matter which way you slice it.
I mean, eventually we're going to learn who the other teams were trying to trade up to that position.
Yeah.
And we'll know by team who it was that they were going after. Probably a lot of them going after the quarterback position with Indianapolis right behind them.
Right.
So probably in order to get that pick, Houston had to pay it because people were trading quarterback value to get there, and they still beat them to go get an edge. That's how much they loved Anderson.
It's always tough to be in a trade battle with another team that is going up to get a quarterback, right? And you are not, because then all of a sudden you're paying the price, like you said, for a quarterback trade up, and you're not even taking one. Now, Houston just took one pick before, so it's not like they're really missing out in that area. It's not like they really could have done anything different, because let's say they would have taken Anderson at 2. That might have created an even bigger problem for them, because then if you had all 3 quarterbacks on the board, then any other team that might love Stroud.
The price only would have gone up if they'd gone the other way.
Correct, right. That's what I'm saying.
This is my favorite pick right here.
That's what I'm saying.
I cannot wait to see what the Colts do.
Colts pick is in.
Here it is. It just got spicy because the Colts took
boy!
Richardson.
Anthony Richardson to the
unbelievable.
Colts.
I'm so mad. That's the one I had written down on my piece of paper, and I chickened out. I put Levis in. I took the cheese. I can't believe I took the cheese.
Oh my goodness.
Shane Steichen takes over. He just was running the offense in Philadelphia. I don't know how many teams were ready to invest in Anthony Richardson.
He just saw the game plan to use. He just created the game plan to use.
Yes.
And you know what? It's a viable game plan.
Yeah.
I mean, we're seeing a paradigm shift at the quarterback position now in the National Football League, and I'm good with it. I really am. And I think they're going to – well, I know he's been working with a quarterback coach to try and change his throwing motion, but man, he can do anything.
And the critical thing is
overall.
that work with the quarterback coach, it doesn't have to be done by week 1, right? This is a 2-year type of project where we can get him on the field using this Shane Steichen run-heavy approach that he ran in Philadelphia, that they're going to be running with the Colts now. Tap into that run game, use it to prop up the passing game that's not going to be great year 1, right? If he's still a 50% passer year 1, it doesn't matter. Justin Fields was last in the NFL last year in average passing yards per game, but the Bears offense in terms of EPA per play, expected points added, was just below average, right? That gap is the running attack. So they can prop him up and make him okay, the offense fine for a couple of years, and give him 2 years of live reps to get better as a passer.
Can I tell you what some of my buddies at the University of Florida were talking about during the season? They thought he was going to get benched.
Yeah.
Now he's the number 4 pick in the draft.
That is crazy, isn't it?
It is. When you stop and think about it, there were some really bad moments. There were some bad misses and mistakes. But he takes your breath away with things that he can do.
Yes.
And when he takes off running or when he launches a ball down the field, he just has too long of a motion. And I am one that believes you can tighten up somebody's throwing motion and teach him how to throw it better. He likes to be in the pocket. He wants to throw it from there. He's going to be getting into the RPO games here coming up, though, with the Colts. And we're going to see if he can live up to it. We're going to see if Jalen Hurts can be redone, because that's exactly what they're trying to do here.
Whew, clearly, Anthony Richardson very high on the Indianapolis Colts big board. If you're putting together a big board for your family's long-term future, you got to make sure that it starts with life insurance. Fabric by Gerber Life provides an easy one-stop shop for all your family's financial needs, offering term life insurance policies plus other financial solutions as well with one easy online hub. I think life insurance gets a bad rap, right? It's complicated, it's too difficult, you don't know what to do, but this is made by parents for parents. It's affordable and it's really easily accessible with a great online dashboard. It takes less than 10 minutes to apply and see your personalized quote. You can even get somebody to help you make it. No health exam is even required for it. Fabric is partnered with Gerber Life, trusted by millions of families for over 15 years. They've also got over 1,600 5-star reviews, so know that it's easy to use. They got a 30-day money-back guarantee, and you can cancel at any time. Fabric was specifically designed to give parents affordable term life insurance plus wills, access to college savings funds, so much more for an easy online experience. Go to meetfabric.com. That's MEET fabric.com/PFF to check it out. You can apply within just 10 minutes to get your life insurance policy. Policies issued by Western and Southern Life Insurance Company and distributed by Gerber Life Agency, LLC, using Fabric technology. It's not available in certain states. Price is subject to underwriting and health questions. For more information, visit them at meetfabric.com/PFF.
You gotta have fun. You didn't have to read it this time, man.
I love
good.
it. Yeah,
you got time off. You got to check it out.
I had to give you guys a second to catch my breath. I had to catch my breath emotionally.
There are guys. They are people. They are people.
They are. And Fabric is as well.
And now we get really interesting, because now if you want one of these quarterbacks, there aren't many left.
There's one.
And
Hendon Hooker.
Now are we going to go? Will Seattle trade out at this point to take advantage? Or conceivably even take a quarterback?
I think Seattle is going to have their eye on
I do too.
the best football player.
Yeah, I do too. I think Seattle is over there celebrating. Although,
how much do you think they would have been?
If you get a Houston trade coming at you, you're like,
well, sure.
See you, Jalen. Thank you, bro.
If you got a Houston trade coming at you, I think everybody in this class would probably take that.
I mean, that's the thing. If there's a team willing to give up all of that for Will Anderson, is there a team willing to? If I'm Seattle, I would love Jalen Carter. Fits a need, game wrecker.
Yeah.
Pete Carroll and Jalen Carter, he'll figure him out type of thing. But if I can get 3 or 4 picks for him,
I mean, Arizona could have used a Will Anderson, but the haul they got for passing up on it is absolutely worth it.
Can we talk about the Colts for a second, though, too?
Yeah.
Jim Irsay last year. The Colts have been going through this. It's Carson Wentz. He'll be our quarterback. Then it's Matt Ryan. Jim Irsay gets so mad he basically benches Matt Ryan for Sam Ehlinger, who gets sacked 9 times as a starter, and it's like, this is embarrassing. The Colts were on the other end of the Texans' win that put them at the number 2 pick, 32-31 in Week 18. Irsay's so upset, gets his hands in the process, needs his quarterback, and now it's his guy, Anthony Richardson, with Shane Steichen in there to develop.
You know the unbelievable part? We sat here, 2 days ago, we were doing our whole mock draft thing with me, and I'm completely changed everything I said by Tuesday. But Will Levis was, I said to you guys, don't take the cheese. If they really wanted Will Levis, they wouldn't be talking about him so much. So they're trying to protect against somebody, and I think it's Anthony Richardson. I went back the next day, convinced myself, put Levis in there, took out Richardson, and I can't believe after I told you guys to don't do it, I did it.
Official NFL draft analyst, Cris Collinsworth. Now you're officially a draft analyst because of a story like that.
I think we need to remember what Jalen Hurts started like in the NFL, because now he's one of the best quarterbacks in the league, just got a giant contract, and it's like, well, obviously that's way too ambitious to expect Anthony Richardson to get to. Jalen Hurts' first year, he completed 52% of his passes. He had a passer rating of 77. He had a 4.6% turnover-worthy play rate. The next year, giant step forward, 60% completion rate. The turnover-worthy play rate dropped a percentage point. His passer rating jumped, 7 points. And then obviously this most recent year, giant jumps across the board as well. So that was essentially a 3-year step for Jalen Hurts. That's the Richardson pathway. That's what this is going to have to look like if they're going to turn him into their franchise quarterback.
Steve, what do you think?
With Richardson here?
Yeah.
I mean,
think about the Colts overall, right? I mean, look at it. This was a team that we thought was without question going to win the AFC South last year, right?
Yep.
The offensive line was abysmal. Matt Ryan ended up being a lot worse than they thought. It was a dumpster fire of a season. They ended up moving on from their head coach. Sure, the Jags obviously had a resurgence. The Titans dropped back a little bit. Anthony Richardson, does it move the needle at all for you with the Colts regaining anywhere towards favor for that division this coming year?
Yeah, I mean, I thought that the Colts were better than they showed. Offensive line-wise, it's not as bad as it seemed last year. There's a lot of decent pieces on that team. Chris Ballard, I think, has done a pretty good job. It tapered off a little bit recently. I'm just fascinated to see what they're doing. New scheme, build around Richardson. How much do they build the run game? They had an elite offensive line in Philadelphia to do the Jalen Hurts experiment, which is build the run game, have those elite receivers. It's not going to be apples to apples. Jalen Hurts had a great offensive line, a top 5 receiver in A.J. Brown, a top 15 receiver now in Devontae Smith. The Colts don't have that yet, but they have time, I think, now. They've bought themselves some more time to get back into the mix, and the roster is not nearly as bad, I don't think, as this, a team picking 4th overall.
And Jonathan Taylor is still Jonathan Taylor. And you're
Yeah,
going to
You got Taylor and Richardson in the backfield.
right.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a heck of a combination when you're trying to go read option, RPOs. There's a lot of good stuff going on right there. And you're talking about a division. Now Tennessee. Go ahead. I want to hear it.
We have a pick.
Seahawks
We're about to have some fun tonight.
just picked Devin Witherspoon, the cornerback from Illinois, who is the antithesis of Seattle Seahawks cornerbacks, who are all 6'3", giant wingspan, albatross players on the edge, and Witherspoon, who his knock is he's smaller than that.
So were you saying old dog learn new trick? Is that what we're doing?
Maybe.
Pete Carroll?
Hey, I have Devon Witherspoon as CB1 in this class.
Same.
I love that he
Me
was the
too.
first corner off the board. He was one of my favorite tape studies that I had all year long. He plays the position with incredible fire. His click and close, when this guy sees
Amazing.
where he wants to go, it's basically the best I've ever seen.
And by the way, he sees it faster than anybody
The
else.
anticipation is nuts.
Yes.
So for the talent, I think we're all shocked that he went to the Seahawks at 5 because we figured he was going to be a lock for Detroit 1 pick later at 6. But in terms of this guy being the first corner off the board, Sam, I love him being picked in the top 5. I feel like he's one of the best football players in this class.
Yeah, 100%. I was saying to Steve a couple of days ago on our show that we keep talking about Will Anderson, Jalen Carter. Those are the 2 blue chip players in this draft. It wouldn't take much convincing for me to say that Devin Witherspoon is in that conversation as well. His anticipation is better than any cornerback I can remember seeing. He plays with so much aggression and feistiness. A little bit too much sometimes. He's going to get some penalties by being a little bit too aggressive. But it creates turnovers. It creates pass breakups at the catch point. He stops players catching the ball, which is literally the job description of a cornerback.
That's pretty
Last
good.
season, when the ball went his way, he gave up a passer rating of 25. The passer rating for an incomplete pass is 39.6. So you were like 10 points better off throwing the ball at the dirt every play than you were targeting Devin Witherspoon.
I tell you, the close, I tried to do a little closing comment on every guy. And my closing comment was, take him as high as you want.
Yeah.
That you will never regret having this guy on your team. He is so lightning quick getting to the football. He hustles. You can tell, like, you can just feel sometimes people who love football. This guy loves football. He was effectively the Deion Sanders for Illinois. He had one half of the field. He had the toughest guy one-on-one. He's not a big guy, but he is everything you could possibly want in a cornerback. And maybe more importantly, in a locker room, because now you're starting to create people that are just passionate about the game. And that's the way Seattle was built. That defense was originally built by those crazy guys on that Seattle defense that won championships.
So we're going to talk about the Lions. They're on the clock, and we talk about options that they have here. They just came on the clock. I don't see that the pick is in yet. We assumed that Jalen Carter was going to go for this spot, right? He was the betting favorite. He was minus money to go to the Seahawks at number 5. Now that he doesn't go 5, where does he go? I think he could go at number 6. But
Detroit.
A buddy of mine who covers the Lions is one of the people in the camp who says, no, they're not going to take him.
Dan Campbell?
Now,
a guy that's got some like work.
I don't know, because I've heard split things. Some of the people that I know in Detroit have said, yeah, he'd be on their board. Other people say no way. So it seems very split there. But let's say he doesn't go to Detroit. We'll circle back around to Detroit. Where does he fall? How far does he go? We going to 9 or 10?
Raiders at 7.
You think they'd take him?
I mean, he should be in play for everybody. The Raiders need people.
All right, that was maybe
the Falcons need people. The Bears have been linked to him at 9.
Let's just start imagining fun scenarios, right? Imagine Chicago trades back from 1 to 9 and still ends up picking up
Carter,
the best player in the draft at number 9. Or somehow, and somebody called this. Remember, we got a bet for this, right? Somebody made a bet with us on our show that somehow, some way, Howie Roseman was going to work magic, fairy dust on this draft, and come out of it with Jalen Carter. Imagine if he does that at 10. That's just cheating. That shouldn't be allowed. We should veto that.
Don't put anything past those guys. They could trade up here and try and go get one. The other one that we've got to talk about just a bit now is Tyree Wilson. We haven't seen him yet, and he was considered to be, by a lot of people, the first edge rusher to come off the board. We talked about the foot injury. We'll see how that ends up going, but this is getting really interesting right now. In Detroit, I think right now, I guess you got to throw Minnesota in there too, but Detroit feels like the favorite. If they add Jalen Carter to that defensive line with the edge rusher, I like this team.
Detroit has to be thinking about that. They added a lot of good players, right? Last year they brought Aiden Hutchinson in the first, could be an elite player. A bunch of good players in the secondary, Emmanuel Mosley and Cameron Sutton. Could it be an elite player?
The other thing at play is, we don't need a couple more picks before all these teams in the second half of the first round with, a pick where they're probably not going to have a first round grade on a player available are going to start wondering how much it would cost to get up to where Jalen Carter is available.
There's a trade.
We got a trade.
Someone's traded up to probably get
Jalen Carter.
Will Levis or Jalen Carter. It could be the Jalen Carter trade that we say in Seattle could.
Do you know who traded up?
I don't.
Cardinals.
Houston.
The Arizona
Cardinals
are
back up.
Moved from 3 to 12 to 6.
So they're
having fun tonight.
That's a great trade. If they got out and then got back
Extra
up and
picks?
still got Carter.
Paris Johnson Jr. Anybody?
Anybody? Oh, that could be.
Anybody?
Could be offensive line.
Anybody?
That could be.
I know he's been linked to him. He was linked to him at number 3. If they didn't think they had to pick him at number 3, going to 12, staying aggressive on the phone, I love it from Monty Ossenfort.
I know you love the tackle class. I think a lot of people could have come to the conclusion that Paris Johnson's in his own tier compared to Broderick Jones and Darnell Wright.
He was by far my first one. So
it only cost Arizona pick number 34 to make this jump. So they've netted.
Wait, don't they still have 33, right?
Yes. So they netted 33.
Oh my goodness!
First round next year.
So they got the player.
And the third round pick.
They probably got the player that they wanted, unless they wanted Witherspoon. But I don't know.
Probably, there's a pretty good chance that they got.
I think they liked Witherspoon, but there's a pretty good chance they got the player that they were going to get at 3 and got a first round pick next year, a third round pick next year,
and 33 overall.
The other nerds are going to tell us they never should have traded up again. But when you look at the two trades in totality, Cardinals are winning this draft. Absolutely winning this draft. No matter who they pick, They're winning this draft.
I'm going to wait to
Not
see
no
who they
matter
Hold
who
on.
they
Hold on.
Not no matter
We're process people here. We got to focus on the process and trust it.
If they take Jahmyr Gibbs at 6,
Okay, don't take Jahmyr.
You're going to be saying something else in 30
what
seconds.
If it's Bijan? What if it's
Well,
Bijan
What are the kicker rankings? What if they grab a kicker?
Hold
off
on,
the
wait.
top?
What was the first couple sentences you said about Bijan Robinson? Awesome football player.
he's awesome.
Great football
You
player.
know what? If somebody thought Levis was going to go to the Raiders, it would make sense. You know, I'm just trying to think of where this is going to end up, man.
Well,
this one is.
I think if the Cardinals were probably looking at it, and we don't know who they're going to pick yet, but I think trench needs are pretty big for the Raiders at 7. So maybe you're popping up for either Paris Johnson Jr., maybe Tyree Wilson, but I don't know at this
It's got to
point.
be Carter, doesn't it?
Someone's typing the answer right now.
Paris Johnson Jr. are the tweets.
Really?
Yep.
Is it really?
That's what the tweets are saying.
Come on.
He was
what
the
do we
best
got?
tackle.
Let's get
That was-
official. Let's get official, baby.
Mm-hmm.
So if the Cardinals could not trade out of 3, and they were going to take him at 3,
Which was the reports before the
those
draft.
are the reports. Amazing work
It's
Yes.
great work.
to get your guy at 6 and pick
Yeah.
up extra first, extra third,
Yep.
and just flip seconds basically.
Right. They moved up one spot at the top of the second round and effectively netted an extra first
It's
next
like
year.
they're working off different charts. I'm telling
and
you.
a third rounder.
Look, I love Will Anderson. The Texans should be happy about the 2 players they got.
Yep.
The Cardinals fleeced them on that trade.
Yes.
Absolutely fleeced them on that trade.
And
and still got who they wanted.
yeah, and with the trade up, like the net of that is fantastic for them. Even considering you don't normally want to trade up for a non-quarterback player, if you take those 2 moves and net them all out, like that's an incredible job by Arizona.
So Paris Johnson Jr. going to Arizona. Now they have
Boom, official.
4
Let's
left
go,
tackles
baby.
on their offensive line. All they have is left tackles.
Hey,
All they have is tackles.
Best 5 available.
Basically. DJ Humphries is still there at left tackle. Josh Jones, who played guard, moved to tackle last year. He's only been good at tackle. Kelvin Beachum comes back. He's a right tackle. Paris Johnson comes in. He's a tackle. A lot of tackles here for the Cardinals. Paris Johnson did play guard prior to this year, so maybe he starts off there. They have Beachum on 1 year, but starting from scratch, it seems, in Arizona with this rebuild.
Man, that is. I think Paris Johnson Jr. is fantastic. Right. I think that Peter Skoronski is the best offensive tackle overall in this class, but if you don't see him as a tackle, if you really want to improve tackle, which apparently Kyler Murray was a big fan of Paris Johnson Jr. as well, then just beautiful drafting for Monty Osenfort in his first draft with Arizona. Love to see it. You'll love to see it.
He's a very good player. Chris, you loved Paris Johnson. 36-inch arms, right?
Yeah.
He had only the 1 year at tackle. Solid pass protector, one of the better run blockers we've seen. Projectable run blockers coming out. I do think if you take Skoronski out of the mix, if you call Peter Skoronski a guard because of his wee little arms, Paris Johnson, I do think. What?
Didn't have to go that far.
He's got T-Rex.
Yeah.
How offensive can we get with arm length? Can we get pretty offensive?
I think
you know these rules.
What did you say? Well,
don't know any rules.
your arm length was what? Tied
Mine
with
is the same as Aiden Hutchinson.
If we take Skoronski out, though,
Mine's
Paris
might take you
Johnson,
at 12.
I
Maybe.
do think is a tier above, step above Broderick Jones and Darnell Wright and some of the other tackles expected to go in the first. So that's why Arizona's making this move.
It's fantastic. Honestly, it is. We've seen now 2 teams just put everything on the line to try and get back into contention. Houston, first of all, doing it. Now Arizona going up and back. And Paris Johnson is a cornerstone player. No matter how you want to slice that, he is the guy that is going to be there. He's going to be there for a decade. You're going to be able to protect your quarterback who's coming off an injury. And it's a fantastic move. It's masterful so far for the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah, that is.
They have
Truly
sharp
incredible.
people in their front office in Arizona. We work with every team here at PFF. They're all smart, all 32. They're all great. I know some of the sharp people in Arizona. I feel like they're having some influence here, working the board, and I think the Cardinals are early winners in this draft because they're sitting there with pick 3, still got a player at 6, and picked up all that extra value.
Yep, no Will Levis yet.
Raiders
Don't
on the
have
clock.
that.
Raiders on the clock. What are we thinking? Where could they be going here?
Well, I mean, the
Anything.
first question is, do the Raiders like Will Levis? And then at that point, now you're into
I'm asking you.
offensive line.
I'm asking you.
I can be convinced that people like or hate Will Levis. Like there's a lot to like, not necessarily in 2022, but you go back to a year ago when he's in a real NFL scheme, with Liam Cohen there as his offensive coordinator, who was offensive coordinator for the Rams, running a real NFL system with a lot of play action concepts. He looked good that year and executed that really well. That's the year that would sell you on what Will Levis can be at the next level. Now, the concern is it fell apart the year after that. And for a guy who's selling sales pitches, incredible arm, like one of the best arms we've got in the last few years, there's a real absence of big-time throws on his tape throughout his entire college career. Not just last year where he had 7, but even that year in 2021, we're not talking about a guy that makes a ton of downfield throws and a ton of big plays and really like elevates everything around him with those big plays. It's more the routine stuff that he was good at.
It was unbelievable as I watched the tape. Of course, we can watch the best plays, the worst plays with PFF. But it wasn't until I got to the mundane plays, the positive, mundane sort of quick throws that you saw what he did best, which is stand there in like a video game. He's going pew, 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 pew. When he just got his feet set, caught the ball, got it out of his hands, that's NFL style play. So there is something to be said for what he's doing. It'll be interesting to see whether or not the Raiders consider that to be the answer, because what
do you guys not believe in Jimmy G? He went to a Super Bowl.
That's true.
I think you're playing Jimmy G even if you draft Will.
Drafting Will.
I do.
You're playing
so
him,
I don't think you're taking him.
You're playing him for the 10 games until he hurts himself, and then inevitably you've got to put in whoever your backup is. Like,
It could be.
but Levis had 26 big-time throws in his entire college career. C.J. Stroud had 29 last year. I mean, for a guy who the first thing you're going to hear about Levis is his arm, why did that not produce more big plays down the field? Like, that's the question anybody who's pushing him.
I can tell you why. I'm not so sure anybody in the country had a worse supporting cast than Will Levis this past year.
Very fair.
Offensive line was horrendous.
Yep.
Some of those guys didn't even know what they were doing half the time. Receivers were letting him down left and right week in and week out. A lot of dropped passes on that team. I didn't even think the play calling was very good either. New head coach, because Liam Cohen went back from the Rams back to the Rams.
Yep.
And Liam Cohen was a big reason why Will Levis was able to have that fantastic first year as a starter. So a lot of what they didn't even have a run game this year to lean on. It was basically a one-man show for Will Levis out there. So it's hard to imagine that he would have improved this year. Whatever you think of him, go watch the 2021 tape at least before you judge Will Levis. So that's my takes on it.
We talk a lot about future-proof your roster, find the next quarterback. Jimmy G could be on like a 1.5-year contract, basically the way it's structured. But they're not going to go quarterback, right? It's the Raiders. They want to win. Last year they just got in there. They could have gutted the roster and gotten rid of Derek Carr right when they got there. They didn't do it. Traded for Devontae Adams and said we're going to try to win now in a division where we're clearly the third or fourth best team. So I think they're going to try to compete with Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs and probably grab a corner. They've needed defensive playmakers for the last 6 or 7 years, if not more, the Raiders. So I think they're going to go Christian Gonzalez from Oregon, who are the best defensive players on the board. Jalen Carter, bringing him to Vegas and all that stuff. I don't know if that's going to work out, but I think they're going to go corner and say we're trying to compete in the AFC West.
Most people will say that those two corners are clear of the field, and so now that you do have, one of them off the board already in Witherspoon.
Picks in.
Corner?
No.
Nope.
It's not. It's Tyree Wilson.
Oh, really?
Tyree Wilson, number 7 overall to the Las Vegas Raiders.
Wow.
Do you think he was going to slide longer than this? It kind of seemed like you did. It kind of seemed like the way that you were talking about his foot and what you were hearing about him, you felt like he could go out of the top 10.
I only talked to a handful of people about him, but they all said the same thing, that they would not draft him because they were concerned that was too high. They would draft him, but they thought the top 10 was too high with the foot concern. So we'll see. We'll see whether or not he's able to play or not. Because he can play. I love watching his tape. I know you guys love Will Anderson, and Will Anderson's a heck of a player, blah, 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 all that kind of stuff. But Tyree Wilson...
you can't say blah, blah, blah in this class. When you get a good guy, you got to emphasize him in this class.
But Tyree Wilson, as far as the potential of what he could be, every once in a while, he goes crazy. He just had a fatal flaw. His fatal flaw was he didn't get off the ball. I mean, think of anybody trying to win the 100 meters and being a step behind coming out of the blocks every single time.
Right.
So Usain Bolt maybe, and this guy's not Usain Bolt, but he is long, he is lanky, he's strong, he's fast, he can turn the edge. He's a tremendous player, and I think the fatal flaw is pretty easily fixed. I really do. I really like him as a player.
Dave Ziegler, general manager for Las Vegas Raiders, comes from a New England kind of front office style of picking, and I don't know. Big, uniquely built player does feel like sort of a Patriots-y kind of a pick. So I can definitely see that connection there. Sam, what do you think about Tyree Wilson?
I think Tyree Wilson is a really intriguing prospect. He's huge. He's got that mammoth wingspan. The plays where he puts it together and gets it right look fantastic. The problem with a lot of those guys at the sort of potential edge rushers is it's not the can-do, it's how often does it happen and what happens in the plays where it doesn't happen. And that, I think, is where Tyree Wilson really falls down. And for a guy who's sort of the sales pitch is all about potential and athleticism. We don't know what the athleticism is because he never got to work out.
I think Tyree Wilson's one of the riskiest picks in the draft, no matter where you took him. Top 15, I think it's one of the riskiest guys. I get it. I get the film. I get the 99th percentile arm length and all that stuff. His breakout season last year came at age 22. He'll be 23 on opening day. So he broke out in the Big 12 as an older prospect. He's a year and a half older than Will Anderson, who was far more productive in a more difficult conference in the SEC. But with Wilson, I get it, right? He's going to go to a defensive line which currently has Max Crosby, Chandler Jones. Chandler Jones was similar coming out of Syracuse. His production got better at the NFL level. So I think that's what Ziegler, McDaniels, the Raiders staff, that's what they're banking on, is developing Tyree Wilson the same way they developed Chandler Jones in New England, and add him as this really just different body type that you have to attack. That's where I like Tyree Wilson. Charles Omenihu was my comp for him, which is like crazy. He's a third-round pick who's a rotational player, but that's what he is.
It's kind of what we thought, right? I would think I was the lowest on a lot of people with Tyree Wilson. I am 33 overall on my big board because of,
I didn't know you were low on him too.
Yeah,
I thought it was just me.
I had him 33. I was one of the lowest on people that I was kind of polling around, and like I think he's a good football player, but I think what Chris was talking about. Lack of consistency getting off the ball, doesn't exactly know what he's doing with his hands. He kind of wins right now just being big and difficult to block once he gets into a gap with offensive tackles and is able to attack an outside shoulder. I don't really know if he has a pass rush plan that we would want to see from him. He plays violent sometimes, but not all the time. I'm wary of him. The pass rush grade, I think he was 185th in the country in pass rush.
Let me give you some numbers. Let me give you some numbers on that, okay?
Yeah.
There's 5 elite edge defenders that have come out since we started doing this in PFF 2014. Myles Garrett, the 2 Boses, TJ Watt, Montez Sweat, there's a couple more, Max Crosby. All of those guys, 85 plus pass rush grade in their career. The 2 players who are outliers in the top 10 over the last couple of years, Tyree Wilson, 75 grade, and Trayvon Walker, the number 1 overall pick last year, 65 grade. Using our data, production numbers, combining it with some workout numbers, it's not difficult to project edge defenders at the next level. So if Tyree Wilson hits, he's an outlier compared to what we know from a data standpoint in projecting these players at the next level.
All right, we got the the Atlanta Falcons on the clock. But before we get to the analysis of who the Falcons could be picking, got to tell the people that this stream is brought to you by our friends over at Underdog Fantasy. The NFL Draft is here, which means that Best Ball Mania is right around the corner. This is the largest fantasy football tournament of all time. It's only $25 to enter for your shot to win $15 million in total prizes, with a first place prize, $3 million cold ones. You don't want to miss out on the action. Best part is, because it's the best ball format, all you got to do is draft your team, which you can do at home or on your phone thanks to Underdog's amazing UI. And in Best Ball Mania, you join the tournament, you draft your team just like you would any other fantasy football league, and your lineup is locked once you complete the draft. No waivers, no trades. That's right. It is set it and forget it. You know you absolutely love that. So you can collect your cash when your team wins. Underdog will optimize the lineup for you. So what are you waiting for? Go over to UnderdogFantasy.com right now, or you can download Underdog's app, use the promo code PFF, and they will double whatever your deposit is up to your first $100. So check it out, Underdog Fantasy. Use the promo code PFF. Take your shot at winning that $15 million that they got up for grab with Best Ball Mania 4. What do we think the Falcons are doing?
Well, how high do you take a running back in today's NFL?
Oh, did they do it?
It turns out you take him number 8 overall.
They did it!
Robinson.
I knew that one.
They did it, baby! Look, for the longest time when we've been doing this, I've tried to think about what Terry Fontenot is going to do as the general manager. And the more I came back to it, yeah, they need an edge rusher. Yeah, they could go with a corner. But this team spent a lot of money in free agency on the defensive side of the football. They signed Jesse Bates. They traded for Jeff Okudah. A couple of different guys in there as well. David Onyemata, Calais Campbell. But they haven't really upgraded the offense. And you know that they were looking to do that. So I figured that they were going to try to make a splash there. 2 years ago, what'd they do, Steve? They took a tight end at number 4 overall. Last year, what'd they do? They took a wide receiver in a deep wide receiver class at number 8 overall. This team's not afraid to go get players that they just think are plain good. And that one this year is Bijan Robinson.
It's got to have something to do with Ritter, though, too, don't you think? I mean, you've got a couple of different things going. You've got Arthur Smith, who came over from Tennessee. They want to run the football. They want to do it just like they did in Tennessee. Almost as a way of taking some pressure off a young quarterback, maybe is what they're thinking with this one. But he is that good a player. And the other factor with him is his ability to split out. I mean, there are plays that he made this year, split out, running routes. You would have thought, if you didn't know that was a running back out there, you just thought it was a slot receiver. He had a post pattern. He made a big over his head catch and came down with it. So this is a talented young man. They're in a conference or in a division that they have a chance to win now. Right now, they could win that division, as could anybody in that division. He's a special player. The word I got from some of the GMs and coaches was he's not Saquon, but he's a special player with some receiving ability. Very patient. I think you'll see a little bit of Le'Veon Bell in his running style. He's very patient getting in there. But he can go from the A-gap to the outside in a heartbeat and make big plays, and he can finish them. He's fast.
Steve Sarkisian, the head coach of Texas, said he had the best hands on the Texas football team. Like he said, my wide receivers, who are still there, by the way, he was like, they're going to hate me, but Bijan had the best hands on the team. Like that's how good they think he can be as a receiver. I think he's better than Saquon Barkley. He's less flashy, but the way he wins it's deceiving because it doesn't look like Saquon looks, where it's bouncy, explosive, it's like flashy. Bijan makes everything look so smooth. And I think it suckers some people sometimes where they go, he's kind of overrated. The hype's getting a bit out of control. That guy broke over 100 tackles last year, and half of them didn't look like he was doing anything. It's just an easy cut here, an easy move there, a spin. He reminded me of LaDainian Tomlinson. He reminded Mike Renner of Edgerrin James. Like the only people that come to mind are like Hall of Famers.
The part that I would push back on with the saying that he is not Saquon Barkley is I think that people would say he's not Saquon Barkley just from the overall athleticism and probably the long speed is what a lot of people are referencing if they say he's not Saquon. How often in the NFL do you have the ability to even show that kind of speed? It's much more common that you get the fancy footwork, the fantastic vision, the cut on a dime ability, right? Like the contact balance. Those things show up more on a play-by-play and a carry-by-carry basis than someone who might have a little bit better long speed. Right. So I think that Bijan is a fantastic player. What do you think about this?
He's better than Saquon Barkley. He's a better player than Saquon Barkley all around. Not as explosive, but he's a better runner. He's a better all-around player. But if you want to use Saquon as comparison, I think it's a good one. He went number 2 overall. What have the Giants gotten from Saquon Barkley, number 2 overall? He's been a top 4 most valuable running back in the league twice in 5 years. Last year was one of them, in his 5th year when he was making a ton of money. So that's the risk. We can all see with our eyes, we're all very good with our eyes at telling you who the best running backs are, but it doesn't match what they bring on field from a production standpoint. Right now, Jeffrey Okudah is scheduled to be a starting cornerback for the Falcons. If they add an average corner, or Christian Gonzalez, Deontay Banks, any other corner, those guys provide more immediate and long-term value than Bijan Robinson. That's just the fact. That's just the fact of drafting a running back that high when it comes to dollars and cents, when it comes to on-field production. The intriguing part is Bijan Robinson on the same field as Kyle Pitts, as Drake London. The Falcons do have unique athletes in length and size and all of that stuff. That part's intriguing, but as much as we love Bijan, he's awesome. It's a risky pick.
Atlanta and Tennessee are the 2 teams that every time they do something, I go, well, they're just going to run the football more, right? And that's so it's going to be interesting now. The Chicago Bears coming up here as well.
It's not the Chicago Bears.
Uh-oh.
Philly just traded with them at number 10, so it's just a pick swap from 9 to 10. Eagles give a 4th-round pick to the Chicago Bears. one Jalen Carter is still on the board.
It's got to be the pick.
I don't know if it's going to be the pick. I don't have that in, but
Yep, it's the pick.
It's got to be the pick.
Look at the Eagles.
Send that guy his free PFF Plus
We
subscription.
lost a bet, didn't we?
we failed.
nailed it.
We lost a bet.
The rest of the NFL failed. They let this happen. They let one team in the NFL draft Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter in years back-to-back.
But this is why last year at this time we said this should have been the Saints. This was the Saints pick. This is why last year at this time we said the Eagles are winning the draft because they traded for all these extra picks with the Saints so that they could do this. This is why the Cardinals-Texans thing. Like, that's why I was so passionate about the Cardinals winning that draft. A year from now, we're going to say the Cardinals got this pick that they just traded for. So the Eagles front office was so good last year, got them to the Super Bowl, making all the right moves. This is still the fallout from the moves they made last year. The fact that they get the best football player in the draft in Jalen Carter, figure out what happens off the field and all that stuff, but you add him to that Philly defensive line, he immediately replaces Javon Hargrave, could probably put up a 90 pass rush grade in year one the same way Hargrave did. Carter's awesome, and he goes to an already awesome defensive line in Philly.
I think the Philadelphia Eagles, you want to make somebody a Super Bowl favorite going in because this is a team. Fletcher Cox is getting older. They lost Hargrave, but they got both cornerbacks back. This is a football team that is going to draft defensive linemen and offensive linemen, and they're going to win championships. I said it in the opening on camera when they were in the Super Bowl in 2017. I go, this team had the best offensive line, the best defensive line in football, and they just keep firing back the same way, and they just got a guy that is perfect for here because he doesn't play a lot of snaps. He's a guy that, at least at Georgia, and I know they don't play that much, but he is somebody that if you can keep his snaps under 40, those 40 snaps are going to be destructive. I mean, he can literally pick you up and throw you into the quarterback, and then the next snap do a triple move to get around you and arm over you with quickness. He can play on the edge. He's a fantastic football player. And in Philadelphia, they will welcome him in there. He's going to fit. It is such a perfect pick for Philadelphia. I thought they might trade up way earlier than this.
To go get him?
To go get him. I really did.
They gave up a fourth. And the Bears, I'm assuming the Bears weren't going to take Carter, so they said, sure.
Clearly.
Give us the fourth.
Clearly. They knew
for
what,
nothing.
They knew
Yeah.
what Philly was trading up for.
Yeah.
Now, Carter must have not been on the Bears board, right? Because there's no in between. If Jalen Carter, if you don't have him disqualified for whatever interviews or off the field stuff, if you don't have him disqualified on your board, he's a top 3 player at the very least, probably number 1 on every single team's big board. So if he's on your big board at number 1 at all, he's your top guy. He must have not been on their big board because you also don't even entertain this call with Philly. You know why they're calling you. You know what they're trying to do. So they were just thinking in their head, okay, we're not going to take Jalen. We just moved down one spot. We get a
We pick
fourth-round
up a
pick.
fourth-round pick for literally nothing. We were going to make the
So
same
now,
pick anyway.
okay, Tyree Wilson's off the board. Paris Johnson Jr.'s off the board. Jalen Carter's off the board. Skoronski, Broderick Jones, Darnell Wright. What are we thinking here with the Chicago Bears?
I've always liked them with Skoronski, but I think they might want to fill right tackle more. So that could be Darnell Wright, Broderick Jones.
You have to
more
believe
of a pure tackle.
Yeah, you have to believe in Skoronski as a tackle to take him here.
I don't. I don't think he's going to end up being there. I tell you, the name that just kept coming up time after time was Darnell Wright. He's just a powerful guy, and when he moved from left tackle to right tackle, had his best year last year.
Yep.
And every once in a while you put him on, and I swear there were people that played against him in the SEC where every once in a while I go, that guy just refused to engage again. The person playing against him, like, almost like, no, I'm not taking that whooping again. But he will put people on their backs, and he can get a little forward sometimes in pass protection. But for the most part, he can play right tackle. I don't think he gave up a sack last year moving to right tackle, if I've got that right. So this is somebody that's moved way up, and I tend to think that he's going to be the guy because the fact that Dwan Jones, the other Ohio State guy, had some weight issues during the offseason, went from 375, they think somewhere close to 400. And so even though I liked him second best watching the film, I don't think he'll be the next pick.
Yeah, any of the defensive linemen I think would be interesting options. Nolan Smith, Kalijah Cansey, if you think he's this good.
Oh, Nolan Smith, yeah.
I do, but a lot of people don't. Christian Gonzalez, if they want to go defensive back. Like,
defensive back was a position that was not talked about a lot for the Chicago Bears.
It's true. It wasn't.
They absolutely could go outside corner. Yeah.
They could. I think what happened was in free agency, and we were talking about it, they seemed to fill most of their needs except defensive line. There was a lot of defensive linemen, other than DeMarcus Walker, a lot of defensive linemen signing around the league, and the Bears didn't go that route. So we said, okay, deep defensive line class, at least at edge, they'll get somebody in the draft. But I don't know if the value matches up properly here. Maybe the second round it would, but late second.
Yeah, I think you
Picks
go
it.
corner, offensive line.
We got the pick in?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Chris called it.
You called it.
Darnell
Wright.
There you go.
There you go. I have Darnell Wright, offensive tackle 2 in this class. Now, I project Peter Skoronski to play as a guard, so I didn't have him matched up. But I had Darnell Wright as OT2 behind Paris Johnson Jr., and that is the way that they go here. Sam, was that the right order? What do you think about Darnell Wright?
Darnell Wright, I think, is a little bit scary. The stuff
lot
Chris
of
talked
ways.
about, yeah, exactly. The stuff Chris
Good and
talked
bad.
about is dead on. Like his punch, his contact moves people. When he connects, it's bad. He can absolutely shift whoever is in front of him. But the losses are ugly. And Steve, you talked about him before in terms of run blocking.
I have numbers.
It's basically as bad as we've seen.
Look, when we're projecting prospects, I look at things that remain stable from year to year. Like, what can you project going forward?
Mm-hmm.
He is, just using Darnell Wright's last 2 seasons, 182nd out of 188 in negatively graded blocks. We grade every player on every play. He's 182nd out of 188 prospects who have gone onto the NFL in negatively graded plays. Those plays project best at the next level. Those remain most consistent at the next level. Darnell Wright is a monster, 330 pounds. I think he's one of the worst run blockers in the first round that we've seen. Worst run blocking profile for that projects to the NFL that we've seen. However, the Bears, the way they run their offense with Fields, the way they turned Braxton Jones into a good run blocker last year, if there's a good fit, it's at least Chicago, because they're going to make it easier to run block because of Justin Fields and his run threat. But I have concerns about Wright, who's I think awesome in pass protection, really developed in that Tennessee offense the last couple of years. But the run blocking profile, I'm absolutely concerned with because it's just not consistent with
Could he
good
be a
tackles
guard?
historically. I don't think they see that. I mean, he's long.
I agree.
Maybe,
but he's so big and so strong and so physical. Maybe if they're thinking if he's not in space, that ends up. I don't think so. I think a guy that goes all the way through the season, doesn't give up a sack at right tackle in his first year at right tackle, you go, all right, we feel good. And I agree with the pick. Justin Fields, you're already saying we don't want you to run quite as much as what you've been running. And so if you do that, you take an offensive lineman, take a little pressure off of him, allow somebody to develop along with him. And he's one of those get off the bus guys for sure. When you look at him, you don't want to go fight that all day.
Yeah, his reps at the Senior Bowl, we were just playing some of them. I mean, he was dominant. Will McDonald got the better of him a couple of times, just getting him with speed on the outside. But anybody who tried to go into Darnell Wright's chest
Stayed.
was not having a good time.
That's the game you keep hearing about. Darnell Wright did shut down Will Anderson. It was about 10 reps, one-on-one. Will Anderson, we just know the Texans gave up half of their future picks for Will Anderson.
Well, when you put it that
Wright shut him
way,
down for 10 plays. That was absolutely real. But there's a history of maybe overrating those one-on-one games. And again, I think Darnell Wright, pass blocking profile, strong. Run blocking profile, not as strong, but maybe the Bears scheme can mitigate that.
Can we talk about this next pick for a second? Because now it gets really interesting.
Yeah.
Is Levis now the guy
He's gotta be,
at
right?
Tennessee? I would think.
Who else they take?
But you could watch his tape and love him, or you could watch his tape and go, no way.
Yeah.
I'm not taking him. I'm just, and we've got to at least throw it out there. The hometown Tennessee quarterback is up for grabs. I'm just saying.
If Hendon Hooker went above Will Levis, what a wild ride that would be.
Particularly this high.
We were talking about this on our podcast last night, and Connor Rogers and I agreed on this. We think that Will Levis has been used as a pawn over the last 10 days. And the reason why we thought that is because, okay, Will Levis, all of a sudden, his odds to go number 2 overall went up. Then his odds to go number 4 went up. Then his odds to go number 1 went up. Okay, if it was one of those spots, I would have believed it because somebody would have been hearing something about a team that really liked Will Levis. What, all of a sudden, every team in the league now is just like big on Will Levis? No. It doesn't work like that. Not 10 days from the draft. It's much more likely that it's going to be a smokescreen. So here we are. We are outside of the top 10. The 3 quarterbacks went in the first 4 picks, and Levis is sliding when he was the one whose odds were going all over the place. It is clear the NFL used him as a pawn.
Can we say that one of the bigger rivalries in college football that probably nobody knows about is Tennessee against Kentucky?
Oh,
so now you're going to take, instead of taking the Tennessee quarterback, you're going to take the Kentucky quarterback.
Wow.
This is going to be fun.
I mean, there's been a lot of smoke around the Titans looking at quarterback. Why do they have to go quarterback? Ryan Tannehill's still good enough to win the AFC South. They had to get rid of so many other good players. Why do they need the 4th or 5th quarterback off the board right now when they have all these other holes? They had to cut Bud Dupree. They had to cut Robert Woods. They had to cut all these players. Go get the best players. They don't need to force a quarterback right now.
And, we've got a tackle run starting right now. That's an offensive, that might be the worst offensive line in the NFL. They desperately need upgrades along the offensive line. You're right. Like, the quarterback has been the assumption that this team is about to rebuild, whether or not they're doing it right now or whether they're looking for the future. Therefore, they're going to need Ryan Tannehill's successor. But it absolutely doesn't need to happen right now.
They probably liked Stroud, and that's where that was coming from. Stroud. Now they probably liked 2 of them, like a lot of teams probably did, and and then they're out. Then they're on to the next players. But we'll see. But Tennessee's had a lot of turnover this offseason.
We'll get to Tennessee, and we'll evaluate who they pick. The pick isn't in. I haven't seen anything yet.
I mean, just Skoronski would make perfect sense here.
For Tennessee,
yeah.
If they think he's a tackle.
No, if they think he's a guard, he makes. But Dylan Raduns is one of their starting guards right now.
I think they only have one offensive lineman that returned off that offensive line.
Are you cool with taking a guard at 11?
They bring in Andre Dillard at tackle. Nicholas Petit-Frere played last year as a rookie at right tackle. They bring in Daniel Brunskill. Familiar face for the 49ers personnel there. Brunskill could play right guard. Center's a question for them, Ben Jones being gone, but they've had a lot of turnover in Tennessee.
If you guys out there are excited about the new players that you got on your team, you're going to get tickets at some point this upcoming season, download the Game Time app. This is the best place to get your sporting event tickets and tickets for everything else. Music, comedy, theater, whatever it is, you're going to be able to find the best deals on the Game Time app because they are the guaranteed lowest prices out there. They also have some really cool features. If you download the app, you can see your seats, an image of exactly what you're going to be looking at when you're sitting down in your seats. Nobody likes to stress about tickets, and you don't have to when you got the Game Time app. They'll send you deals. They'll send you alerts if you sign up for different teams in different locations within your city for some great tickets and some last-second deals because you also don't have to do the planning with them either. All the last-second stuff, again, you're guaranteed to get the lowest prices. So download the Game Time app. They're a presenting sponsor of this stream here. Use the promo code PFF when you create an account, and you will get $20 off your first purchase, whatever it is. So go download the Game Time app and use that promo code PFF. Make sure you get some money off whatever your first purchase is. Let's recap the top 10 selections so far from the 2023 NFL Draft. Bryce Young going number 1 overall. Nobody was surprised about that one, but C.J. Stroud, pretty surprising that he ended up going number 2 after everything that we've heard. Very surprising, Texans ended up picking back-to-back Will Anderson at number 3. Anthony Richardson ends up being the Colts quarterback at number 4, not Will Levis. Seahawks go Devon Witherspoon. Cardinals, Paris Johnson Jr., thanks to some beautiful maneuvering, going from 3 to 12, then back up to 6. Tyree Wilson ended up going to the Raiders at 7. Bijan Robinson to the Falcons at 8. Jalen Carter to the Eagles. How did they let that happen? And then Darnell Wright to the Bears at number 10. We also have a graphic of our best available, which I don't know if we can get up in this second, but I was told that we have it at some point. You guys can see that in a bit. There we go. We got our PFF Big Award, our best available. The only top 10 players left: Dalton Kincaid, the tight end from Utah; Jackson Smith-Njigba, the wide receiver from Ohio State; and Will Levis, the quarterback from Kentucky. We've got some other players there outside of the top 10 that you guys can see, but feels like the conversation is all around quarterback or offensive line, and I can tell you which way the Titans went.
Yeah.
And it's not quarterback. It's Peter Skoronski.
There you go.
It is Peter. Do you have a little inside information
I would
there?
like to make it
Do you have
clear,
a little inside information there?
As much as I have the thing in my ear, I was not getting Mike Mayock level tips that was where the pick was going.
You're saying you're just that good.
I just knew. I've looked at their offensive line depth chart.
I see you. I think it could be the guard here.
And the fact that Peter Skoronski is available.
I think it might be.
And I said, that makes too much sense.
Chris, what do you think about Peter Skoronski here? A lot of people evaluate him as the best offensive lineman just purely in the draft, but what do you think?
The word you hear the most in the NFL is versatility, and he can play tackle, he can play guard. I personally, when I was watching him, thought he fit more of a guard profile. He has the feet to stay in front of people. He has the feet to get to the second level from the guard position, go pick off those linebackers. Very short arms that came up in every conversation I had when we were talking about him.
Right.
But for Tennessee, it makes sense because if it doesn't work out at tackle, they just move him back inside and he plays guard. It's a lot of money. I don't feel very comfortable the way Steve talks about running backs. You don't, because then you got to pay him a second contract if they end up being a great player, and you don't want to pay a huge amount of money to guards or running backs, and we go right down the list, inside linebackers. But is he a good player? He's a really good player. If he can play tackle. That it's justified if they have him as a tackle and he plays well. The whole way I was watching him, I was watching a guard, I thought.
It is interesting because I think, like we said, Nicholas Petit-Frere was a below-average right tackle last year. I don't care how big Skoronski's arms are, I'm at least trying him. And I know teams don't do this all the time, but at least give him a shot to flip to right tackle and earn that job. Because the value is so much greater. You're going to get, if you can have him play average, the debate is, can I get an average serviceable right tackle versus an elite guard? And historically, the NFL hasn't done that. They take a guy like Zach Martin, who's a Notre Dame tackle, move him to guard, he's elite. We see guys like Connor Williams, pretty good Texas tackle, becomes a good guard for the Cowboys. We saw Marshall Yanda back in the day. He could have been a great guard who just didn't have tackle size.
Started off a tackle. So Yanda, I think, is the interesting one. Yanda's another one of those guys who has below 33-inch arms. Now, they're slightly longer than Skoronski's, so are Zach Martin's, but they're both in the same kind of ballpark. Yanda started off at right tackle for the Ravens, played really well. The next year, they moved him into guard. He played a couple of years there, went back to right tackle for a season, but he was just as good at right tackle as he was at right guard, where he became one of the best guards of his generation. I think Steve's right. That should be the game plan with Skoronski. Let's start him off at right tackle. If he's good, cool, we keep him here. If he's not, we move him into guard, where, by the way, we still have a glaring weakness, and we just go to plan B. Either way, he's upgrading your offensive line.
Let me get really nerdy with the numbers for a minute here. Our friend Jason Fitzgerald from Over the Cap put out this great chart last year. It was basically, if you take a pick at 11, like the Titans, and you pick a guard versus a right tackle, the guard is going to get paid. They're going to get paid $5 million a year, basically. That's the 60th percentile of the average guard salary as a starter, but it's the 43rd percentile for starting right tackle. In other words, you're getting better value if you picked a right tackle.
Of course.
So if you did give Skoronski the shot to play right tackle, which is already a weakness on your team, you might be able to get really good value there for a guy that maybe has everything else you need besides the arm length to succeed at that position. So he's a very good player. I think Skoronski is a good guard, good tackle either way. But there's a case to bring him into camp, let him play right tackle, and just see what happens.
You think this was the right pick?
Yeah. And by the way, despite those, short, stumpy arms, the guy gave up 6 pressures last year. Total. In his entire season.
Where did we say we could go with the arm? The T-Rex? How offensive can we be on arm length?
Well, I think it's different for you than it is for us, You've got more
What
arm length to work from.
What are you throwing me in there for?
I'm going to go out on a limb and say you've got shorter arms than Steve.
I got longer arms.
You think?
No, but nobody's going to test it here on the stream, so I'm going to say yes.
Oh, we could test it.
No,
we're not hardwired in here.
I'm
hardwired in. I can't leave.
Up right now and see if your arms are as long as
I can't do it.
his.
No, I can't. I mean, I got the ad reads over here. I can't be doing that.
People are complimenting you for the ad reads too. You're doing a great job.
Wow, thank you. I'm sweating, but
I like
game times are very proud of
There's 2-minute commercials that are tough. It's like Gone with the Wind over there.
Trying out here. So Levis is still on the board. Do we think? I'm just going to take a little bit of a trip down the order here. Detroit at 12, Packers at 13.
Oh, man.
What?
Is this pick real?
What? Did it happen?
Lions at 12. I see it on the tracker. Is that real?
No, I don't see anything that happened. We don't have anything in our chat.
I see on the PFF tracker a pick is in, but not in our special secret chat.
Oh, it is
there
real.
It is.
It's real.
What's
I was about to compliment the Lions.
No way.
What?
How high do you draft a running back? How high do you draft running back 2?
Jameer Gibbs. 12 to the Lions.
There you go.
What?
Wasn't expecting.
Our camera guy is losing his stuff in the background there. He's going nuts. Holy cow.
Wow.
I had Jameer Gibbs. My last mock draft, I had Jameer Gibbs going 21 to the Chargers. And I was like, oh, man. That's a little early.
I'll tell you what, he can fly. That is, if you're going to be an outside zone kind of team, he is a home run threat from the running back position. If San Francisco had taken him, if Miami had taken him, I'd have gone, okay, I totally understand it, because you let that offense get to the edge, you've got real problems. I'm surprised this high with 2 running backs.
So,
for sure.
so do they not believe in Swift? They can't believe in Swift, right?
He isn't in every down guy.
What's the logic? Tell me what the logic is to make a 3 running back rotation at 12.
Because Swift is in the last year of his contract.
If you're not moving on from Swift next year.
You will.
Yeah, you will,
Yeah.
because
Okay.
you're never going to pay him.
But that's different. Yeah.
That's the smart thing to do, yes, is to not pay the running back the second contract. The Lions are at least doing that. The risky thing to do is to then draft a running back at 12 and have him be your replacement, because he's already going to get paid pretty healthily.
Yeah, and look, as he's without
Who's going to have more guarantees in his contract? Jameer Gibbs because he got drafted at 12, or whatever DeAndre Swift gets next year in a second-year contract? Probably Jameer Gibbs, right?
It's probably close. It's
probably gonna be
gonna
Gibbs.
close when Swift hits the open market, yeah.
So they're basically just trading Gibbs for whatever they would sign DeAndre Swift for.
Yeah, sure. I mean, and getting younger,
Yeah.
And for running backs, that's more important than it is for other positions, because those guys may only last, a contract or a contract and a half
That's
before
fair.
they are starting to decline. Look, this is a fascinating pick, because Gibbs is the home run hitter. That guy has 47.5% of his entire college rushing production is on breakaway runs, right? So half, essentially, of his college production is breaking a big play, an explosive play, which are the most valuable plays in the NFL. It's huge. And that speed, there are not many guys in this draft that look like him, that can do some of the things he can do. Having said that, he's not Bijan special. Like, this is not a profile that we don't see that is completely different, that breaks all the rules.
Second year in a row, explosive Alabama playmaker at 12 for the Lions. Last year they traded up to 12 to get Jameson Williams. This year it's Jameer Gibbs.
Right.
I mean, on the field, look, we all love watching running backs play. I love watching Jameer Gibbs. He puts linebackers in a blender. It's unbelievable, some of the moves that he makes, the speed, acceleration, and all that stuff. And just like I'll say, hey, maybe if I don't love Darnell Wright's profile, he goes to the Bears who can mitigate it. I think the Lions could probably get the most out of Gibbs. They were so good at scheming it up last year, getting guys into space, and they're trying to create an offense that is difficult to cover, right? Go cover Amon-Ra St. Brown. If Jameson Williams does figure it out as the deep threat, good luck with that. Khalif Raymond as a deep threat, they do a good job at stretching horizontally, vertically, all levels of the field, and then you add Gibbs to the mix. They brought in David Montgomery this offseason to just be the trudge along running back. Jameer Gibbs adds an explosive playmaker to this offense. But of course, we're obligated to say it's extremely risky to take that at 12 when there's other positions of more value that are on the board at that time.
Can I say who this is the biggest pick for? Jared Goff. They're sitting there with viable quarterbacks at that position, and Jared Goff had a nice year last year. If you were going to begin the process of transitioning, he's got 2 years left on his contract. So if you were going to begin that process, you may well have gone Will Levis here at this point and said, all right, let's find out, right? We can develop Levis, and if Goff starts to squeeze us on a contract, then we just make the transition.
I think that Gibbs getting picked at 12 is interesting to me, because the Lions also pick 6 picks later at 18. Were they that afraid that either one of the teams in between them was going to pick Gibbs, or that one of the teams just outside of them was going to trade up for him? Because we've heard that Jameer Gibbs is, the quote this week has been, is going higher than you think he's going to go, whatever that ambiguous quote was going to mean. But them taking Gibbs at 12, to me, states that he was probably going to be top 20 regardless. Either somebody in that top 20 right now was going to take him, or somebody was going to trade up from within the 20s to go get this dude.
And by the way, we're in 2023, and 2 running backs are gone and no wide receivers.
Last year, 6 receivers went in the top 18, and A.J. Brown was traded for. Different class. It was a bunch of elite receivers last year. Different world, but they're still just as valuable as ever, right? It's still a pass-first league. Bijan and Gibbs can at least be playmakers in the pass game. That is the one thing as running backs. If you're going to take them, they can catch the ball, line up out wide, create mismatches, and all that.
How many receivers you think go? I only had 2 in my mock draft.
Three max, I think.
A few of the GMs were saying 4. They thought there was going to be 4.
Well, the rumors were that, take this for what it's worth. Jackson Smith-Njigba is the only guy that had a consistent first-round grade. Mm-hmm. But you also heard, there was only 15 players with first-round grades.
Yeah.
And that's probably why Gibbs goes, right? Teams are saying, Gibbs is up here on my board. I don't want to reach for corners and for edges and all these other positions.
I'd be surprised if less than 3 wide receivers go in the first round. But I think what we're seeing is we are lower on this group than last year or other years, which is they're not going at the top of the draft. They're going to go in the middle of the draft, in the middle of the first round, in the back half of the first round. But all of a sudden, Green Bay is now sitting there at 13 with their choice of the best pass catcher in the draft.
Yeah.
They can pick the best tight end.
Not necessarily a wide receiver.
Right, or wide receiver. But they have their choice of all of them now, having got that.
Don't you think Kincaid has to go here?
I would love that.
Me too. Out of Utah, he's the one Travis Kelce. He's not as big as Kelce, but when you watch him on tape, he understands the passing game. He knows how to maneuver once he catches the ball. He wiggles his way into the holes of the defense. He just is that Jordan Love security blanket here that would just be a perfect fit, which means they probably won't take him.
Yeah,
I was going to say, I also think Darnell Kincaid would have been a great pick.
But when you were doing your mock draft, what do we say in the office? But what they'll do instead is just grab another edge rusher.
They will grab another edge rusher.
Which just turns out is exactly what they've done.
I thought that it might be Miles Murphy from Clemson.
Yep.
It's not.
Van Ness.
It is Lucas Van Ness from Iowa, who has a similar non-polished pass rush profile to that of probably Rashawn Gary, right? They took Rashawn Gary a couple of years ago because he was just this big athletic edge player who they say, give me that ball of clay. We will work it out. And that feels like what Van Ness is, right? Former interior defensive lineman, moved over to the edge, wasn't a consistent starter for Iowa, but he showed you flashes of that explosiveness, that speed to power ability. I think that he is a ways away from being a big-time difference maker in the NFL from a pass rushing perspective, but I did think the same about Rashawn Gary. They got the most out of Rashawn Gary, and maybe if there's a spot that Van Ness could really thrive in, it's the one that already has the blueprint in Gary.
I'll just tell you what the first words I put down was Tasmanian Devil. This guy just plays his ass off all the time. T.J. Watt, kind of George Karlaftis, just one of those all-day headaches. And a lot of his best plays weren't necessarily like he just beat him. He's not like a quick, twitchy kind of guy, but he just never stops. He just keeps playing all the time, and eventually somebody scrambles or moves, and he ends up with a sack, and he ends up playing. I do think he could play the 3 technique too. I think he can drop down inside and be that third rusher. You have 2 edges, and he can drop down inside and be a little bit of a factor on the inside. So he's a hammer in the run game, and just watching him play, if you're trying to build a culture of people who just play hard all the time, that's Lucas Van Ness.
Whew, man. Packers are putting together quite the pass rush unit.
Yeah, and I think that's what he might actually be at the next level, is more of an interior player than an edge rusher.
Sure.
Truly. He feels like almost a throwback player to those old school 3-4 defensive ends, back when people were playing 2-gap systems and traditional 5 technique, head up over the tackle type players. He wins with power, he wins with hustle. He's got a very sort of weird athletic profile where the explosive numbers were bad, but everything else was good. He had a good 40, he had a good change of direction stuff. He's a really interesting prospect because at Iowa, they're one of those teams that you got to earn it, right? You got to go through the process. You've got to play all your years and get there by seniority. You don't just get there because you're a better player. than the guys in front of you on the depth chart. So he's actually got a pretty small sample size of play, but not because he wasn't good, because they're just not going to give it to you on a silver platter. You're going to have to wait till your turn.
Yeah.
The Edge board is actually matching what the consensus draft board has been pretty closely. So Will Anderson, number 2, went 2.
Yeah.
Tyree Wilson was number 8 on the consensus, goes number 7 to the Raiders. Lucas Van Ness was the 3rd edge on the consensus board, 15. He ends up going 13. So Nolan Smith and Miles Murphy should be up soon.
Nolan Smith is the one that I kept hearing top 20 from just about everybody.
His floor is so high.
But he's just not a big guy.
It's true.
You know, I mean, anything under 240 pounds, you're reducing yourself to sort of as a second and third down player, which is not a horrible thing. I mean, it can work, but he's not going to be that classic edge. But man, he can move. He is a fast.
No, there's no doubt about it. We've been building our big boards, I think, throughout the week. And if you guys are building your long-term future plans for your family, you got to do so with Fabric by Gerber Life. They provide an easy one-stop shop for you for all life insurance as well as other investment plans with a very easy digital online profile for you guys to use out there. Life insurance, it gets a bad rap, right? A lot of people think that it's incredibly difficult. You know, it's very complicated. You don't know exactly what you're going to do. Nobody's going to help you. That's not the case when it comes to Fabric. Fabric was made by parents for parents to give you affordable life insurance and a lot of other great investment solutions. The quiz just takes less than 10 minutes for you to find out what your quote is, and it can give you a personalized option so you can see exactly what your coverage is instantly. No health exam is even required for that. They are trusted by millions of families for over 50 years. They've got over 1,600 5-star reviews on Trustpilot.com, so you know you guys can trust them. They also have a 30-back money-back guarantee. So there you go. You can try it. It's completely risk-free. You can cancel it anytime. It was specifically designed to give parents like you affordable life insurance plus wills, accessible to college savings, and so much more with an easy online experience. Go to meetfabric.com/PFF. That is MEET fabric.com/PFF to apply today, and in just 10 minutes, you can get your life insurance policy for you and your family.
Steve, you're in the 4-kid club along with me. You step right up. You've got life insurance.
Have to do it.
Yeah.
Have to do it.
Have to do it.
Have to do
right?
it.
Got all the kids. Got to do it.
Yeah.
Got to do it.
There you go.
Steelers have traded up.
Oh!
With the Patriots.
Is it Broderick?
Don't know who it's for.
I think it's going to be
There
Broderick.
was a Steelers beat writer who had them trading up for Christian Gonzalez in his final mock. So we'll see if that's what. But the Steelers have been linked to every corner and every tackle.
And every offensive tackle.
Right?
It's Christian Gonzalez. It
Christian
absolutely
Gonzalez,
has to
Broderick
be.
Jones has to be one of those guys. Steelers have done a really nice job of what we always preach in free agency. Fill all your needs in free agency. Don't come in.
Oh, you got it.
It's
Like
Broderick
Jones.
So I thought that it was going to be Jones.
How did the broadcast catch up to us?
Because there's a reason why
You did a commercial.
you trade in front of
That's what happens.
There's a
You're an
reason
expert.
why you trade in front of the Jets. Because the Jets were about to take him at 15. That's why I think they did it. That's why Broderick was my first guess, because you're trying to get in front of the Jets.
Yeah, it's a good move. Broderick Jones, next tackle off the board. Steelers, Dan Moore's been the starter for 2 years, below average tackle. Korafor on the other side, Chooks. Both tackles are below average. Like that is one of the places they've needed to upgrade in Pittsburgh. Like I said, they've done a really nice job adding to the defensive front, adding a Patrick Peterson at corner. They've filled a whole bunch of their needs so that they can come in, grab the top tackle, grab the top corner. You give up an extra pick to move up, but only a few spots.
The other part of this is, and this is what you have to pay attention on these boards, is only one cornerback is off the board. That makes the 1, 2, 3, fourth offensive lineman. So if you're watching runs, now you're beginning to say at cornerback, can I get a Tyreek Stevenson, a Joey Porter, a Cam Smith, Deontay Banks in the second round?
They have picked 32.
Right?
Yes.
So you go, all right, the run's on tackles. Let's get that before we get our next guy taken out of here, and we're still going to get a quality corner on the back end.
So the top 4 tackles who were projected to go in the first round are now off the board. However, depending on how you label Skoronski. Anton Harrison from Oklahoma, 31, 32 on the consensus board, so he could be a first-round player, but that's what it was. It was a scarcity-type move by the Steelers and, fills their position of need.
Yeah, if you don't believe, again, if like you just said, if you don't believe in Anton Harrison, Pickens are getting slim. Pickens are getting very slim. And we talked about this at the very top of the broadcast, right? What does this class of less available first-round grades from a lot of teams do? Does it make teams more desperate to go up and get those premium position players? And it kind of seems like that's the case. Minus Will Levis, who's still out there.
Well, Levis. So now I think we're starting to see. Obviously, there's a few players that have gone above where we expected, but the flip side of that is there's a couple of players that are sliding, right? And Will Levis is the most obvious one as QB4, but Christian Gonzalez was number 7 on the consensus board, the number 1 corner by a lot of people. Obviously, not the number 1 corner off this draft, but he's now starting to slide. The receivers across the board have not been selected yet. Like, we're starting to see the players or the positions that maybe the league isn't quite as high on.
I had Gonzalez as 16, and I was not crazy about him. Everything you look at him, you go, he's perfect.
Yeah.
Right? He's fast, he's tall, he can run, but maybe it was just the Witherspoon factor. After you watch Witherspoon, then I went right to Gonzalez. I go,
night and day.
not in the same class.
It wasn't a debate for me. For who
No,
was
it wasn't
CD1.
at all.
Yeah.
It's night and day, and it's the same thing where Witherspoon is a step ahead of the play every single snap. He reads it faster than anybody else on the field. Gonzalez always felt a tick slow on the play. So it was going from night and day to watch the 2 tapes back to back.
I'm very curious to see who the New York Jets are going to pick here at number 15. There was some late buzz for them with Jackson Smith and Jigba and potentially Kalijah Kancey as well.
Does Chris have Aaron Rodgers FaceTime? Can you get?
Oh yeah,
find out who Aaron's picking?
Yeah.
You have to have FaceTime
That's what I'm
if you're
saying.
not getting through.
It's
That's what
not
I'm saying.
text.
I'm
Try it. Let's do it.
Trust me.
You in the
I'm
circle
just
of trust?
getting back on a level playing field with here. I'm not going to be doing Aaron Rodgers jokes at this point. I'm going to get paid NBC money if I'm going to do that. I'm going to get fired. I get fired on the big time.
Wow. Ouch.
Yeah.
You tried.
That hurts a
I
lot.
mean, look, you got to ask the
Did
question,
try.
right?
Did try.
See, you got Aaron Rodgers' number, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but you don't want to FaceTime.
What did he say to Schefter? Lose
My number. Nice
number.
try, I think. Like lose my number or something like that. Yeah,
Only
so.
the great journalist A.J. Hawk can really get to Aaron Rodgers.
I don't know what the Jets are going to do here at 15 because for the longest time it was an offensive tackle, right? Maybe Broderick Jones, maybe Peter Skoronski, maybe Darnell Wright. None of them are available.
Right.
And if they don't take Anton Harrison, I'm a little worried about the New York Jets offensive line next year because, sure, they have veteran Dwayne Brown, but is he at his age going to be able to play a full 17-game schedule and playoffs for you? Mekhi Becton, you can sit here and say he's in the best shape of his life. Are you planning on that guy playing a full year for you? You got Max Mitchell, who, okay, nice little swing tackle. Cedric Ogbue's played in this league before, but if any of those 2 first guys that I mentioned go down,
It is interesting.
it's
because
not great.
If they hadn't flipped picks,
Right.
with Green Bay, just moving the 2 picks, they could have had Broderick Jones, had the tackle, all the guys you mentioned. Could they stitch it together this year at tackle? Yes, they could, but there's a lot of risk with all of those guys.
Yeah.
But if they hadn't switched the picks,
I
they
do
may have
think
had the tackle opportunity.
I wonder if they're looking to trade down.
I
I
do
have no
think
idea, but
a
I wonder if
huge-
they are.
I do think a huge part, though, is like literally what would make Aaron Rodgers happiest. I mean, Green Bay seemed to pointedly go out of their way the last few years to not give Aaron Rodgers whatever he wanted, right? The Jets have already signed Alan Lazard before Rodgers was even in the building, and their entire approach so far has been about wooing Aaron Rodgers and be like, we love you, Aaron, even if Green Bay doesn't. So, like, what does Rodgers want?
If
He
they
wants
go
a
with
receiver.
if they go with a receiver or say Dalton Kincaid at tight end, those are both like where are they fitting in necessary? Corey Davis is probably going to get released. It's Garrett Wilson, Alan Lazard. You just throw Jackson Smith and Jigba as the 3. Mecole Hardman becomes the 4. Okay, that can work.
I'm still taking a tackle here.
Antoine Harrison.
I like Harrison enough.
I like
would
Harrison,
too.
Yeah.
but Dwan Jones, you just have to figure out how badly he hurt his cause. Even though he didn't work out and he didn't get on the scale, that probably hurt him with more teams than he'll ever know because they took that to be he didn't even try, right?
Mm-hmm.
He didn't even get up and give it a shot and ate his way out of a good draft position. But he didn't give up any sacks over there playing right tackle either. And for a big man, he can move pretty well. So Anton Harrison, though, is the athlete. He's the guy that can move and make plays with his feet.
I don't know about you guys. I've got Matthew Bergeron from Syracuse higher than I have DeJuan Jones.
Wow.
I think he's going to be
He's
the
not
better
bad.
pro than
He's not a bad player.
DeJuan Jones is going to be.
This is what for all the thousands of predictions that were out there, the one that made the most sense to me, though, was a run on tackles in a class where
100%.
there's so many question marks. Teams rely on, give me the safe, give me the big guy, fill this need, and all that stuff. So there still could be a run, whether it is Antoine Harrison, whenever DeJuan Jones comes off the board, Matthew Bergeron. Those are the next three on the consensus board.
But
Washington will need somebody.
Think about what we have in a defensive-oriented draft, and I knew it was going to be this coming in here. We still have good edge players available here. We still have good cornerbacks available here, right? And so but again, it's stacking once again. If you have a receiver, there are so many receivers through. I mean, Sam, you tell me, how many did you have ranked kind of almost together? Like there wasn't much difference in the receivers.
Right.
So you might be able to get one in the third round that you're happy with.
Definitely.
Especially because none have been taken.
Yeah.
So you're safe on that front. Cornerback, you're safe on that front if you want to wait a little bit. But you probably, if you even like at all one of these tackles, it's time.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's a big drop-off once you get past the top tier of tackles in a way that isn't true for cornerback, for wide receiver, for a bunch of these other positions.
Once you get past the top 7 tackles, every other prospect you list, you have to use the word developmental next to his name. I mean, you really, none of them are stepping in as starters. The guy that Broderick Jones is going to replace is Dan Moore, who was a 4th rounder, who was a developmental tackle and had to start the last 2 years and was a below average tackle. I mean, it is a position where you have to get your starters pretty much in the first round. And that's why, but like you said, the 7th receiver or a 3rd round receiver could come in and play if you hit the right guy. There's a plethora of receivers out there. We're starting to see that with the way the board is falling.
Got about 90 seconds on the clock for the New York Jets. I haven't seen that their pick is in yet, but before we get to the Jets pick, got to remind you guys that this stream is brought to you by Underdog Fantasy, the easiest place to play fantasy football. The NFL Draft is here, which means it's time for Best Ball Mania 4. It is right around the corner. This is the largest fantasy football tournament of all time, folks, of all time. It's only $25 to enter for your shot at $15 million in prizes, with first place getting $3 million. You don't want to miss out on this. Best part is because it is the best ball format, all you have to do is just draft your teams. In best ball, you join the tournament, you draft your team as you would any normal fantasy league, and your lineup is locked once the draft is complete. No waivers, no trades. That's right, it's just set it and forget it until you collect the cash. Underdog automatically optimizes your lineup every single week to give you the highest scoring one. So what are you waiting for? Get signed up at UnderdogFantasy.com or via the Underdog app with promo code PFF, and they will double your first deposit up to $100. It's Underdog Fantasy, promo code PFF. Take your shot at $15 million in their Best Ball Mania 4. Jets pick is in. Look at that timing.
Are they closing down on the tip picks here? What's going on?
Remember what prompted the last great Aaron Rodgers season? When they pissed him off by drafting his replacement?
No. Wait, is it real?
No, I'm just saying.
Oh, God, I thought he was saying it was real. I thought he was saying it happened.
If you want to get the best Aaron Rodgers, there's already been a pathway.
That's
your boy. Oh, wow. Look at this.
Let's go.
Edge rusher Will McDonald.
There you go.
Love
Number
that.
15.
I think he's the second best edge
New
rusher
York
in this
Jets.
draft.
You did.
Wow.
You told me that just mere hours ago, and I told you you're wrong.
You did. You told me I was wrong. Yeah. And look, I mean, he's not the second one off the board.
You're closer, though, to my second edge rusher in this draft, which I have as Nolan Smith, and he
That's
hasn't
true.
even been picked yet.
Yeah.
So, a little bit of a draft night win for you.
Now the edge rush board is
It's
off.
Low.
He's a little bit lower. He was edge 7 on the
Look,
consensus.
I'm
That's just because the consensus.
okay. You know
is
what?
wrong.
You know what? You like Will McDonald a lot. Tell us about him. Tell Jets fans where they're getting in Will.
I mean, the very first note I have on him is stupid lateral quickness. Like, he can make tackles miss in an instant, which he needed to because Iowa State had him head up over the tackle in that ridiculous stack
silly
defense that they run for a guy that should be a pure edge rusher at the next level. And if that's what you're looking for, a guy who is literally a pure pass rush specialist right now, he might be the best guy in this class, like even better than Will Anderson. He's got incredible quickness, incredible burst. He can step a lineman immediately. He's got bend. That thing, I'm an absolute sucker for that as an edge rusher.
Does he play on first down for them?
They probably don't need him to. I don't know if he.
And maybe not. I mean, he's a light guy.
Yeah.
He's 236 pounds, and I don't think there was some stat that nobody lined up playing that position last year, under 240.
Right.
So he is a small guy. He is everything you said speed-wise, but basically you just have to see whether or not he can hold up now. They stick him out at wide 9 kind of thing and let him rush hard off the edge. He's tough, he's physical, but he's 235 pounds, and he is going to have some people attacking him in the running game.
Oh yeah, definitely. But I think going to the Jets, who already have, a pretty healthy rotation in terms of edge rushers. They've got John Franklin Myers. Carl Lawson is still there. They drafted Jermaine Johnson last year. They've got some players already in place. They don't need him to be that every down guy. Right away, they can start with and go, you're the D Ford in this defense, or you're the Drake Jackson, what he was supposed to be last year. Like you're the specialist designated speed rusher right now. And then we figure out how much weight we can put on your frame and how much you can be down the line.
Plus Quinn and Williams on the inside. Just remember same thing you said about D'Amico Ryans in the Texans back at 2. Robert Saleh, we've been projecting that for a while. He wants to roll 7 and 8 deep on the defensive line. So unlike what Iowa State did with Will McDonald playing in between the tackles,
right,
the Jets can play to his strength. 35, 40 snaps, get after the QB.
Well, the other part of this is when you have Aaron Rodgers, like back in the days when the Colts had Peyton Manning, you anticipate playing in shootouts. So you want pass rushers, because if you're in a shootout, you've got to have somebody on your team to go get their guy.
Yeah.
And so we've seen this strategy before, and I'm sure that's what Robert Saleh is thinking.
That's ultimately why I thought they might land on Kalijah Kancey to get that pass rush from the interior spot, because one thing that kind of throws a wrench in me totally celebrating a Will McDonald selection here is, if you believe that Will McDonald could be like a 3-down defensive lineman for you, he's out there at all times. Okay, that's a different story. But even if you think he's more of just a specialized pass rusher, they kind of had that in Bryce Huff, right? And they signed Bryce Huff to a 1-year deal. It's not like they're tied to this guy, but Huff had an 88 pass rush grade last year. He was incredible in a specialized pass rushing role. So can both of those guys exist with that sub-package pass rusher role? Now, like Chris said, if you're making a long playoff run, maybe it's just, hey, you can never have too many pass rushers, and that's fine. But I looked at what Huff did last year, and I'm surprised they went this route over some other ones. So nothing against Will McDonald, but really just this one for the Jets, kind of a little confusing to me.
I think you can, and I think he also is potentially more than he's been so far. Like, he was able to hold up inside at 230-something pounds, between the tackles in that Iowa State defense. Like, he's already shown that he's capable of holding up physically pretty well in a role that is much more difficult for that than he's going to have to do at the NFL. When in the Jets defense, he's going to be played much wider alignments with much easier, quote unquote, assignments in the run game or anything he's going to have to do from a physical standpoint. So I think that part is a decent projection that he can become that player. And right away, like, he might be able to get you 10 sacks in a season as that designated pass rusher.
I got the Commanders pick.
You got it? Christian Gonzalez.
Nope.
It's a corner.
Really?
But it's not Christian Gonzalez.
Wow.
Emmanuel Forbes from Mississippi State.
Did they really?
Hashtag trust the model.
Gets picked above Deonte Banks and Christian Gonzalez.
Our model says.
Ding, 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 ding. You hit the model in a late push.
Wow.
The cornerback model moved Emmanuel Forbes to number 1, just above Devin Witherspoon.
Wow.
Number 1.
That's amazing.
I'm just telling you what the data says. Now, I'm not accounting for his 170-pound frame, but Forbes,
170.
those are the top.
170. Were you rounding up?
Those are the
By
top.
a lot.
You rounding up?
Yeah, I did round up.
Significant.
Those are the top 2 corners by the data, the top 2 off the board here. So Forbes was a late riser in this. A lot of teams had the Bengals hot on them and everything.
Wow. There were a lot of teams. I'll say there were a lot. I'll bet you there's a lot of really good teams picking that are playoff kind of teams picking in the 20s that just went, damn it.
Yeah.
Because there were a lot of conversations with some of those people, and they were like, there's one guy that I think, da-da-da-da-da, and this was the one. He is 166 pounds. Is that
166 pounds.
Wow.
166 pounds. Yeah.
All right, so cornerbacks under 170 since 2006 in the PFF era.
Yep.
Jabari Greer. That's pretty much it. For guys that played on the outside, it was a lot of Joselio Hansen, Dante Dion.
And all of them are short.
Yeah, they're all shorter, and so it's really Jabari Greer. We had to go back to, I've heard Samari Roll's name mentioned a few times. He was listed at 175, almost 10 pounds heavier than Emmanuel Forbes. That would be the concern. He is so slight, but when he plays football, he looks like a guy who says, I'm slight, I'm going to make up for it with tenacity and attacking the football, and he does.
13 interceptions speaks for itself.
Including a pick six against Will Levis on a screen, which is one of the best plays you'll see.
Six pick sixes, right?
So my favorite one is the dominant in man coverage. He allowed 3 catches in man coverage, and he got 3 interceptions.
Yeah.
And a 20% completion percentage was the best in the NCAA.
He can mirror.
So this is a guy that can play.
Yeah.
It's just a little unsettling. We got a little bit of the Bryce Young thing going here, right? A little unsettling at that size. Yeah. But if you watch him, you're not unsettled.
To me, the better comp, Bryce Young, it's exactly the same thing, but the better comp is Devontae Smith from a couple of years ago, right? You have a Heisman Trophy winning wide receiver, set up insane numbers in the SEC at Alabama, but was going to come into the NFL weighing 160-something at over 6 feet tall. And that's the thing with Emmanuel Forbes, is he's not just 166, he's 166 at 6'1" tall. He's a stick. But like that doesn't exist. The guys you were talking about who are under 170, they're all like 5'9", 5'10". Dante Dion's 5'8" or something. He's tiny.
It is a draft of outliers from a height, weight, speed perspective.
So you're looking at this guy and you're saying the tape is great. Like he mirrors as well as any cornerback in this class. Literally anybody. He's incredibly feisty. He's got ball skills. He made plays. There's a few plays where he does go up against bigger receivers where like you can tell he's putting everything into just staying physically connected with them.
Right.
But it works, right? But the 166 thing, there's basically no precedent for that.
But he is 6'1".
Yeah.
So, you know, and I was trying to think how many routes did I ever run that I felt the weight of the cornerback guarding me? Not very many. And I'll just say this, that you didn't have to watch too much tape. And he was plenty tough enough. You didn't have to watch too much tape, though, to go, you really going to throw another pass over there? Because he was getting them all.
Yeah.
You know, and he can catch the ball. My only question about him was, why was he not playing receiver? He could catch the ball.
Well, he
did.
was
4.35.
He did. He was a wide receiver recruit, I believe, and they moved him over to corner. Yeah.
Good for them.
I think he went to Mississippi State as a receiver. Let me double check that, but I actually
while
think
you're checking that, I'll give you a little measurables breakdown here. Historically against corners, 87th percentile height at 6'1", 2nd percentile weight. If you give him 170, 166, we're talking first percentile.
Yes.
95th percentile 40 at 4.35. Ran a 1.48 10-yard split, 96th percentile.
1.48,
so
wow.
Incredible short area quicks, burst, acceleration, long speed, the whole deal. Had good vertical, broad jump, and the whole thing. So he's explosive, fast, quick. You should be if you're that slight. But again, just such an outlier that he's that tall in that scheme.
And that's what separates him from Cameron Dantzler, the other really slight cornerback that came out of Mississippi State a couple of years ago. Dantzler did not run quickly. Like he did not have the speed, the explosiveness that Emmanuel Forbes has. That
guy, I'm telling you though, on a couple of those pick sixes, you were like, you know, the old locker room thing. You go, ooh, you know, one of those. He was that guy. I mean, he was flying with the football.
Yeah. He did play receiver in high school, all throughout high school, but I think they did recruit him as a cornerback. So he's got the receiver background, so I guess that definitely makes sense there. Patriots on the clock, and their pick is in. It is another corner. It is finally Christian Gonzalez.
There you go.
Christian Gonzalez
They're going Christian
comes
Gonzalez,
off the board to the New England Patriots. Now, this kind of makes sense for him because when you look at their cornerback room, what do they need? Size. I mean, size, fluidity, athleticism. That's what Christian Gonzalez is. And you've got a great defensive mind in Bill Belichick who you hope can really hone in on that athleticism at the position.
That's the thing. Like, I did not love Christian Gonzalez in this draft class. I'm as low as I've seen on him. He was my 6th cornerback overall. He's an incredible athlete. Like, the smoothness with which he moves is ridiculous. His size is perfect. He's the prototype from all that kind of stuff. But he's not actually a good cornerback right now. He's the lowest passer rating he's ever given up in a season is 74. The Witherspoon we talked about being 25. Forbes was 40. Deonte Banks is 40-something. Gonzalez has never had that kind of production. He's not tremendously sound when it comes to playing the ball at the catch point, to mirroring receivers all the time, to protecting inside routes on inside alignment, all those kinds of things. But He's now going to Bill Belichick, who's one of the greatest defensive coaches the game's ever seen. If anybody is going to marry the potential with the technique and the actual on-field production, it's Belichick. Like, Gonzalez could not have landed in a better team.
It is interesting. A few of the players we might, like individually, we may have been lower on, have gone to places that should be able to get the most out of them. New England did get a little bit away from playing man coverage last year. I think they can get back to it with Gonzalez, adding that size, speed, the word smooth that you mentioned, Sam. I mean, I think I wrote that down 5 or 6 times in my notes. Really, really smooth. Just has to clean up some things. So Christian Gonzalez, they just re-signed Jonathan Jones. You have Jalen Mills, Miles Bryant, Marcus Jones there as slots, safety, hybrids, and all that stuff. So they're starting to restock at cornerback. And another good move by the Patriots, picked up an extra 4th to move down and still probably take their guy, Gonzalez.
But we're going right down the list, though. First it was tackles, and now we're going, or first it was quarterbacks, then we went tackles, now we're going cornerbacks. And so this has been a very streaky draft so far. Once we get on a subject, people are afraid to let it get too far away, and the people paying the price for that right now are the wide receivers, certainly. Nobody's been taken thus far, and we haven't seen one of the tight ends. And I think this is a tight end rich class. There are some guys I really like in this class. Dalton Kincaid, we talked about, Michael Mayer, Musgrave. Sam Laporta can play. He's a catch and run guy. He can play. And there's still plenty of guys available on the edge, too. So that's where I think you're going to see the next run coming.
I'll tell you who's not paying the price. The people who have downloaded the Game Time app when they are trying to get their tickets for sporting events, comedy shows, theater, music, whatever it is. Because Game Time has the lowest prices guaranteed. Go check out the app. This is the fastest growing ticketing app in the U.S. because of all of their great features. You can check out all the different seats. They've got so many different deals that'll come up. It's last minute stuff. So you don't have to think, oh, I got to plan so far in advance to make sure that I go to this show. Sometimes you can get tickets day of and you know you're going to get them at the lowest price using the Game Time app. They can let you see their seats, whether it's a sporting show or it's a concert, whatever it is, and then getting your ticket, it's right there on your phone. 2 clicks. You buy it, boom, there it is. There's the code. You got it. You're not going to lose it. It's right in your pocket. Download the Game Time app and use the promo code PFF to get yourself $20 off whatever your first purchase is. Go download the Game Time app, promo code PFF, and get yourself 20% off of the fastest growing ticketing app and the one that guarantees the lowest prices over at Game Time. Lions are back on the clock here at number 18. I got a question for you guys.
Yeah, maybe.
Where's Will Levis coming? Where's Will Levis coming off the board?
Bucks at 19.
Do you think they like him? I have not really heard anything about the Bucks and Will Levis. I think they like him, but
the next possible place
they would believe he'd be here.
Technically, the Lions could. I don't think they will. Bucks at 19. Either. Seahawks at 20. If you want to, look to the future, you could think about it. The Vikings at 23 have been linked to quarterbacks in general, but they've been linked to Hendon Hooker far more than
Will Levis, right?
And then where else?
That's I genuinely believe
Saints at 29. But they just signed Derek Carr.
If the order stays the same, the most likely place Will Levis would go would be Tampa at 19.
Yeah,
I don't know where else he would go.
The thing about
he might be well into the second.
The thing about Detroit, though, you're talking about this is your 3rd first-round pick, right? So if you're going to have one that you kind of go, let's just take a shot. I don't know who they're going to like, but No,
I mean, I think Detroit feels like they're so close here. That they're ready to be the favorites in the NFC North and all that stuff. Also, Detroit was linked to a bunch of the corners early on, back at 6.
Yeah.
You still have, we talked about the run on corners, that Joey Porter Jr. and Deonte Banks are still out there. That would be a good fit for Detroit, even with the moves that they made. 1-year deal for Emmanuel Mosley. Having more depth at corner could make sense. Defensive line could make sense here for Detroit.
I think Deonte Banks is going to go ahead of Joey Porter, and Tyreek Stevenson may well as well.
I mean, Devin Witherspoon was a pick that was basically nailed in for Detroit at number 6. He ends up going a pick before to the Seahawks. Maybe that prompted Detroit to go.
Then they traded down.
We're out.
Traded down, got Jahmyr Gibbs at 12.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that part didn't necessarily go.
When do the receivers come off the board? I mean,
never, none, zero.
In Detroit,
zero in the first round.
I said two.
In Detroit's rebuild, where they went trenches for 2 straight years, O-line, D-line, and the whole thing, still need receivers.
Their pick is in. Lions pick is in.
Board here.
Who is it? Come on. Who's it going to be? Do we have any bets? Do we have any last bets for who we
us
think the Lions are going to
lined up with the networks here.
You sound so disgusting.
I am. What happened to where are our moles?
Sometimes you don't know.
Can we get some insiders in here, please? Over here, matching NFL Network and ESPN. What are we? Besides, better analysis here.
Do we
on the
know?
PFF
Do
show.
we know?
I don't know. I don't have it. I don't have
nothing
it.
yet.
I got nothing yet.
You got nothing
It could be Jackson Smith-Njigba. It could be Kalijah Kancey. It could be Will Levis. It could be Deontay Banks. I don't know.
Here we go. Oh!
My guy!
No way!
All right.
What do you got, Steve?
Linebacker Jack Campbell. Ding, 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 ding. Model hits. Iowa linebacker Jack Campbell.
I like Jack Campbell.
It's a very
but
good
the
player.
Lions came away with a running back and an off-ball linebacker with 2 picks in the top 20.
Not ideal for positional value.
Steve, I like both of these football players.
Are you familiar with Dan Campbell? This is grit, sir.
This is grit.
This is what we thought he was going to do 2 years ago,
Yes.
though. I thought he was going to get Micah Parsons 2 years ago just because he wanted a linebacker.
I can't believe the Lions just spent 2 top 18 picks on an off-ball linebacker and a running back.
Yeah, the positional value is not great.
When they already have Malcolm
You were
Rodriguez.
screaming at the top of your lungs. You're
my
just happy that the
Lord.
bottle
They
hit.
picked
Is
a
that what
good
you-
player. They picked a good player. He's the one blue chip linebacker.
Blue chip.
For the numbers. For the numbers.
man.
But I would take him in the second. I would take him top of the second.
You didn't
Ideally.
have to do that. It's not going to be a run on Jack Campbell.
I thought if there was going to
I loved his fit to the Bills
now-
at 27.
So I also thought there was a chance he went to the Bills. I will say this about Jack Campbell. Chris, you kind of sarcastically and maybe appropriately said there wasn't going to be a run on Jack Campbell here in the first round, and that may be so, but this is a unique linebacker class. There's not many true, pure, off-ball, between the tackles linebackers. It's a lot of hybrid guys. Diane Henley is a hybrid safety linebacker convert. Trenton Simpson's a safety linebacker convert. Drew Sanders is an edge rusher linebacker convert. All of these guys at the top are hybrid linebackers. Jack Campbell is one of the very few old school between the tackle. He's been a linebacker since his high school days, throughout his freshman year of college, all the way up until right now. So positional value, I know obviously we just had some fun with it, but if the Lions truly wanted to beef up the middle of their defense and the middle linebacker position, this was basically the only guy they were going to get to play that role, in my opinion.
Yeah. I think he's a really good player. You mentioned listen, here's what he is as a
I'm
player.
going to you next.
And then we'll hear what Chris thinks. 6'5", 251. Linebackers just don't exist at this size anymore. But 97th percentile 3-cone, 6.74. I couldn't find anyone else in the PFF database close to that size with that type of change of direction. Now, the change of direction doesn't always show up on the field. He gets, waxed by running backs in space every now and then. But Campbell, coming out of Iowa scheme, they play a ton of zone, knows how to play with his eyes, knows where he's got to go, knows route concepts, things that linebackers struggle with these days coming out of college. Every other linebacker in this class that you mentioned, they're all just like, I'm running as fast as I can, I'm running 4.4 to nowhere. I don't know where I'm going. Jack Campbell at least knows where he's going as a starting point. Good tackler, good length for zone, good length in everything for good fit for what the Lions are going to do.
Chris?
Now, what's wrong with him?
Do I think he's a good player? I think he's a good player. But I put down he's second rounder, and even that's questionable because it's old school. This is like what a middle linebacker would be when I played. I mean, those guys, and they growled, and we did all the Mike Singletaries and Jack Lamberts, and that's what he is, and that's great if that's what you want, but we all talk about it's all about the passing game at this point, and he's not going to be the guy that you're going to want to have in there covering great tight ends and down the seam. His height is going to help him.
Running the seam, I don't trust him a ton.
I mean, and he's not a twitchy change of direction guy. He's a good football player, but he's not a classic toolsy first round pick.
So he was 43rd on the consensus board. That's where it's a reach, right? And when we've talked about, you're going to hear a reach on every single broadcast, based off their own personal boards. The consensus board, though, there is a history of, if you do take guys well above where the consensus board is, there is risk attached to that. So there is risk attached to this at 18 for Jack Campbell.
And also, just start looking at some of the players that are left on this board. Forget the Will Levis thing. Jackson Smith-Njigba, or in fact any of the receivers, are still available. Same with the tight ends. Nolan Smith is still on the board. Kalijah Kancey, Brian Branch, Miles Murphy, Deonte Banks. Like, these are guys that were expected to go in the middle of the first round, and instead you pick, an off-the-ball linebacker, a position that's not of high value, and a guy that was not expected to go in the middle of the first round.
I want to agree with one of the comments in the chat, too. He did look slower. Like, if you said he was going to test as well as he did,
it surprised me.
Yes.
Did me too.
And I thought
it did me too.
Every explosive number, his 40 was solid. The change of direction, you didn't see that on film.
I agree.
Right?
I agree.
That's interesting about Campbell, that he tested better than he played.
The one thing I will say, as a former tall person, that I guess I still am.
You didn't get shorter.
Current tall person.
But you don't look fast or quick on film. When
Relatable.
right?
You definitely don't look fast.
You don't look fast. Neither Steve nor I look fast on film at this point.
But you were actually fast.
I was, but you're going to look different. So if all linebackers are mostly 6 feet, 6'1", they're going to look quicker than he did on tape. And sometimes I even force myself to go, okay, give him a break. He's 6'4". He's not going to look twitchy out there, but still, he didn't look twitchy.
All right, Buck's up on the clock here.
I mean, if this isn't Levis, then Levis might
their pick is in.
legitimately start sliding.
The tracker.
And
the
it is
tracker
not
pick
Levis.
is in. It is not Will Levis.
Wow.
Kalijah Kancey to the Tampa Bay Bucks.
I think I got one right.
Let's go.
Oh, yes.
I did.
Do that. Let's turn back the clock.
Warren
15
Sapp,
years.
man. How can you not go after the Warren Sapp lookalike? Here we go.
Wow.
Forget about Tom Brady. Forget about all that stuff on offense. We're going right back to the defense. We're going back to our roots in Tampa. You're going to get an up the field Kalijah Kancey, who is as fast as anybody who's ever. Aaron Donald, he's faster than he was by a hundredth of a second, something like that. And he has those triple moves. I mean, just like that. And those guards sometimes just fall down. They get hypnotized. They don't know what to do with this guy. But there's always a but. You put the old duo technique, the old duo scheme on him, double team him. People have pushed him well off the ball. So it becomes, is he a passing down guy as well inside? I don't know.
Yeah, I think there's so much of that in today's NFL, though, because of the way the game has gone. Everybody's gotten smaller. Everybody's gotten faster. Every year, when we're writing notes on interior defensive linemen, it's like, struggles against double teams. He's going to get blown off the ball against double teams. So I do think that's a general trend throughout the league. Obviously, when a guy weighs 280 pounds, it's going to be worse. But he makes up for it by being so far ahead of everybody else from a pass rushing standpoint. And you're going to get obvious comps to Aaron Donald or Warren Sapp, apparently.
Yeah, much better comp.
Right. But comparing anybody to Aaron Donald is unfair, right? Donald is maybe the greatest defensive player to ever live. And when he was coming out, he's as good as anybody has ever been at hand use, just defeating blocks with his hands. And that stays true now. Like, you cannot block him one-on-one. He will beat you. It's just a case of how long it takes. Kancey's not Aaron Donald, but he's closer to that than he is, Ed Oliver, say, who came out and had no hand usage but was fast and quick and athletic and small. Kancey's all that stuff and has a little bit of that hand ability and can defeat blocks. And I think he's a top 10 player in this draft.
I like this fit specifically for the Buccaneers. I was worried about where Kalijah Kancey was going to go. In order for him to really be able to unlock a lot of the positives that we see on tape that Sam is talking about versus some of the negatives that Chris was correctly talking about with how you kind of defeat him, you've got to get him on a defensive line that brings the beef, that's got to command double teams elsewhere. The Bucs, I think, have that defensive line. They've got Vita Vea, which is the obvious one, but they also signed Greg Gaines, who's a massive man in the middle, too. They have Logan Hall, who is uniquely built, who can play that edge rush spot. So all of a sudden, if you got Logan Hall in the end, you've got Kalijah Kancey on the interior, and then you got Vita Vea right next to him, that's a tough ask to say, hey, we're going to be able to go right at Kalijah Kancey. You're really able to mask some of those deficiencies. And then on the obvious pass rushing downs, you've got him to run some stunts and games for you, get around some of those blocks, just get straight up into offensive tackles if you know he's got the green light for one-on-one blocks. I would not have loved Kalijah Kancey everywhere in the first round. I really like this landing spot in Tampa. I think it can yield a really good result.
So we're 20 picks in, whatever that was?
19, yeah.
It's another it's another outlier, though, from a size standpoint, right? Because Emmanuel Forbes, undersized corner, Bryce Young, undersized QB. Kalijah Kancey is one of those guys where at PFF we're grading every player on every play, and you see the production. And here's what the production looks like. Compared to NFL prospects since 2015, 96th percentile pass rush grade, 97th percentile pass rush win percentage, 84th percentile run defense grade, dominant production, but he's 280 pounds, 6 foot tall. Those guys just don't exist. Like, he's smaller than Ed Oliver. He's smaller than some of those guys. Aaron Donald is the only guy that's in that stratosphere that has had high-level success over the last 10 years. So that's the risk.
Yeah.
All the numbers say this should translate. This will translate at the next level, but at 280 pounds, just like with Emmanuel Forbes at 166, there's a little bit of that asterisk. Is this going to translate?
Anytime you're looking at a sort of physical profile and saying, this is basically unprecedented, it's concerning. It has to be.
Yeah.
Like, how could it not be? But he was dominant. 92.4 pass rush grade, a 22.7% pass rush win rate. Those are incredible numbers. And the good news is, look, if you just put him next to Vita Vea and average it out, you're over like 315 pounds apiece. It works perfectly.
Do we get Jackson Smith and Jigba here with the Seattle Seahawks so they can unite the small boys of JSN and Devon Witherspoon, two of the better small players in this outlier class here in the first round? Do we think they do it?
Fit.
If they did, I mean, that would be incredible. Look, again, I know the receiver class and the board, if you don't get JSN, receiver 5 or 6 or 7 could still be really good. I get that. But if the Seahawks did come out of here fixing, the things that matter, the pass game, cornerback with Devon Witherspoon, receiver with Jackson Smith and Jigba as their 3 to go with DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett, be a huge win
And
for Seattle.
Jigba, though, that hamstring stuff, I'm telling you, it scares people to death because when you have a hamstring that kept you out of an entire season, or for the most part, much of the season for him last year, that gets your attention. Because if you've ever been around somebody that has sort of chronic hamstrings, yeah, they never run as fast as whatever it is on that clock sometimes, because if they tweak it again, it just scares the death out of you. It really does. And so I don't know. The name I kept hearing was Jordan Addison. I personally like Zay Flowers. I thought he was the best player. I thought he had the ability to get himself open. The freaky kind of guy was Quentin Johnson. But again, I go right back to, it's a little bit like the quarterbacks for me. I wouldn't want to pick the first one because I would be okay with picking the 6th or 7th one and feel like I may have just as good a player.
What do you think is most concerning about Jackson Smith and Jigba? Is it the hamstring? Is it the fact that he runs 4.55? The fact that he played in the slot? What's most concerning for the NFL?
Both of them. And the other part of it was I didn't think he got himself open. He's kind of a glider. He's a guy that'll just, go in a pretty way out to the out. But great route runners have a way of setting up cornerbacks and working to the insides, to fake them to the outside, to go to the post. And the one guy that I saw that had that ability to get himself open was Zay Flowers. Other guys, and Jigba made big plays. He had big plays, but he was running a crossing route and nobody touched him going across the field. There was a wide open gap in there. There are Quentin Johnson, should be the greatest contested catch guy, in the world, and he's not. He just is not.
Right.
So they all are like the but sort of we were talking about with the quarterbacks, and I think that's the reason we haven't seen one go.
Yeah. Folks, when you are putting together your big board for your family's future, it's got to start off with life insurance. It really does. Fabric by Gerber Life provides an easy one-stop shop to make that possible for you. A lot of people look at life insurance and they think, man, it's going to be confusing. It's going to be difficult. I don't even want to deal with it. Well, the folks over at Fabric make it way easy for you to do. It's an easy online portal. You can see everything right there. It's designed by parents for parents to just make it affordable and make it easy. That's what you're looking for. They've got a 30-day money-back guarantee, so you can check out exactly what it's like. Take their quiz. It only takes 10 minutes, and you can find a personalized life insurance plan for your family. Go to meetfabric.com/PFF. That is meetfabric.com/PFF to take the 10-minute quiz, and within 10 minutes you are going to be able to see results. You're going to see exactly what you want to see, and you can sign up for it right there with a great guarantee, with a great company, with our friends over at Fabric. 20 picks in, almost 20 picks in, and no Will Levis. I'm sorry to come back to the Will Levis conversation, but we kind of have to, because we just said that Tampa would have been the one destination for him, right? We mentioned Minnesota, but we've heard Hendon Hooker more than we have Will Levis for Minnesota. Maybe that's because we never thought Will Levis was going to get here.
Yeah.
I just hope Hooker gets taken before we get to Kansas City, so I can get that whole monkey off my back, you know. Or,
No. What if they? What if they take him at 31?
What if
Then
you're
you're
right?
then they're
What
going
if
to
you're
put a
right?
crown
Yeah,
on
you're
your
rooting
head.
for
that
that
would be
still.
unbelievable. That would be
Then
good.
you need to spend the next hour just replying to everybody that was in your mentions on Twitter. You know,
I don't
Just be
read those.
Pick is in
No,
for
but now
Seattle.
you go back
I've
and find
learned.
him.
Yeah,
Now you can go
The
back
pick
and
is
find
in?
him.
Believe me.
Oh, the pick is in for Seattle. I don't have it. Do you have it yet?
Yes, it is who we talked about. Jackson Smith and
How do you
Jigba.
have it? How do you have
The
it?
tracker, the PFF draft tracker is better than our secret chat.
Small boys unite, baby. Devon Witherspoon, Jackson Smith, and Jigba. What a haul for the Seattle
I love it.
Seahawks.
I love it for Seattle.
I love it too.
Coming off of last year's draft class, where they got 2 starting tackles, Tariq Woolen as a potentially elite corner in the 5th round, Ken Walker, everything that they got last year, and now add Devon Witherspoon to play opposite Woolen, Jackson Smith and Jigba to be the number 3 receiver, to play the slot. We already have DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett, and they got Geno Smith on the mid-tier, mid-level quarterback contract that we've been begging for the NFL to use. Seattle's well-positioned now because of these 2 draft picks, and this is all the fallout from the Russell Wilson trade, all of it.
Yeah, no, this is a great pick. I mean, we were mocking them a slot receiver of some description in a lot of our mock drafts, and it was almost never Jackson Smith and Jigba simply because nobody ever thought he'd make it this far. But for them to get him, I think is really a fantastic steal for them. It's interesting because, look, he has a very high floor because he's a good slot receiver right now. What Chris talked about is interesting because I think there's a lot of that in that Ohio State offense that as much as he made some plays, there was a ton that were just given to him because he plays in the slot and that offense is kind of a cheat code and people are wide open all the time. So a lot of people will say, well, he outperformed Garrett Wilson and Chris Olave in the same offense. Yeah, I mean, sort of, but he also was in the position that is open more often and was simply given more free plays. But I think he might be able to be more than he's been in college. Like 90% of his snaps came in the slot. The skill set is there for him to play outside. I think he's better against man coverage than he is in zone coverage. And part of that is because he's got elite footwork. He's got head fakes and the ability to set up defensive backs. And these are the things you need if you're going to play outside and defeat press coverage. So he's been just a slot receiver. I think that's his floor. But the ceiling is actually higher than that.
By the way, I was at the Ohio State spring game just a couple weeks ago. Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to be called the best wide receiver prospect since X, Jamar Chase, whatever. They got him lined up in the slot now, running those wide open over routes. So a year from now, we're going to say Marvin Harrison Jr. is great, but that Ohio State offense is making it look easy for him too. But yeah, I think Jackson Smith and Jigba can get open, can run routes, and I think he's the safest receiver in this class other than the hamstring problem.
So now we've got our first wide receiver off the board. And we figured the 20s, if we were going to see a lot of wide receivers go, this was going to be the spot. Now it gets interesting, right? Zay Flowers.
Go back to back. You could have 3 in a row here.
Zay Flowers, Quentin Johnston.
Not just that, but now Jackson Smith and Jigba was the sort of consensus number 1 guy. Now which receiver goes is going to be fascinating, particularly for a team like the Chargers that have some receivers but don't have speed. So if you want speed, which is the receiver you're looking at right now? Jordan Addison actually had a ton of deep plays, but then did not run fast.
Yeah, was the
Quentin
slowest.
Johnson is explosive, did not run fast, ran like a 4.5. The real speed guys are in the next tier that generally have been in the 2nd round, or a Zay Flowers who, is that sort of strange.
He's like 4.4 guy,
Right.
but as far as on the clock, he was the fastest.
It depends on which data you're looking at here because Jordan Addison's game speed, 90th percentile. Game speed on the field, Jordan Addison was faster than his 4.5, whatever, 40.
And I think Jordan Addison plays faster.
He plays fast, right? So we actually have numbers that back that up, that his numbers have him as fast, if not faster, than a guy like Zay Flowers, who is perceived as the speed receiver here. So that'll be interesting. The Chargers were one of the 5 slowest teams in the NFL. Their skill position players, one of the 5 slowest teams. You got Justin Herbert with the big arm. You want to get him throwing the ball down the field, so they need speed.
Yep, and then they're going to get Deonte Banks and let him play cornerback and just fly right down the field. It'll be good.
Wait, who's
That's my
getting
pick.
Deonte Banks? The Chargers?
That's your.
Oh, you
that's
think
your
the Chargers
guess.
are going to get it? Okay. All right. Before we get to the Chargers pick, because I don't think it's even in yet. Even though, Chris, if you nail that, that was scary confidence right there.
Oh, I know nothing. Trust me, I know
I might
nothing.
need next week's lottery
It's
numbers.
10:30 at night. I
if
usually
you
in
nailed
bed
this.
by an hour already, so we're good.
Let's recap the top 10 from what we saw, and then we will recap 11 through 20 as well. Bryce Young, number 1 overall. C.J. Stroud going 2. Anderson 3. Anthony Richardson 4. Devon Witherspoon 5. Paris Johnson Jr. 6. Tyree Wilson 7. Bijan Robinson going 8. Jalen Carter 9. Darnell Wright 10. And then 11 through 20. These are the picks that we saw most recently. This is where the draft started to get off the rails a little bit. Sam, I'm going to come to you, of which might have been the most surprising pick or the one that sticks out to you the most. We had Skoronski at 11, Gibbs at 12, 2 running backs off the board in the top 10, or top 12. How about that? Lucas Van Ness and Broderick Jones, 13 and 14. Will McDonald going 15. Emmanuel Forbes, 16. Christian Gonzalez, 17. Man, Forbes going ahead of Gonzalez. Jack Campbell getting in the top 18. Look at that. Elijah Cansey then going 19. Jackson Smith and Jigba 20. Sam, what sticks out to you the most there?
Take your pick of the Lions picks. Either one of those is the most shocking pick to me. I mean, Jahmyr Gibbs going, I think everyone thought he would probably go in the first round, but 12 is pretty crazy. And then Jack Campbell, again, a guy that wouldn't have shocked anybody to sneak into the back end of the first round, but to get picked at number 18, given what was on the board, is pretty shocking.
The only one that Will McDonald for the Jets, just because in my brain I had it as an offensive lineman as a lock. I just thought it was a lock. They were going to go offensive lineman, and
they ran out, And I was wondering what the NFL was going to think of Anton Harrison from Oklahoma, because he's still on the board, and depending on who you talk to, some people felt like it was a big 5 of offensive tackles that could go in the top 20, and they would include Anton Harrison. And then other people would say, no, it's just a big 4. It's Peter Skoronski, it's Broderick Jones, it's Paris Johnson Jr., it's Darnell Wright. And they'd leave Harrison out of it. I think they'd probably figure that he's going to be more of a second-round pick. So I'm curious as if we're going to get Anton Harrison here in this first round.
Running out of options for tackle-needy teams, though. Might be some. Jacksonville at 24, Cam Robinson suspension. That might influence them a little bit.
Could.
But they're running out of potential tackle spots until maybe the end of the first.
I mean, not just that, but this is when you do these mock drafts, and one of the things you get is, oh, that's a crazy pick. But the other thing you get is, how on earth did you not have whoever in the first round, right? Because of things like this. Like, there's a lot of these players now that were consensus top picks in mock drafts are still on the board, and we are running out of slots for them to be taken.
I thought I was crazy for putting Jack Campbell in the late 20s. That was my stretch for putting him in there.
you were.
The Bills at 27. Well, we'll see. We'll see how Jack Campbell plays.
I heard the Bills could have been a destination for Jack Campbell. Ultimately, I did not go with that with my final mock draft.
That makes a little sense, just to replace, right?
Yeah.
Chargers pick is in. Use the tracker would be my suggestion right now. Quentin Johnston.
Yeah.
Receiver.
There we go.
There's your
They're going to go 3 in a row.
Receiver.
Yeah, they're going to go 3 in a row here.
Wow.
Quentin Johnston to go with Mike Williams and Keenan Allen now.
Speed
as
and
your
size.
receivers for the Chargers. Now, Quentin Johnston's big, fast from TCU, but none of us actually liked him. Where did you have him ranked? Are you higher on him?
I didn't mind him. I had him wide receiver too.
When I said none of us, I know Sam didn't like him a whole lot. You criticized him a bit.
I had
Chris.
him as the next pick.
Yeah.
I had him at Minnesota.
You had him going to Minnesota.
Yeah.
Let me look.
See, I think
Trevor, where'd you have Quentin Johnston?
Hold on. I'm pulling up the big board. Give me a
The
second.
late Mike Renner was the biggest fan of
He
Quentin
was or
Johnston.
he wasn't?
He was. He was
Yeah.
the biggest Quentin Johnston fan.
I had him 27th on my big board. Where'd you guys have him? He was wide receiver 2 for me after Jack Smith and Jigba. So I had JSN and then Quentin Johnston.
I'd need to see my spreadsheet again. I can't remember where he was on the big board. But I had him a wide receiver 3. I didn't like him, but there was a lot of players in this draft that I didn't love, and then very fast ran out of players that I could rank above them. So I expected Quentin Johnston to be lower down on my wide receiver rankings than he ended up being, but you end up looking at the skill set that he does have, which is size, straight line speed, the ability to catch a ball, turn upfield, and make explosive plays happen. And that's valuable. Even if he never figures out how to be a good player at the catch point or how to go up and moss people and take advantage of the fact that he's bigger and longer than most of the guys he's going up against, if he never gets that, the things he is good at is still valuable to the point where you can't drop him too far down your rankings. And for a team like the Chargers, that already have a couple of good wide receivers and a pretty extensive skill set in the building.
But
they
those
can tap
guys
into
were
that.
hurt all year last year.
Sure.
I mean, Keenan Allen, Mike Williams, they were just hurt all year. And the run that they had a chance to make just got killed because one of the two of them or both of them were out of the lineup, like just too much. They just couldn't make it up.
That makes for matchup problems for the defense. That's my biggest goal, right? On offense, I need to create mismatches for the defense. So now with the size that Mike Williams brings when healthy, the size that Quentin Johnston brings, Keenan Allen in the slot when healthy, even Donald Parham, massive tight end, right? I mean, they can create mismatches. The thing about Johnston grew on me more the more I was watching corners that going against him, and I was like, he's running by guys, or he's whooping Julius Brents from Kansas State on a slant. He has enough of those plays where he just looks really good that to me it might offset the fact that, he's not great at the catch point. He caught 35% of his contested catches at 6'3", where he should be good at that. That should be a skill, but it wasn't.
I'll say this about Quentin Johnston. I think I liked him more than a lot of other people did. And I believe lack of consistency at quarterback play really went into what we think about this guy. I think if you put him on a lot of other teams in the country, which is crazy to say because TCU made the national championship, right? It's crazy to say, but I think if you put him on a different team with a more consistent quarterback, we would be talking about a player who we're very comfortable taking in the top 25 in the NFL draft. He's big, he's tall, he's got unique yard after the catch ability. No, his contested catches weren't as consistent as you would want from a big man, but within those contested catches that I saw that he did complete, there are just traits where I go, that one was natural for you. I could see you repeating that. I don't think he's just super clunky and lucks into the contested catches. So maybe I'm just a believer in the highs that I've seen him from the catch point perspective, but I even think that can be better at the NFL level, as crazy as that is with the strength profile going up against NFL competition.
We also make the point a lot about receivers. If a guy just has strengths, you can play to strengths. If they have weaknesses, you can hide weaknesses. It's not like offensive tackle. You can't play tackle with weaknesses. They get attacked. If you can't run block, that's half your snaps, right? If you can't pass block, that's half your snaps.
That's a good point.
If you play to Quentin Johnston's strengths, let him be a vertical threat, run slants, kind of use him the way Seattle used DK Metcalf. He's your third option as a starting point as we let him develop. There's some value there, I think, for the Chargers.
Yeah, I mean, there's a pretty good track record of receivers coming in. As long as they're not asked to do more than they can do, you can be really successful and develop a broader breadth or depth to their game. Like DK Metcalf, when he came in, did not run a varied route tree. Michael Thomas was mocked because he only ran slants, but he got incredible production right away, and then he developed into a much more well-rounded receiver. If Quentin Johnston only runs, slants, hitches, and goes for the first season, he can be productive and he can do a lot for that offense unless, one or both those receivers goes down. All of a sudden they need him to do way more than that right away.
Well, it's going to be interesting for me. The Ravens up next. Are they just keeping Lamar happy at this point? They just go receiver here and just, whoever it may be, whichever one they like. But it's a big day. I know for that organization that really prides itself on doing all the things right. You don't hear a lot of negativity coming out of there. This was a really hard, ugly 3 months for that organization. They get it settled before the draft, and I would think, why not? You've got Lamar Jackson under contract. He's the highest paid player in the league right now. Let's go ahead and make him look good, figure out who can help him here.
All I was hearing is it was both sides, right? The Ravens. How did we get there? Lamar and the Ravens, they just, maybe Baltimore waited too long. Maybe Lamar's demands were up and down and inconsistent, but they finally got there. I mean, it wasn't either side's fault that it dragged out this far, right?
No, I think that it was just it was a negotiation, right? Lamar was going to play hardball. I mean, he didn't have an agent, so he was just going to represent himself, and he was putting his foot down. He's like,
Lamar did really well.
This is what I'm worth.
Anytime you negotiate for yourself and you're not paying an agent's fee and you're the highest paid player in the history of the National Football League, you did all right.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah. Look, I think there were times throughout this negotiating period in which Lamar had the leverage due to the timing and things that were going on, and I think that there were times when Baltimore had the leverage, and both sides were patient and they kind of stuck to their guns, and ultimately I thought it was crazy to envision a world where Lamar was going to go elsewhere, and I'm glad that we don't have to.
The only thing he could do is sit out.
Right.
I mean, he couldn't force his way out of there. I mean, there's just no way he could do that, but he could sit out. But he's not that kind of guy. I just never thought it was going to get to that.
We were just wondering why offers didn't come in. Did offers not come in because teams assumed he was going back to Baltimore? Was it timing just before the draft?
Because they were afraid they were going to have to sign that fully guaranteed deal, and the rest of the owners would have killed him.
Yeah.
You know, whoever, nobody wants to be that next mover, because once there's two of them,
then
I thought the league really put themselves in a little bit of a precarious situation with that when everybody within 2 minutes came out and said, well, I'm not in. No, we don't want him. We don't want him. And nobody called him.
Right.
That sounds weird.
Yeah, that was the only part of this that never made any sense. Was, okay, it makes sense that teams are not actually that interested in it because it was free agency. You tie up the money. You think Baltimore's going to match anyway. Whatever it is, there's a lot of reasons. For everyone to announce it the moment it was a thing, that was strange.
You called 3 wide receivers in a row. It is, in fact, 3 wide receivers in a row.
Really?
JSN went to the Seahawks. Quinn Johnston went to the Chargers. Zay Flowers just went to the Ravens.
There we go.
I can't believe the Ravens made this pick. Right? They got 5 picks. This was your ammo to move back.
But who's coming up?
There must be nobody that people want to move up for.
Right.
Which is strange because there's a quarterback on the board that we thought could have gone in the top 5, Sam.
Well, not just a quarterback on the board, but again, even if you just assume at this point nobody wants Will Levis high, you've got Nolan Smith, who we didn't think was going to be on the board. You've got Miles Murphy, who is potentially a much higher pick. Deonte Banks in the middle of this cornerback, run, or Joey Porter Jr. in this cornerback run. There are players on the board that if you're targeting the middle of a position run, or even the last guy in a position run, a guy like Anton Harrison, there are actually players on the board that teams lower down could potentially be interested in trading up for.
It's unbelievable to me that how streaky this draft has been. I mean, it has been one position at a time, and ding, 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 right down the list.
Could be 4 receivers in a row with the Vikings. But so Zay Flowers goes to Baltimore. It's now the 3rd time in 5 years they've spent a first-round pick on a receiver. Marquise Brown a few years ago, Rashad Bateman a couple years ago. Of course, last year they traded Marquise Brown for a first-rounder. This year they add Zay Flowers. So a lot of people have said, hey, the Ravens have missed on receivers, or they haven't supported Lamar. They've tried. They have tried.
You and I were both lower on Zay Flowers than most people in this draft, and you kept talking up the Kansas City Chiefs as a team that Zay Flowers would be a great fit for and could potentially be a more valuable pick for the Chiefs than for other teams. I think the Ravens are another one of those sides where the fit for Zay Flowers is fantastic. Yep. I think Jordan Addison is a better receiver right now than Zay Flowers, but Zay Flowers in the Ravens is a fantastic fit for what he's good at. He is that inside slot receiver with incredible movement, twitchiness, bounce, freakish skills. He reminded me a lot of Dante Hall, the human joystick from back in the day, but the receiver version. And now you have OBJ on the outside. You've got Mark Andrews as your true number 1 sort of target share guy. Rashad Bateman can still be your other outside receiver. And now Zay Flowers can just be that, even if he's nothing more than the gimmick, gadget, sort of super athlete guy on the inside. It's a huge addition.
We're obviously talking about a lot of the data that we have on these wide receivers, trying to rank them appropriately. If you guys have a Pro Football Focus subscription, you can see all of these things for yourself as we go down this draft show. Use the promo code DRAFT40, DRAFT40, and you can get 40% off all of what PFF has to offer with their subscriptions. It's not just the draft guide, it's the fantasy football tools, it's the betting tools, it's going to be all the unlocked mock draft machine stuff, everything. You can get it for an entire year. So go to pff.com, get yourself a subscription if you don't have one already, so you guys can check out our big board as we are going through this entire show.
It's really going to help you the next 2 days. I do about 70 players, and at the end of it you go, this is ridiculous. How does anybody do the full draft? I have no idea. But the next 2 days, actually for us, one of our biggest viewing days is the 3rd day.
Yeah.
Because everybody comes to PFF for that 3rd day, because that day is impossible. So it's a great time to come in and get caught up on all the bottom end.
That's a great point. If you guys don't have it before you get to the day 3 stream, you're going to want to get it because it's a lot of fun to follow along while you're listening to our analysis. And then, of course, you can get in the chat as well, right? It gives you a better opportunity to get in on a conversation, who you think is going to come up next. Go to pff.com and make it happen if you don't already have a subscription.
The Vikings pick is a really interesting one for me. Conceivably, they could go quarterback, right? Because they're going to face quarterback negotiations coming up. They've got a couple of players out of Clemson, Brzee and Miles Murphy,
yeah,
both sitting there. Nolan Smith, who everybody told me was going to be top 20, is still sitting out there. And a cornerback in this Deonte Banks, who runs a 4.35 and verticals 32 inches or 42 inches. There's some good players right now on the board.
Or, Joey Porter Jr. This is a team that's sort of pivoting, presumably, to that man coverage system that Brian Flores and that Patriots tree has been running. Joey Porter Jr. is theoretically the best sort of press man cover corner. From a schematic point of view, the Vikings are as good as anybody for a player like him, who could be, one of the top couple of corners on their board versus other teams.
Jordan Addison.
And they probably want to trade down. If they have 5 picks, all those players that you mentioned, only 5 picks, and they've lost. They hit that point in their roster where a lot of expensive contracts had to come off the books. They're kind of in this half a rebuild mode, but Kirk Cousins has one last year, so it's like a really weird spot for the Vikings, where they would really probably like to turn 5 picks into 8, 9, or 10 at some point in the draft. But is anybody actually going to come up?
I was going to say, let's play the who might come up game. Okay, I think that a lot of the teams who are picking in the first round are probably okay with where they're picking. It's really those teams that might be picking in the second round that want to get more aggressive to jump back into the first round.
The Saints will always trade up. They're at 29.
Yeah,
hang on. Here's a question for you. How far does Will Levis have to slide before the Rams and Liam Cohen, his former offensive coordinator, come calling?
Pick 36.
You think he actually needs to make it to pick 36?
No, but the Rams have a ton of draft picks.
Yeah, just most
they've got
of them
multiple
are
thirds, they've got
5.
multiple 5s, multiple 6, multiple 7s. I mean, Kwesi would want that.
You think the Rams are going out of their way to get Will Levis? I know they're in the backup quarterback market.
I'm just saying there's an actual connection there. His former offensive coordinator is back with the team.
No, Cohen's back. No, he's back to Kentucky.
Oh,
now.
that's right.
Yeah.
He was back with the team last year.
He's merely informing
bouncing between the two of them.
Our friend Zach Robinson and the rest of the Rams about what he knows about Will Levis and his banana eating and mayo coffee and all that.
He's literally just bouncing between the two programs year after year.
I wonder if Atlanta's eyeing a trade back up into the first round. This is a team that I think could be a favorite to move up because Nolan Smith is there, right? They take a running back at 8. They still need a good edge rusher. They still need an impact edge rusher. They love guys who are from the state of Georgia. They're sitting there at pick number 44. I wonder if they'd be willing to give up a handful of extra picks to jump back into the first round and go get an edge rusher. I wonder if that would be the case.
I tell you, Minnesota has a lot of players that there's a receiver left that they could possibly take. The defensive interior, they certainly have that with Brzee, linebacker, of course, and a cornerback. And some of the people I were talking about really thought Deonte Banks was the clear number 3. In this class, and he is a tremendous athlete. This is a really good spot. The one guy that I kept hearing was going to fall down, and he has, or apparently has, is Joey Porter. That they felt like that just athletically just not quite fast enough to be able to get out there and stay up with some of the receivers.
I like the connection you brought, though, with Brian Flores coming in, Joey Porter. We kept linking them to the Patriots just because of his length and press coverage skills and style and all that stuff. That could be a fit for Minnesota. But they're sitting there at 23. You listed all those players that are available. That's why there's always a Jack Campbell or Jahmyr Gibbs or guys that go higher than expected. So when you sit or you trade down, you can still get good players in the 20s.
Doubt.
There's a lot of players still available who we thought could go top 15 who are still there in the 20s.
Totally agree.
Yeah. It is. Look, we entered today, and there were plenty of people who said this. Nobody knows how this draft's going to go. And here we are sitting at number 23, listing off all of these players that we thought there's no way that they were going to be here. And I just think that it's made for quite an exciting night. We've had 3 wide receivers go off the board in the last 3 picks. Kalijah Cansey went to the Buccaneers one before. We had the Lions selections, obviously, earlier in this draft. Emmanuel Forbes going as high as 16. Will McDonald, I think people were thinking he was going to sneak into the first round. He's all the way at 15 of the New York Jets. I just feel like it's been a wild night. No question about it. Do we think we could get both quarterbacks still in this first round of Hendon Hooker and Will Levis? Or do you think it's only one?
Well, I mean, obviously the reason you do it's the same reason they did Lamar Jackson. Like you're not sure Lamar Jackson's going to end up being a great player, but if he is, you get the 5th year. right? So that's the reason you want to go into the and with a guy like Hooker, you're sitting there and you're going, all right, I've got one of these teams at the bottom end of this. You're going to end up with somebody that has a quarterback already, and you have a year. But don't forget the financial model of this stuff now, that you end up with backup quarterbacks that are making $5, $6, $7 million per year, and then so what the heck? You develop a guy, if he ends up winning a couple of games for you, you spin him back off for a couple of first-round draft picks, and you're a hero.
We had a little throwback in the chat. Someone's asking if the clock ran out on the Vikings again.
The pick is in.
I know the pick's in, but
screen.
It worked out well.
Back to 2003. For those that don't know, 2003, Vikings were picking at 7, didn't make a pick. Jaguars sprinted to the podium to get Byron Leftwich. Someone else
Ravens.
came up to 8.
Ravens. Two teams
ran up again.
Wasn't
Jags
it was
at
the
7,
Panthers.
Ravens at 8.
Panthers, because they got Jordan Gross, right?
I think 2 teams rushed in a pick. Because
But it
the
was
Vikings
Panthers
did
at 8.
2 years, right? Didn't they also goof with McKinney?
There was a couple years of,
Wow. 4 wide receivers.
4 wide receivers in
There you
a
go.
row.
Jordan Addison.
Great
the Minnesota
pick for
Vikings.
Minnesota.
The Vikings took this clock all the way down to about 30 seconds.
They were trying to trade down.
This
for
team
sure.
was trying so hard to trade out.
Yeah.
And nobody wants to move up for any of the players.
Because of
around.
everybody you mentioned, there's multiple corners plus Jordan Addison that you probably have at the same level. You want to trade down, but Addison,
I think
it's a good pick.
half of the back end of the first round wants to trade out. It's just they're going
Yeah.
to need trade partners, and so far there haven't been forthcoming. This is though Minnesota was in a great spot in terms of they were trying to trade out. It was the right move. They were trying to pick up extra picks, but we listed the players that would make sense for them to pick. Like they're in a good situation if they're stuck there, which they were. Addison's a fantastic pick for them. They already have Justin Jefferson, their number 1 true alpha. The concern for Jordan Addison is, can he be that number 1 guy, or is he just a complimentary receiver? If he's only a complimentary receiver for them, it's fine. They already got their 1 superstar.
Right.
Addison can win at all 3 levels of the defense. He can play inside or outside like Jefferson. They can sort of complement and move each other around when they line up. As Steve said, his testing speed was faster than his 40 time. This is a great pick for them, I think.
He is faster. He is 90th percentile speed on the field. But I did think teams were going to say 170 and 4.55.
The 170 thing is
teams usually aren't very excited about slight and average speed, both of those. But very productive receiver in 2 different places with Kenny Pickett, with Caleb Williams in 2 different spots. In game speed plays. Like when he runs a post, he's running away from corners, accelerates well, good feel for the position. And, it's a massive need with Adam Thielen moving on and Justin Jefferson being that guy. You have to have that complementary piece. So still more work to do for the Vikings, but this was an important one.
Could Jacksonville possibly take another Georgia speed edge rusher coming up here?
Oh, Nolan. Because Nolan's still on, Nolan's still on the board.
Yeah.
So the other thing for Jacksonville, Cam Robinson's suspension.
So
Did the Giants just trade?
Jags are no
Jumped
longer
up
on the clock.
1
Look
spot.
at that.
We have another pick swap, essentially. The Giants were at 25. The Jags are at 24. Giants are now on the clock, picking at number 24. The Jags get pick number 160 to move back 1 spot. It's an interesting trade.
Who do they want?
I wonder if it's for Brian Branch, because that's a player that I think both of those teams would like, but it's the same thing with Jalen Carter and the Bears at 9 and 10.
Is that the edges? Could this be for the Nolan Smith, Miles Murphy play? Is this the next receiver because all the
Giants?
receivers?
Who is
I mean,
the
they
next
could always.
receiver?
Who's the next receiver? Downs?
Josh Downs.
I like Downs a lot, but
I don't think so.
that would
if
be.
you're trading up,
that
you're
would be
trading
rich.
maybe Banks. I mean, I look at the ones that look
No,
out of
maybe-
place.
maybe
to me.
Banks. Maybe
Nolan
the corners.
Smith,
Maybe Banks.
Murphy,
definitely be Banks.
Rasee.
Banks or Porter. Could be the guy.
Could be. Well, hey, while we wait for the Giants pick to come in, 4 wide receivers off the board is a great transition to tell you about this stream being sponsored by our friends over at Underdog Fantasy. This is the best place to play fantasy football, and it is the biggest fantasy football tournament out there with Best Ball Mania 4. Only $25 to enter, and you get your shot at $15 million in total cash prizes. First place gets $3 million, so you don't want to miss it. Best part is because it is a best ball format, all you got to do is draft your team. That's it. In best ball, you join the tournament, you draft your team, no trades, no waivers. That's right, you just set it and forget it until it's time to collect your cash. Underdog automatically optimizes your lineup after you have drafted it every week to create the highest scoring one. So get signed up today over at UnderdogFantasy.com or in their app with the promo code PFF, and Underdog will double your first deposit up to $100. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code PFF. Take your shot at that $15 million in Best Ball Mania 4. Must be 18 years or older and present in states where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-522-4700 or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Take a drink of water. There you go.
I wonder who
Could center come into play here? Both those guys were.
The Jags probably wouldn't need a
Right.
center.
I wouldn't have thought they'd jump Jacksonville.
but
for
John Michael Smith.
Is it tight end?
For
is
the
this
Giants.
Kincaid? And I know they just traded for Darren
But it's
Waller.
not necessarily you're
No, 'cause they got
competing with
Bellinger,
that.
too.
A lot of times what happens is somebody else is trading for the pick that they know
Right.
that the Giants wanted, so they call the Giants back and go,
Right.
look, we're getting ready to trade it, and they're going to take unless you come up with a better deal.
So it has less to do with Jacksonville. It has more to do
That's
with
what I
someone
think.
else.
Somebody else tried to jump over them.
Makes sense.
And teams just throw a 4 or whatever, 5 in there to
Yeah.
move up.
Giants took Deontay Banks from Maryland.
There you go.
Great pick. Love the corner.
makes sense.
My CB3 in this class. What do you think makes sense about it? What do you like?
Hey, you just don't see guys that are that athletic. I mean, the athletic numbers on this guy are just completely off the chart. I want to say like 4.35, jumps out of the gym. He's not the perfect cornerback. I mean, he does make mistakes. I was trying to get back here where I can take a look at all of my notes on this guy, but all I can remember is maybe the best athlete from the cornerback position among the top guys, and was sort of one of those consensus sort of things. 4.35 speed, 42-inch vertical jump, 11.4 broad, all those in the top 95%, and he's 6'2". So you're talking about somebody that physically is just this complete guy, and if that's what you're looking for out there, a taller, faster, vertical jumping kind of receiver. And when you're dealing with the Cowboys receivers, right, and the Eagles receivers, yeah, let me go get somebody like that.
Banks is interesting because the on-field production was just okay.
Agreed.
So I went in, PFF grades are just okay. Like he topped out at 71, whatever. But when you're projecting corners, it is the one position where you do have this, if you do have an incredible athletic profile like Banks does, it does project. And when I was watching him, the athleticism, I don't think I've seen too many guys like that. I mean, there was times he kind of like let a receiver get past him and he just catches up, the makeup speed and all that stuff. He is so good at just moving. There's some bad plays on there, right? You mentioned it on the podcast when he tackled.
I've literally
Marvin
tackled
Harrison.
him. And, yeah, I mean, he was going to embarrass him. He was going to just run right by him. He kind of squatted down, and as he went by, he just tackled him. I was like, that's a good play.
Right. Right.
That was going to be
Smart
a
football
walk-in
play.
touchdown. Yeah, he's really handsy. The way he's playing right now, he's going to end up with a lot of penalties. But again, we go right back to it, and it's dangerous. It's a dangerous thing to do, to just try and go after the athlete. But they felt strongly about it. Obviously, they moved up.
Man, the pro comp is Eli Apple that Renner left us here. Giants fans don't want to hear that.
No.
Different regime.
I think that's harsh as
Different.
well. Like, they're
Yeah.
not-
That's.
I don't think they're that similar.
It's in that like he's going to be there. Ball skills are hit or miss. I don't know. I don't know what the reasoning was necessarily, but man, I haven't seen an athlete like Banks at corner in a long time.
No, and I think there's something, I mean, that's number one, right?
That plays on the field.
Eli Apple was nowhere near that level of athlete. I think one area where it's true is they're both better in man coverage than they have been in zone. Certainly that's true with Deontay Banks right now and was with Eli Apple coming out. Banks is a strange player. His movement skills are insane. His ability to mirror receivers is as good as anybody in this class. Some of his coverage numbers are pretty good. Like he only allowed 43% of passes into his coverage last season to be caught. For his entire career, that's under 50%. That's a very good number, but he does get beat sometimes. And he's given up 6 touchdowns in his college career. That's way higher than you would like. But those sick movement skills, it's a lot like the Christian Gonzalez conversation, where you're like, he's a better athlete than he is a player right now, but we think we can bridge the gap. And I think, unlike Gonzalez, Banks has made more plays on the ball. Like he's closer, I think, to putting that all together and making a lot of productive plays as a corner than Gonzalez, who might have more fluid movement skills and those kinds of things. but is, I think, further away in terms of the plays he makes.
If you look at his measurable numbers and his combine results, Marshawn Lattimore actually comes up with a high similarity in his scores, given the size and the athleticism and all that. Mock Draftable has it about 78.8% of similarity.
But it's like Chris was saying, broad jump, 99th percentile.
Right,
Vertical jump, 98th percentile.
Sure.
The 10-yard split, 93rd percentile. We have to ding him with the height. Maryland faked it. It's not 6'2". He's only 6 foot. So he doesn't quite have that. But everything is above the 75th percentile. Literally all measurements is at least 75th or bigger.
Oh, we got another trade here. Bills on the clock now, I believe. I'm not sure what the Jags got for moving back. Is this just one other spot again? No, 2 spots.
This is an interesting spot. Dalton Kincaid is still on the board.
Yes.
A lot of us love him as a receiver.
Good football player.
Who could use him? Buffalo, Dallas, Jacksonville, Cincinnati. Every team that's on the board right now is probably in the tight end market. And if they believed most mock drafts, probably didn't think Kincaid was going to be here.
I mean, you could make a case that everybody left in the first round could use Dalton Kincaid on the roster.
Yeah. The Chiefs. If the Chiefs get him at 31 to be the next Travis Kelce or whatever.
Jags stacking up some late round picks. Did they not have a lot going into this? I didn't think they were too scarce. No, they weren't at all. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 picks in this draft. 2 4th rounders, 3 6th rounders, and a 7th rounder. And that's before these trades where they have since gotten pick 160, pick 240, and now pick 130.
Who would you say for the Bills here? Ben, they have been trying so hard to get that
Nolan
edge.
Smith.
That's what I was thinking too. I was thinking the exact same thing.
That'd be a great pick. Be a great pick for him.
You know, that's the one guy that you go, all right, am I going to make a move for somebody? I still do think the 2 Clemson guys will end up probably in the first round here before we get finished. The other one that could be weird, this guy Trenton Simpson has all that speed and size that they just lost in that middle linebacker position. I don't know if you try and duplicate what you had, but
Jack Campbell was the same size as Tremaine Edmonds, who just departed. But we know Campbell's off the board now, so
Long gone.
Bills will not be going that route. Yeah, they spent the whole offseason, too, lamenting receiver, right? Stephon Diggs. You didn't have the true 2, maybe with, Gabe Davis.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they're coming up to get Kincaid. What a move by the Bills.
Did they pick him?
Yes.
how about that?
I love it.
I like that's
it.
good.
That's why
I like
the
it.
Bills spent the offseason saying playmaker, right? I mean, the Ravens are now saying playmaker, right? They're competing with the Chiefs.
That's good.
We need to score 30 points. Let's bring Dalton Kincaid in here. Go get him.
They were linked to DeAndre Hopkins, right, over the last couple of days. If Hop was going to be on the move, a couple of teams that people thought about, one of them was the Buffalo Bills. Now, I'm not saying that Kincaid's going to have the passing impact that Hopkins will, but you've got another really big receiver that now you can play in line, you can play him in the slot, you can play him outside. He's just a very natural wide receiver for you. So,
I'm going to tell you, tight end, though, there's some good tight ends in this class. There really are. For me, I was sort of stuck on Michael Mayer because he was Notre Dame, and I'd seen him play quite a bit and all those kinds of things. This Sam Laporta can play. I mean, he can play. He can catch and run and break tackles, and he's going to end up, I'll bet you he ends up in the first round. That's going to be my prediction. Somewhere very soon.
Yeah, I could see that. Sam Laporta has incredible run after the catch ability.
Sure
that guy
is.
busts tackles like it's nothing. Dalton Kincaid, I think, has special receiving ability.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, I don't want to compare him.
Right.
I agree with you.
And it's not redundant to add him to a team that already has a couple of good receivers, already has Dawson Knox at tight end. He does things in a different way to certainly Dawson Knox. His movement skills are really impressive. He's got insane just ball skills. He is right up there with Kyle Pitts in terms of just the ease with which he plucks the ball out of the air, which is, a really important part of playing tight end. But the thing that we talked about on our show the other day is he doesn't just understand how to get into space and settle in the hole between zones. He understands how to make that hole bigger and how to get the DB away from it before he moves into it. He's got that kind of Travis Kelce ability.
He does. He absolutely does.
To not just you see a lot of tight ends and you say, oh, that guy knows where to go in the zone. But he just runs in a straight line, turns around, and waits for the ball. Kincaid knows how to lean on a defender, open up that hole, and then bend back into it. So when the ball arrives, the DB's moving away in the opposite direction. That is ridiculously high-level stuff that most NFL tight ends don't do, and yet he's already doing it.
But he's not an inline blocker. He's not going to get in there and dig people out or any of that. So the Buffalo Bills have taken one more step in the process if it's going to be all about Josh Allen.
Right.
Yeah.
Are we surprised with how much we're raving about Dalton Kincaid, that it took this long for him to come off the board? A lot of people thought that maybe he'd come off the board 13 to the Green Bay Packers. That tight end run
that big.
Started way later than we thought. Is it because of the depth of the class or what? Why do we think that the first tight end's coming off the board here?
I think it's combination depth, right? There was a point where we thought maybe 4 tight ends would go in the first. There's a lot of research out there about tight ends in the first round. The hit rate is not great, maybe even including Kyle Pitts. I mean, Kyle Pitts we thought was the best tight end prospect we'd seen in years. He hasn't still figured it out after 2 years because they don't really know how to use him in Atlanta the right way. So there's risk there when it comes to the tight ends. Kincaid didn't work out. He had the injury at the end of the season.
Back injury, yeah.
It's a back injury, right? So all of that stuff, I think, added up. You got some depth and just the overall risk. But the Bills are trying to hit a home run here. And when you hit, that's the difference between tight end and running back. When you hit on a tight end, it's a home run. There's 7 or 8 tight ends in the league that are absolute game changers. You know, the Travis Kelce's of the world, the Mark Andrews of the world, they are game changers. I think Kincaid's the only guy in this class who could be that guy, a pass game changer. So the Bills are trying to hit a home run at the tight end position to complement Stephon Diggs, take pressure off Gabe Davis. You and I love Deontay Hardy as a deep threat who they just brought in this offseason. And because all those other receivers are still on the board, they could add a Marvin Mims, a Tank Dell, some more speed, Jonathan Mingo. They could add more later in the draft still and attack this position because this is how you're going to compete in the AFC.
You know what they did? The Cowboys were sitting there too, and they were going, we're not taking a chance on the Cowboys.
Taking Kincaid away from us, yeah.
Every mock had the Cowboys taking Mayer.
Because Kincaid was
gone. So Dallas would have loved to have Kincaid. I mean, I don't have their board or anything, but I'm sure they would have liked it.
You will have, don't worry.
We will soon when Jerry reveals it in a secret photograph.
Right.
He always says, all right, guys, there's our draft board.
Yeah. We had him number 1 overall. Yeah, hide it. You don't need people. You can't have people seeing the
people can get it. Zoom in.
So do we think this is still going to be tight end then for Dallas, who is now on the clock?
It could be, and I'd be perfectly fine with it. I really would. I think Michael Mayer would be fine. I like Musgrave and Laporte. Those 4 guys can absolutely play football. Now, it just depends. It just depends on what the Cowboys are looking at, because there's some real football players left on this board. I mean, no matter how you slice it, there's some guys that can really play left on the board, and I don't know. The Bengals are going to take all 4 of those tight ends. You might end up being right. All 4 tight ends could be off the board, which would be really weird to see a tight end run at the end of the first round.
So let's say Dallas goes tight end at 26. Bengals have been linked to tight end, so let's say another tight end goes 28. Where's the other one? If we're getting one more, if we're getting 4.
Jacksonville could easily
3.
take a tight end.
Look.
No, you're right.
You
you're
said
right.
4, and I like all 4
when
guys.
He said it, I was like, there's like.
But also, I mean, Jacksonville, re-signed, what's his name?
Evan Ingram.
Ingram.
To a 1-year deal, the franchise tag, who is a move tight end, not a blocking type. A Darnell Washington, or there are more sort of true Y tight ends, like blockers, inline blockers in this draft, that they could absolutely add a second guy.
Yeah, every team.
No running back to tempt them, hopefully.
Zach Charbonnet.
I mean, if they pick Zach Charbonnet at 26.
The Cowboys had to be hurting a little bit when both those running backs were taken. They had to be thinking one of those guys were going to float down to their pick.
I guess it wasn't.
I just want to know.
It wasn't too tempting for him. It's not like it was close, right? The second one went off the board at 12.
I just really want Hendon Hooker to go to the Chiefs at 31. You need to be vindicated for all the hate that you took.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Hendon Hooker, 31 to the Chiefs.
Over Will Levis.
Over
Yes.
Will Levis.
Will Levis isn't a first-round pick, but
31.
Hendon Hooker
I mean, that's
is.
something that was coming up the closer to the draft we got, was the idea that Hendon Hooker not only was going to go in the first round, could go to whoever, but
Might
was
not
gonna
be
go,
QB5.
Yeah, was
Yeah.
going to go as QB4.
If we are looking for teams to trade up, the Raiders have pick 38. We talked about them being a Levis developmental quarterback while Jimmy Garoppolo's on his 1 year, 1.5 year deal. Raiders could come up from 38. Titans could come up from 41, potentially, if because they've been linked to quarterbacks. Those are potentially the options. We're talking about the second round. Lions at 34, if they do want to get a future quarterback. I don't think they will. But
I mean, also, the deeper we get into this, the closer you're getting to the stage of he's a backup for somebody, at which point it opens everybody up.
yeah, I mean, if Will Levis, Hendon Hooker are your backup, the Jalen Hurts
Right.
deal, which is you take him in the 30s, he's a backup. It's a good deal. It's a
Maybe
good
the
cheap
Chiefs
deal.
trade up to get Hooker. You never
should
know.
trade up.
You know, they could be
That would
demand.
really vindicate you.
I did get some funny comments. So, of course, we do a lot of Chiefs games, and so I got a few phone calls on that. And it was like the first thing was they weren't laughing. They were like, they all started, they're not taking them, but they're all calculating how much they're spending on backup quarterbacks and what the 5-year thing, and could they, if he comes in a few games, and could they end up trading him back out somewhere? And so, anyway, they're not taking a quarterback.
They don't win Super Bowls without Chad Henne. So
Yep.
That's a great point. That's a great point. I'd love to see Michael Mayer here for the Cowboys. Every single one of these teams taking this down to like 1 minute is either the broadcast television telling them you better slow the hell up so we can get these commercials in, or every single one of them is calling every single team that's going to listen to trade back.
Or the Cowboys like being on TV.
Okay, well, I mean, the Cowboys do like being on TV. The Cowboys do like being on TV. Jerry Jones trying to get his FaceTime out.
NFL Network's already putting Mayer up on the board and comparing him to Jason Witten, Sam, the guy
as well.
that you have used from Mayer.
You like the comp
Yeah.
for Witten?
Yeah. We talked about this morning. Like, it's the right comp. The only weird thing is that Michael Mayer ended up being 15 pounds lighter than he was supposed to be.
Yeah.
But Mayer probably lost some of that weight because he was a half a step slow. He got the advice at Notre Dame to lose a little weight and to quicken up for the NFL. So that may not.
It feels like it was bad advice because he didn't. It's not like he ran fast at that weight. It's just all he did is.
But what would he have run?
Maybe, but I'm almost rather have a 4.8 40 and a 265-pound tight end than a 4.7 40 at 249. You know, when you're like, well, now you're not, like the selling point was you're a giant, and now you're not, and you're still not fast. So you're losing the trump cards.
Cowboys got their guy. They're excited.
Oh, I thought you already knew who it was.
No, but they're excited in the war room. They're excited.
We've shown.
They are excited. Jerry, where's the draft board? Give us the draft board, Jerry. We want to see it. We want to see how high Michael Mayer was on it. We had Bijan Robinson 1. We had Michael Mayer number 2.
So 2 years ago, Dallas got jumped. Remember, they wanted corners so badly. They got jumped for Patrick Surtain. The 2 corners got picked just before them. Patrick Surtain and J.C.
And had to settle for Michael
Michael Parsons. Years ago, they tried to trade up for Paxton Lynch. Had to settle for Dak Prescott. They just got jumped.
Oh, wow.
Dalton Kincaid.
Wow. Mozzie Smith. Defensive tackle.
and settled for Mozzie Smith.
So this was the team that I thought that if Mozzie Smith was going to go in the first, this was the team.
Yeah.
Right? Dallas has had serious issues stopping the run for years. Just having defensive tackles. Mozzie Smith, one of the Bruce Feldman freaks, moves extremely well, has some of those 2-gap reps where he's just stacking, shedding, and all that stuff in the run game. Mozzie Smith's a good player out of Michigan. So if he's going in the first, he was a fringe first rounder for a lot of teams, but this felt like the fit for Dallas if he was going to go.
Yeah, and you just look at what Dallas have had on that interior for years now. But even last season, the highest run defense grade from any interior defender on the Cowboys was 61.3. Everybody else was lower than that, in the 50s and the 40s. They have had these gaping holes up the middle of that defense for years, and they've added like a couple of players that can certainly play and get reps there, but Mozzie Smith to come in and really try and shore up that run defense in one big.
The only thing that I thought was weird about him, and I was like, do they intentionally not come off the ball? Because it was like, it's almost like he was playing linebacker in some ways. It was like, I wanted him to go, but maybe they just want that read and react defense at Michigan. I don't know, but that was the thing that unsettled me just a little bit about him. But
I wrote down he's a bit passive in the run game at times. So, I don't know if that was scheme-based.
Maybe it is. I don't know.
But it's the at times part that's strange, right? If you pop on the Ohio State tape, you'd be like, this guy's a top 20 player.
Well, that's the thing.
No question about it. You pop on the Indiana tape, you go, I'm not taking this guy in the first round. It was way hot and cold for me.
It's how you spin that, right? Our guy Dave Salfaro, Michigan, he's saying he's at his best in the big games. Ohio State, the playoff game against TCU, those are his 2 best grades of the season. Big game player. Or you can look at it and say, that's pretty wildly inconsistent. Where is that against the worst opposition?
Where'd you have Mozzie Smith?
Low-ish.
A little lower on him?
First?
No.
I was
Consensus board had him at 35, so this is about.
I had him at 42. He's a second-round player for me.
I had second round.
He had a second-round grade.
Consensus has him as a second-round player. This is what we said happens in the back end of the first, though, right? This is where boards diverge.
Crazy
meets,
athlete.
all that
Crazy
stuff.
Athlete on the interior. So you probably do that as a premium. So
34 bench presses. He's a strong dude if he did that.
Yeah. But he was number 1 on Bruce Feldman's freak list. I don't know if you guys mentioned that already. Maybe I'm making
But it seems weird that they would have, if he was that strong, wouldn't you bench press him right off the pop and go get into the center and get after? And I'm not saying anything. Michigan's in the playoffs every year, so who am I to say? But that's what I wrote about 4 times in my notes and all the different games. Like, just get off the ball, let's go, get it. But it might be how they play it.
So as a big dude, he actually handles double teams well compared to every other defensive tackle in the class. Brian
For
Bresee,
years.
Yeah.
Brian Bresee's ranked ahead of him. Brian Bresee does not handle double teams well. He's high cut. He's not the type of player that they'd be looking at to stop the run. Although he rushes the passer better, but Mozzie Smith
Way better.
is the guy that can hold the point, take up 2 blockers, all that jazz, to have Micah Parsons, DeMarcus Lawrence, and Sam Williams and all those pass rushers do some work. And Dallas has tried to shore up this position with second-rounders, third-rounders, fourth-rounders. Hasn't worked to this point, so they're going in the first round to get Smith.
Yeah.
Which saves the Cincinnati Bengals now with a chance for one of those tight ends.
Oh, yeah, one of those tight
go.
ends is still on the board. Could potentially be a good landing spot for him. Yeah, no doubt about it. Do you think that that's probably where they land? I thought they might go corner if Emmanuel Forrest is on the board. Joey Porter Jr. still
on the board.
I think he's going in the second round. I'm telling you.
It seems like it.
It's another one of those picks where I think there's a lot of places they can go and there's good players they can have. I find it really tough to imagine Cincinnati not coming out of this with a right tackle. Like,
Anthony Johnson is still on the board from Iowa State.
And anytime there's an Ohio State guy, right, there's still that with Dwan Jones. You never know. They like Ohio State guys, too.
DeJuan Jones in the first round.
Jags are up first, though, at 27.
Jags are up first.
Traded down twice.
Is the pick in? No, the pick's not in quite yet, which means I got time to talk about our friends over at Game Time, the presenting sponsor of this stream. Never stress about tickets again, whether it's sporting events, music concerts, comedy, theater, whatever it is, Game Time's got you. You don't always have to plan way far in advance to get tickets. Sometimes it's just a spontaneous night. Hey, we got a Friday night open. Everybody doesn't have any work on Saturday. We got nothing to do. We can stay out late on a Friday. What's going on? Oh, wow, there's a show going on. Let's throw up the Game Time app. We will be able to find the lowest prices guaranteed. You can get tickets for up to 60% off when you download the Game Time app, and they've got the lowest price guaranteed. If you find a ticket that is cheaper, they will give you 110% of your money back because that's just the kind of guarantees they have. Go download the Game Time app. Use the promo code PFF when you guys sign up for an account. You will get $20 off whatever your first purchase is. Like I said, it can be a sporting event, it can be a music concert, it can be anything. Whatever ticket you find, if you use the promo code PFF, you will get $20 off whatever your first purchase is. So, what do we think for the Jags? A couple of trade backs here. Brian Branch still on the board. Yeah. That's where my mind goes.
Like Arizona, if you're able to trade back and
is in.
still end up with Brian Branch, that would be outstanding.
Yeah, a bunch of late round picks you didn't really know. Oh, maybe the Cam Robinson suspension did go into this one. Anton Harrison ends up going in the first round.
That makes sense to me. It really does. They just needed
But you're not drafting a guy because a guy's getting suspended for 5 games, 6 games, 8 games, whatever it is. But they needed a tackle anyway.
And they needed an athletic tackle. This guy can move. You know, he's not going to overwhelm anybody. He's not going to beat you up on the line of scrimmage. But he is quick. He has good feet. He's going to stay in front of people. And you've got to keep the franchise alive in that place. And that's what they're going to do. That's a really good pick. That's what when I went down my board, I was like, those 2 tackles still are in play here for Jacksonville.
So Jawan Taylor, they had last year. He leaves, big contract with Kansas City. They wanted to keep him. Big contract. They wanted to keep him. You know, I spoke to Doug Peterson a little bit at the Combine. He talked a lot about wanting to keep their own. They were unable to do that with Jawan Taylor. Get Harrison in. He competes at right tackle with Walker Little. I think he could start right away at right tackle. Immediately probably has to start at left tackle because of the Cam Robinson suspension, but improved pass protection for the Jags, and they picked up extra picks for a guy that they probably wanted a few picks ago anyway. So, yes, that's good business by the Jags in the first round.
And they're going to have the ability to get out, too. If they have him at tackle, he is definitely somebody that can pull. He can get out in front of blocks. He is I had him as the third guy for me amongst the tackles because I thought Skoronski was going to end up playing guard. But, he does his weakness. Occasionally somebody who's a good bull rusher will pick him up and throw him at the quarterback.
Yeah.
You know, he's not a strong guy for 315 pounds. He will get overrun at times, but he runs under 5 flat for a tackle. You're going to see him out in space.
You know, I know, Steve, you said that you don't make a draft choice based on a guy missing 6 games from a suspension. But something I really do like about the Harrison pick specifically is this guy started at left tackle for the Sooners for the last 3 years. He's got a ton of experience. It's not like you're taking a guy who was a 1-year starter at college and then maybe trying to throw him out there. I don't think he's going to be overwhelmed, especially with all the snaps that he has at the position. Is the competition level a jump up? Sure it is. But it's not like you're putting this guy out there at left tackle and he's still figuring out how to play left tackle. So for the Jags specifically, I love that experience. This makes a good fit. What do you think about this one, Sam?
No, I think it's a really nice fit. He struck me as the best kind of pure zone type of scheme, offensive tackle in this draft. Incredible athleticism, like really good in space. The more space he's in, I think the better he is. I think it's a great pick for them and a team that's trying to work a lot of that space with a guy like Travis Etienne in the backfield to hit those holes immediately, create explosive plays. I think, you're right. You might have him playing left tackle in the pinch, but he's there so you don't have to start Walker Little at right tackle.
He reminded me a little bit of Charles Leno when I was watching him, and maybe from like a grading profile standpoint. Charles Leno has been an average to above average pass blocker using PFF grades for the majority of his career. Average to below average run blocker. I think that's what you're getting from Harrison. That's what Chris laid out. But that's good. Like, that's a good starting tackle. Average plus across the board. Get that in the first. I think that's good. I think that's a good spot to pick Harrison right now.
Yeah.
There's coming up for the Bengals now, right? They're on the clock. The Bengals are sitting in a really nice spot here. They obviously lost their 2 safeties. No safety's been taken yet in this draft. You've got people hurt at the cornerback position as well, and there's a few of those guys left down here, and 3 tight ends left on the board. So those are all positions of need. Running back you begin to think about, but I don't think they're going that right here. And if for whatever reason they still want to play defense, there's a good interior player and 2 good edge players. So it's there's a lot on the plate here for the Bengals.
Bengals aren't a team that typically move up or down. And so they weren't really calling anybody. Their pick is already in. So that has been
there it is. I see it.
That has been what is it?
It's Miles Murphy.
There you go.
They're going the edge from Clemson.
I thought because there are little future negotiations coming up, right?
That's it. I mean, the Bengals are one of the more fascinating teams because we know they have to pay Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, and probably T. Higgins, right? They're going to have half their cap locked up into 3 players. Trey Hendrickson at edge making a lot of money. So how do you future-proof that roster? You get cheaper at expensive positions. You get cheaper at edge, so you don't have to pay a ton of money going forward. Keep replenishing. That's what's fascinating about teams that have Josh Allen and Burrow and Mahomes. How do they work the cap? How do they bring players in? Bengals are going to get high-value players at high-value positions.
Follow the money. You've got to follow the money in this league. That's how you begin to understand the whys and the wherefores. And once that quarterback gets paid, it's game on after that. You needed your accountant to figure it out from there.
Cincinnati's second pick is going to be fascinating because it's an incredibly deep tight end class. They've been linked to tight ends in the first round the whole time, but I think they can get one of those deep into this draft and still be fine. But they might not have a right tackle right now. Lyle Collins injured all 3 ligaments in his knee for a guy that was already dealing with a lot of injury history and wasn't playing great before he went down. The backup plan is Hakeem Adeniji, who's been little short of disastrous anytime he's had to play right tackle for them. Right now, they pick number 60 next. So the 3 guys that you think might be able to play right tackle right away, DeJuan Jones, who we talked about maybe in the first round, Cody Mock, maybe from North Dakota State, or Matthew Bergeron from Syracuse. Are any of those 3 guys going to be there at number 60? And if they're not, what is the right tackle plan?
I'm the only one that has a chance. Who's the first one that you named?
DeJuan Jones.
Who's the second one that you named?
Cody Mock, if you think he can play tackle.
I don't think he's a tackle at the NFL level. I actually like Cody Mock at center, believe it or not. I think Bergeron's long gone before 60.
Right.
I would tell you the only one that actually has a chance to be there at 60 is DeJuan Jones.
Is there any chance Jonah Williams is still there next year, playing right tackle for a year?
I don't know the situation well enough.
I mean, it's
Jonah Williams.
It's certainly possible, right? He wants out, but there's been no trade yet. So as long as there has been no trade yet, your options are play right tackle where we're telling you, or
Right.
sit out.
or
what does he
or
even do?
absolutely tank your stock by just completely sitting out.
Well, I mean, I don't think his stock is tremendously high anyway.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, if you are not really, if you are seen as somebody who might be expendable, certainly getting replaced on the left side of the line of scrimmage, and you're like, okay, I want out, I want to trade.
Yeah.
If you are going to sit out, you're going to get forgotten, essentially.
Well, I mean,
you've got to go out and play.
Plus, the last thing we saw from you was giving up the league lead in
Right,
sacks.
right.
You gave up 13 sacks last season. The last tape we have on you is terrible. That's why you got replaced on the left side.
So how about the Saints now? They've gone through a lot of defensive linemen here. And Nolan Smith, you've got Desmond Ritter in Atlanta.
Nolan Smith.
You've got Bryce Young right now. You've got somebody chase him down. So Nolan Smith might fit right in there. One thing about Nolan Smith that I thought about him was that he is sort of the ultimate spy. You want to play somebody as a spy, a guy that runs, what does he run, 4.39 or something some ridiculous
wild.
number. That might be, in this division in particular, a fit with all that defensive lineman that they lost off of this team.
Yeah, I mean, the Saints, they've lost so much on the defensive line. This is where the value is in an edge defender. I thought most people that aren't Sam thought that a guy like Will McDonald would still be available here in the late first. But you nailed it, middle of the first for Will McDonald. But people didn't expect Nolan Smith to be here, Brian Bresee. I mean, I'm assuming defensive line is the place here for the Saints.
They could go either.
Bresee, Keon White, maybe? Keon White was invited to the
White.
draft.
Yeah.
Is he over there?
He's over there, I think.
Is he the lone guy sitting there in the green room now?
No, there's a quarterback that's still sitting
That's
back
true.
there. Will Levis is still
there.
sitting there, dude.
He should tackle Levis just to show teams what he's got.
I feel like Brian Bresee and Keon White are the most like Saints-ish type of players.
I feel like
they
they would have loved Miles Murphy.
Miles Murphy again. Would have also been a candidate there
I
for
think
them.
Murphy would have gone right there.
Yeah.
I really do.
I agree.
They
with
also
that.
like to grab a guy that's projected to go in the second, and just get him. Like a Peyton Turner, or some of their picks. They have their own style, but the Saints have been really good at drafting. We talk a lot about how teams are not really good, quote unquote, good at drafting or hitting on their players. Saints have been really good over the last 10 years as far as hit rate goes. So, always interested to see what the Saints are going to do.
There's no way a world exists where the Eagles get Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith, right?
That would be disgusting.
Right?
They could.
Right?
Grabbing that entire Georgia defense,
Right.
Jordan Davis, Nakobe Dean.
It turns out replicating the greatest defense in college football history actually plays at the NFL level. We get the entire lot.
And the Eagles have set
And
themselves up to do
Not
it.
just that, but they pick the best players off it.
Right. They've got the best players off of it. That would be insane if
They
they
let
ended up
like
picking
other
Nolan Smith.
suckers pick up the guys that weren't actually holding up their end of the bargain on that defense, and they just pick the stars off it.
Quay Walker.
Nolan
Yeah.
Smith is the only edge who was
Trayvon's-
projected to go in the first who's still available, and Joey Porter Jr., the only corner projected to go in the first.
And
who's still
Brian
available.
Branch, you got to include
And then
Brian
Branch, safety.
Oh,
slot
yeah.
hybrid.
Nolan Smith, another one.
Man, Branch
Levis,
is
of course.
really going to go out of the first round, huh?
I honestly, And I'll just tell you guys, I gave you my Anthony Johnson speech. It was the greatest thing. So I pulled this guy out of the depths of my soul, man. I just fell in love with this Anthony Johnson from Iowa State. So I stuck him in the first round to the Bengals just to stir the pot a little bit. And it was good. And then I asked one of the general managers, I said, what do you think about Anthony Johnson? He's my long shot. He said, who? He did not. He had no idea who he was.
And by the way, there's 2 Anthony Johnsons in this draft. You had a
Antonio
chance of,
Johnson was the other.
No, there's 2 Anthonys.
Is there really?
There's a
Yeah, I
corner
think
from
there is.
Virginia too,
So he
and
didn't know
Antonio.
either one of them.
And there's Antonio.
Well,
Johnson.
one's clearly, I think, the Iowa State kid's better than the Virginia.
By the way,
Yeah.
he's the number 5 safety on Lance Zierlein's rankings on NFL.com.
So the GM should know.
At the Johnson
Me?
Jr.
My guy?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
So Anthony-
I had him Anthony Johnson, Antonio Johnson, and then Brian Branch. So and I didn't like Joey Porter either. I thought Joey Porter and
There it
Brian
is.
Branch was going to the second round, which means one of the 2 are getting picked right now.
Picks
Saints.
in. I did the Mayock. I think it might be Brian Bresee here for the Saints.
There you go.
Brian
There it
Brzee to the
is.
Saints. There's
Brezee's
the
in.
match. There is the match. This is, again, this is a player that was very commonly mocked to the New Orleans Saints because he was very much their type. He is a big, long, athletic, in theory, defensive lineman who can play a variety of different spots for him. You can play Brian Brzee anywhere from a nose tackle all the way out to a 5 technique. There's tape early on in the season where he was playing mainly nose, and then if you go to that UNC game at the end of the season, he's basically playing as a 5 technique defensive end. So
He's a good player.
That's the
He
versatility
really
that they
is.
have
He's
there
a
with
good
him.
player. I thought he could have gone much higher than this. And I mean, he's 300 pounds. We had him as in the Renner's position rank 2nd. So he's somebody to really keep an eye on. He didn't rack up a bunch of sacks, though. That was the interesting thing. He was a big 5-star recruit coming out, but you're right. Runs 4.86. He can move. He looks big at nose tackle. He has agility. He's got first step wiggle. He's not Elijah Cansey. He's not that kind of wiggle, but quickness for 6'5" and wiggle and all, it's rare. He's a good player.
There's a few defensive tackles in this class that have this type of profile. Pass rush first, run defense not so great. Bresee's got one of the better pass rushing profiles, 86th percentile pass rush grade against recent NFL prospects. Less than 1,000 snaps. I think that's the intriguing thing. A lot of
He got hurt.
He's been injured. There's been off-field things that he's had to deal with in his life. Under 1,000 snaps with the 5-star pedigree, with good pass rush production. It's an upside play that the Saints get Marcus Davenport, Peyton Turner, who I mentioned, upside type of defensive lineman. So yeah, Brzee definitely fits their type.
I had him as a top 15 player. I really did like him. I thought he was a good one. And now, what's really interesting about the last 2 picks here is you've got Philly and you've got Kansas City. And Kansas City would probably love to get Nolan Smith. I mean, they could
Holy
really
cow.
use that edge
Yeah.
player. And the other one for Kansas City, I'm sitting here just thinking about this. DeJuan Jones would just fit their profile for a tackle, right? Just one of those big monster guys out there. And I could see that one taking place. I think Kansas City's sitting in a great spot here, but Philadelphia probably comes along. I mean, Nolan Smith sure sounds good in that lineup.
Nolan
Smith is fascinating.
I mean, for Philadelphia sitting here now, and the 2 most obvious picks for them are Nolan Smith and Brian Branch, both of whom I think at various points were mocked to them at number 10 overall as perfectly viable options. The fact that both those guys are still sitting there and they have their choice of either of them having already picked up Jalen Carter is ridiculous.
This is a great night for Philadelphia.
I mean, it feels like every single draft night is for Philly over the last 3 or 4 years. Howie Roseman has just done an unbelievable
And
job.
they moved up
drafting
one
this team.
spot with the first one, but that's all they did.
Yeah.
Barely took him anything. The rest of it was just really good drafting, trading back, getting extra draft capital. Unbelievable.
Well, we should see who they take first.
You're right. We shouldn't crown him quite yet.
What are these idiots doing over there in Philadelphia?
Well, we'll see what Philly's pick is coming up next. Obviously, we were putting the final touches on our day 2 big board, which we're going to be able to show you guys after the draft is over. But when it comes to putting together the big board for your family's future, life insurance has to be at the top. Fabric. The Gerber Life provider gives you easy one-stop shop life insurance and also a ton of other investment solutions right there on a fantastic digital platform for you. Getting life insurance, it's always a daunting task, right? Everybody talks about how confusing it is. You don't know where to start, who can help you out with it. Well, Fabric's the people who can really navigate you through it. And they're going to be affordable because they are built by parents for parents. They're going to give you affordable life insurance. And they've got a quiz that you can take. You can see exactly what you need after you take the quiz. Your personalized quote will be right there for you, so go check them out. They've got a 30-day money-back guarantee, so you know that you can shop safely with them. They've got over 1,600 five-star reviews, so go check them out. Meetfabric.com/PFF. That is MEET fabric.com/PFF. Take the 60-second quiz and find out if term life insurance is right for you. Apply today in just 10 minutes over at meetfabric.com/PFF. Can it be, what's the most off-the-wall pick the Eagles can make here at 30? Because it's a complete luxury, right? It's a complete luxury.
You still have to keep building, man. I mean, because they just signed Jalen Hurts, and even though that contract's not going to kill them cap-wise, same thing we talked about with Burrow and Mahomes and all that stuff. You got to remain cheap at important positions. So that could
Will
be,
Levis then.
Yeah, go get Will Levis.
QB.
I didn't say that.
The QB factory continues.
I mean,
They like to build in the trenches,
Sam gave me the.
and there it is. It is what we
You
said.
gotta be kidding
It's
me, man.
Nolan Smith to the Eagles.
Perfect.
Just play the board, man. Just play the board.
It played
13
right.
13 overall on the PFF draft board goes at 30
They now have
Played
to the
they-
Eagles.
just right.
They now have three-quarters of that Georgia defensive line, and the fourth quarter is Hassan Reddick. Like, that's insane.
Yeah, and Nakobe Dean at linebacker.
Yeah,
All Bulldogs
it's
in
crazy.
Philadelphia.
Man, people are not going to want to line up against that defense.
No,
Look, Nolan Smith is 237, 38 pounds, whatever he is. There's not a good history of players that size being three-down effective players. There's just because they haven't had a ton of opportunities. Guys under 240.
Don't need to be three-down players.
You don't have to be. No, but he will rush the passer.
Right.
I still think he's powerful for a guy in the 230s. He sets a hard edge. You remind me of, oh boy, Von
There we go.
Miller-esque. The way he
There it is.
I
That's
think
it.
he is not Von Miller, but he has that type of ability given his size. Miller's also bigger, more powerful, but I love Nolan Smith. I thought he was the second best edge in this class. So I think the Eagles got the best player in the draft in Jalen Carter, the safest on-field player in Jalen Carter, second best edge in the class in Nolan Smith. Love it again from the Eagles after they won the draft last year because they traded for A.J. Brown.
You know, the other thing you get with all these RPO and running quarterbacks and all that stuff is just somebody who can run down anybody. I mean, he can just run down anybody. And there may be a defense, they may stick him sort of at middle linebacker almost in some key pass rush kind of situations, or if you're playing against a Lamar Jackson or any of those kind of guys, that's becoming more and more valuable as you go along. He's a guy that's almost impossible to run a bootleg to his side. So when you can eliminate that and you can really allow him to chase an outside zone play away, because you want to because he's fast enough to chase it, stop, and still go get your quarterback on a bootleg that side. So you start eliminating plays of what the other team can do to you when you have that kind of speed on the field.
and he's a good run defender for that size as well. And I love when teams draft a guy that's an unusual size outlier, and they already have one, right? You've already got Hassan Reddick there, who can kind of teach him, some tricks of the trade as to, look, we're the same, you and I. We're going to have to play this game a different way because we're both, 240 pounds. Here's some things I've learned over the last several years of doing this. Like, I think that's a valuable asset to already have on the roster, and Philadelphia is able to bring him in. They're another team that has that incredible rotation. Like, Georgia's rotation is absurd. Nobody plays more than 350 snaps in the season because everybody's so good. They just keep rolling them in. Philadelphia does the same thing. They run 7 deep on the defensive line.
Because they're running the same defense.
Right. They
with
don't
the same
need
players.
So, but like, there are teams that would have had to bring in Nolan Smith and say, you're playing 700 snaps next year. Like, who the hell knows how he holds up to that? Philadelphia can come in and say, just keep doing what you're doing.
I can't wait to see this pick. I cannot wait to see
Chiefs.
Kansas City's pick.
Hendon
Chiefs,
Hooker's still
Hendon
on the
Hooker.
board.
I'm
Hendon
rooting
Hooker.
for
No,
Hendon Hooker now.
I think they're going to go Dwan Jones. I really do.
Man.
I do.
I
To
cannot.
replace Orlando Brown.
I just can't believe that Nolan Smith lasted to 30. I can't believe Nolan
He's small,
class. And
He's small.
I know
he
he's
fits
got the,
Philly so perfectly.
I know
though.
he's got the size concerns, but the football character is through the roof, man. I mean, this dude would give his last breath for you out on the field. In this specific class, one that we've talked about not being star-studded, it's so hard for me to believe, even with the projections that you have to make with Nolan Smith, that he would last all the way to 30. I'm shocked.
I mean,
I am.
Once you look at the whole thing, the draft, now they went in different positions, but there's nothing stunning to me. Will Levis not being taken, at all is pretty stunning. I wasn't stunned about the safety position. I wasn't stunned about Joey Porter. So there really is the tight ends, and I think they sort of gobbled each other up because there were so many that people were going to wait on that one. But basically, everybody that was sort of chalk for me, except Jack Campbell, came off the board here. I mean, it really did.
Yeah, he's the only linebacker. Everything else, like you said, was a run on tackles and a run on receivers and a run on corners.
But they filled it all out. They eventually got there at all the positions.
That's the thing. Like, teams do a lot of this historical study. Where do you find your starters? Is there value in the first round versus the second round? There's first round value on corners, first round value on tackles. I think receiver value across the board everywhere. That's what they lean into when they do those historical studies. That's what you come out of it. So you lean toward those certain positions.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting there, right? Just as these picks come off at the end of the first round, we are running out of the guys that we thought would be first rounders. Levis is obviously the big surprising one, a guy that was talked about as the favorite at number 2 overall yesterday. Now he might fall out of the first round entirely. Brian Branch was a clear first round pick that looks like he might fall out of it. Joey Porter, a guy that a lot of people had in the first round, looks like he might fall out of it. And Michael Mayer, everybody else is kind of where they should be.
Just some, talking about Nolan Smith a little bit, I was looking historically at the PFF database, guys that are under 240 pounds and were good pass rushers. Robert Mathis. Last year, James Houston, the 4th, with the Lions on a small sample size. Chris Clemens, Seahawks and Jaguars. Hassan Reddick is up there. These are like the best pass rushers we've seen. Antoine Barnes, Andrew Van Ginkel, Arden Key, Leonard Floyd. Those are the guys 240 and under historically. Rushing the passer, we've seen guys have success. Run defense-wise, there haven't been. So when we talk about why did he fall, it's probably because the 3-down thing, right? Like, we don't trust Nolan Smith at 237 pounds, 38 pounds to set the edge. Andrew Van Ginkel and Leonard Floyd. Floyd's got a completely different body type. Those are your best run defenders since 2006. And you're like, well, okay, great. It's not even that good. So I think is that one of the reasons why Nolan Smith falls? But again, the Eagles' perfect fit because they're just going to play to his strengths.
That's the thing about Philadelphia. How do they keep doing this? They're not even doing anything. Like, they're basically just sitting there and letting the draft come to them. Okay, they had to jump one spot up, but it was one spot for a guy like Jalen Carter, who might be the best player in the draft. Other than that, they just sort of sit there and let everyone else go crazy and do the Jack Campbells or the Jahmyr Gibbs at 12 or whatever it is, and they just sit and wait. And then the guy who's sitting there, who was supposed to go 20 picks ahead, they're like, oh, okay.
Tonight they did, but getting the Saints pick last year, the way they maneuvered the board last year to set themselves up for this year was spectacular. That was just great work by the Eagles. Oh, and then they let the board come to them.
They killed it. They did. They just absolutely killed it. Philadelphia's going to be a big favorite.
Also, let's not forget, by the way, that it started by intentionally losing the final game of the season instead of intentionally winning it. Like
that set everything into motion.
That moved them 3 spots higher, I think, in the draft, which started the whole dominoes falling. Like that's the starting point for all of this.
Your game at the end of the 21 season?
Oh.
20 season.
Yeah.
Well, they pulled Jalen Hurts from the starting lineup.
In the end of the 2020
intentionally
season.
Lost the game. That moved them up 3 spots in the draft, which is why they were able to trade with Miami, get the extra first-round pick, which became the whole thing starts.
The whole thing.
Yeah. Houston, take notes. Take notes of what happens when you do what you.
Sometimes losing on purpose.
That's going to be a hard thing, isn't it? As they go through their careers to see what those 2 quarterbacks end up doing.
Yeah.
And that game is going to get brought up all the time.
Especially if Houston did really want Bryce Young and couldn't have him, and settled for C.J. Stroud, and Bryce Young ends up being.
They're gonna tell people that they had C.J. Stroud #1 in the class,
but they'll know.
We will know. We will know the truth. So, options. You like DeJuan Jones here as the potential.
I do. Just because I think it's such a need.
The Kansas City Chiefs.
If there was a great edge rusher left, I probably would say that. But since I think the tackle is better than the edge rusher at this point, but who knows?
What do you guys think? Guesses for what you would like to see the Kansas City Chiefs take?
Man, I would have said Nolan Smith, but he's gone now.
I would be
I would've
intrigued
also
by.
If you're like me, you're like digging for page 2 somewhere,
That's
right?
what that's
it
what I'm
basically
looking
went kind of the guys in a different order sometimes that we were thinking.
I'd be intrigued by Felix Anudike Uzomah, the Kansas State edge rusher. I think
That's
like
a
him.
good call.
I think
That's
they
a
like
really good call.
He's the next up. He's next up. Him and Keon White.
That's a really good call. He is a tremendous edge rusher. That's a really good call.
I would
think-
make the case for Brian Branch here, though, too.
Sure.
They lose one Thornhill.
Yep.
Bring in Brian Cook and Justin Reed's there, but some flexibility in the secondary. He could come in right away and replace Thornhill. I'm a Brian Branch fan, so I think
I love Brian Branch. I'm kind of shocked, again, a little bit in the way that I'm shocked that Nolan Smith made it all the way down to 30. I'm shocked that Brian Branch is still on the board here at 31. In this class where there's a ton of uncertainty and a ton of projections, I wondered if the NFL was going to continue to take the swing on guys who have maybe higher ceilings, or if they were going to gravitate towards the players with the lower floors and just get the sure things in a draft class that was maybe not as star-studded as ones in the years past. But with Branch falling the way he has, I think it's the opposite. I think these teams are taking the swing of the bat more at these guys with the higher ceilings.
They are going to go edge rusher or tackle. They almost have to.
It also, I think those are the two most likely spots, but this also wouldn't shock me to be like the random wide receiver that nobody was calling in round 1. Like the Jonathan Mingo pick, right? Where they just go, who's the craziest like athletic weapon we could add for this offense?
Tank Dell.
Marvin Mims.
Yes, Tank Dell.
Just name your favorite undersized receiver.
Felix and UDK Uzomah.
There you go. That was close.
that pretty good?
Yeah,
Look at
that's
us
pretty
just
good.
only having to work 31 picks this year
Yeah.
instead of 32. Isn't that great?
It's a whole 5-minute
Doc-
talk.
Still get paid the same.
No, I'm going to dock your pay for
All
sure.
right. 1/32 of our pays.
You had to bring it up.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Should have done that.
Man,
We'll stay overtime. We'll do overtime.
Who is this gonna
We'll
be?
podcast right after.
We are, yeah.
Stick around, PFF NFL podcast.
Hey,
coming up
that's
right
my
after.
line.
Oh, sorry.
And then
I
after
can
the,
host sometimes too.
then after the
You're
podcast,
a wonderful host.
Read the rest of your board
You want to
for
do
us. Just read it. Because we got a minute 20 till the Chiefs pick
who
is
I have
in.
left?
Who's your best available?
Who's the highest
yes,
player I
who's
have
Trevor's
available?
best available?
That's a great question.
You should have printed things out.
I know. If it was laminated, this would be a little bit easier.
Are you running
here for
through
me.
with a with
No,
a marker?
I can't write on the
a dry
laminated
erase,
copy.
a dry erase rule.
It's just easy to hold.
So I have Darnell Washington at 16, Joey Porter Jr. at 17, Brian Branch at 18. Those are 1, 2, 3. The highest. Well, I got Will Levis at 12. Sorry.
What if the
Yeah.
Chiefs went tight end? Athletic Sam Laporta
What if the Chiefs went Will Levis?
or Mayer. Mayer's still on.
or Hendon Hooker or Michael Mayer.
Michael Mayer.
Mayer's 21 on my
Never
board.
thought of that.
Chiefs use a lot of 12 personnel, a lot of 2 tight end sets, even with
Interesting.
Travis Kelce. You know you're going to move Kelce around. Future proof when Kelce does lose a step, if that ever
I'm
happens.
very
But you don't want the
curious for this
franchise to get hit, or you want to hit the other franchise. One of those two things. I mean, they have really, with Frank Clark not being there now, they've got to. They need an edge as well, but I just keep thinking they're going to protect their quarterback. It just depends on what they think of Jones. On Jones.
Pick is in. We just need the name.
Pick is in. Man, who's this going to be? I'm so curious. When teams are this stacked coming off of titles, you just go, I do think the trenches is probably where they're going to lean. It makes the most sense. But what you said about DeJuan Jones kind of spooks me a little bit. At the
It
top
does
of the
me
draft,
too.
you
I
know?
mean, there were guys that said, "I'm not taking him. I don't care where he falls."
Right.
to."
Yeah.
So
Man, I don't know. For him to be that kind of a player to make it to the back end of the first round, very intriguing. But so is his size.
And his tape. I mean, he was really good. And it's a Senior Bowl. Okay, he didn't last the whole week, but he dominated.
Pick is in.
What?
Sam called it.
Felix Anudike-Uzomah.
Did
That's your
they?
guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's that good. They deserve it. That was good.
That's my second one tonight that I've called. Skoronski.
Very good.
Can you do it the right way? I think it might be Anudike Uzomah.
I think an intriguing player for them would be.
He's impressive. Now we can talk
good.
about Nolan Smith all day. This guy can get to the quarterback, and he's like Gumby. He bends and his edge, and he goes 13 sacks in 21, and another backs it up with 8 sacks the next day. But I just thought that his ability to just flat out make people miss that were trying to block him. I mean, they were just fanning on this guy. He's an impressive player.
He tested really well as well. Better than I thought he would from his tape. When you listen to him at the Combine, he gave one of the most detailed answers to any question I've ever heard from a player, talking about how he actually strategizes rushing the passer during games. You know, he goes in there with a plan and is like, I'm going to start off every time the same, and then we're going to work from there. I'm going to go from A to B, B to C, and I'm going to work out the player I'm going against. And by the end of the game, I am destroying that guy. He has the best pass rush plan, strategy of any edge rusher you're going to come across.
And it shows. He has every move in the book. And the other thing I really liked about him was the way he tackled. He does something where he grabs quarterbacks by the waist and like yanks them, and they go down fast. It's like, you know, some people get up around their shoulder pads and miss. He has some tackling move where they spin and go to the ground. But one of the notes that I put down here, so I was watching best plays, worst plays, as I like to do. And when I was watching the best plays tape, I said, you think you're watching an all-American football player.
Yeah, yes.
His top-end plays over the last 2 years is as good as you're going to see rushing the passer.
Yeah, he's a true hand-in-the-dirt, three-point stance, 4-3 defensive end.
Yeah.
Like, he is somebody who can be a power player for you, help set the edge, but he also gives you more explosiveness than you would think.
Yeah.
I think he's a little stiff when he's trying to turn around the edge, but that's okay, man. I think the guy's got a really nice profile, and he understands both his strengths and weaknesses. He's going to make for a really nice pass.
The intelligence is huge.
Yeah,
I think Chris said it as well. Like, he has the biggest number of ways to win of any edge rusher in this class. Like, his profile is so varied. He might not be as good at any of them as some of these other guys, but he has more ways to win than anybody else in this draft class, and the intelligence behind it all to understand which one to deploy at any given time. He is going to maximize whatever he's capable of doing at the NFL level. And then when you see like what he was actually able to do in terms of testing, his numbers were a lot better than I thought they would be from his tape. So, you know, maybe there's actually more to come as well.
All right.
Can you imagine what Will Levis is going back to that hotel with
Man.
tonight? I mean, it went from rumors of him being first overall, second overall. They're going to trade him, get him third, fourth, and it just goes right down the list, and he never gets his name called. That was bad. That was worse than Aaron Rodgers.
That's rough, yeah. Well,
that's a rough day.
particularly because, I mean, who's in the market for him at this point? You look even at the top of the second round. Normally, if a quarterback falls, you're like, okay, you can see the team that's about to jump up to the top of the second maybe and grab him. Like, the teams that needed quarterbacks generally already got one. At this point, I mean, the slide could be significant.
I'm so embarrassed. I've sat here and told you guys I do not believe the hype. He is not worth that pick. And then I flip him right up to 4 because I got scared. I will never do that again.
There is a lot of people who thought that he was going somewhere high. Maybe it wasn't going to be number 1 or number 2 overall, but the odds were high for him to go 3, 4, the very worst, we said 11,
Colts
12.
can take him,
18.
too.
I
They
had
can
him
take
at
him.
18.
They
and
can.
Anthony Richardson.
Hey,
Fourth pick of the second
nothing breeds the best results like competition.
What
You
about
know
the
what I'm saying?
Texans? Don't love any of these guys. Let's get both of them.
Rams
would
at
be
36.
Rams
Could
at
get Levis.
36 should take Will Levis.
Raiders at
that
38.
genuinely is interesting.
They should take Will Levis, the Rams.
Okay, Liam Cohen isn't there now, but he was, right? So nobody's going
But
to have
Sean
better.
McVay is. Like,
Yeah, no. But
See what Zach's
in
going
terms of
for.
in terms
See
of
what Zach will tell me.
information on Will Levis,
Oh, sure. I
nobody's
see what
going to
you're
have more knowledge about what he is as a person, as a leader, as a quarterback than the Rams, who have had Liam Cohen, who got the best year out of him and was then in the Rams building the next year.
All right, we're going to get to our best available that we have going into day 2, but let's recap everything that we saw from the first 31 picks of the draft here. It started with Bryce Young going number 1 overall, with C.J. Stroud right after that, and then the Texans back-to-back, Will Anderson at number 3. Anthony Richardson ended up going number 4 overall. Devon Witherspoon to the Seahawks at 5. We had Paris Johnson Jr. to the Cardinals at 6. Tyree Wilson to the Raiders at 7. Bijan Robinson, a top 10 running back. There you go. Falcons at number 8. Jalen Carter to the Eagles at 9. Darnell Wright to the Bears at number 10. 11, we had Peter Skoronski to the Tennessee Titans. Jahmyr Gibbs, first major shock of the first round. The Lions at 12, Lucas Van Ness to the Packers at 13, Broderick Jones, the Steelers at 14, jumped the Jets to go get Broderick, smart move there. Will McDonald then to the Jets at 15, Commanders went Emmanuel Forbes at 16, Christian Gonzalez finally off the board to the Patriots at 17. Jack Campbell then another surprise of the first round, once again by the Detroit Lions at 18, Kalijah Cansey going to the Buccaneers at 19, Jackson Smith and Jigba to the Seahawks at number 20. 21 is where we really started to see the wide receiver run begin. Quentin Johnson at 21, Zay Flowers at 22, Jordan Addison at 23 for 4 straight wide receivers off the board there. Deonte Banks going to the Giants at 24, Kincaid to the Bills at 25, jumping the Cowboys for that one, we assume. Cowboys then ended up going Mozzie Smith at 26, Jags Anton Harrison at 27. Miles Murphy goes to the Bengals 28. Brian Brzee to the Saints at 29. Nolan Smith to the Eagles at 30. And then Felix Anudike-Uzomah to the Chiefs at 31. We have our best available for day 2. Starts with Will Levis, Brian Branch, Michael. I've got Michael Mayer graded as a second-round player. I think Michael Mayer is a second-round player.
Yeah, I have Brian Branch there too, and Joey Porter.
I can't believe Michael Mayer is still on the board, though.
I
felt like the NFL was going to
I didn't think he quite had the quickness. I probably take Laporta. Just depends if you want more of a blocker or if you want more of a receiver.
What did you not like about Brian Branch? Because that's the one I'm really shocked by.
I thought he was. Well, I watched for man coverage when I'm looking at a safety because I want to have the ability to bring pressure and have my 2 safeties play man coverage to some extent. And that's where Anthony Johnson just jumped off the screen because he was a former corner.
Right.
And then you go, oh, well, he's a corner. He's too soft to play safety. No, he wasn't. He was pounding people up inside. And I think Brian Branch is an average cover guy. Antonio Johnson, if I want somebody to just mix it up in the backfield, he would have been the safety that I had taken there. So I just thought they were all sort of right there together.
Steve, anybody really stick out to you other than the guys that we mentioned there that we got left on day 2?
What's the model say? Who we missed?
Who is the
Brian
highest on the
Branch
model?
and Joey Porter. You should probably, yeah. I'm a little surprised that they haven't come off the board. And then it's nothing else crazy. I thought DeJuan Jones would sneak into the first.
Early,
he could.
Man, he must have really. I have a feeling, like to hear that kind of venom come out. I don't know what he was doing. I don't know if he's smirking or like they were begging him to get on the scale and he was just, I don't know what happened.
Also, I think I don't think there's many things that terrify teams more than like a super size guy all of a sudden ballooning.
30 pounds.
Yeah. Like those guys that are already
Yeah.
massive in terms of weight, all of a sudden showing obvious problems with weight before you even get to the NFL, that feels like a real red flag.
He left the Senior Bowl early too. He only did the one
day.
He did the one day,
crushed it,
was good, and then bailed
Yeah.
there as well. I think all of that stuff added up for DeJuan Jones.
Yeah.
No interior offensive lineman besides Skoronski, depending on which column.
You were sure.
Right.
None of those guys went. So Osiris Torrance, any of the centers, Cody Mock, none of those guys snuck into the first.
Which was
I thought Osiris Torrance, consensus board had him as a top 32 player. He didn't go. So maybe a bit of a surprise there. But as always, on day 2, there are starters. There's good players available.
Only just, though. He was, 30th on Arif Hassan's consensus board. He was always borderline first round anyway. So
nothing crazy there as far as expectation. I think Mayer, Branch.
Yeah, and because of the quality of the depth there, they never got to the tight end run. We may see that come up here fairly soon.
Given that position value, the second round makes sense anyway.
I think we'll see an early tight end run right there.
Let's end it on a positive note. Biggest winners from night 1 of the NFL draft. Is it the Philadelphia Eagles? I know for me personally, it's the Arizona Cardinals. For you to get the player that you were probably going to draft at 3 and take the journey from 3 to 12, 12 to 6, and you got an extra first-round pick next year, a third-round pick next year, and you moved up 1 spot in the second round this year to get the guy that you ultimately wanted in a starting offensive tackle for you for the future. To me, the Cardinals are massive winners from this night. But Sam, what about you? Who's your big winner?
Jack Campbell's agent. You're right. The Cardinals definitely won. Seattle is definitely one. The 2 picks they came out of it with.
Big.
And obviously the Eagles. The Eagles sat there, traded, jumped up one spot, got Jalen Carter, and then were able to sit patiently to the end of the first round, end up with Nolan Smith as well. That's one of those things where you put that in a mock and people are telling you you're a moron. Like, there's no way that happens.
So this happens every year. We say the biggest winner is this team that had multiple draft picks, right? Because they had 2 picks or 3 picks or whatever.
I said the Cardinals.
I agree with you. You stole mine. I would have taken the Cardinals. But I just want to say, I agree. The Eagles and the Seahawks.
Hang on, by the way, the Twitter has come in with the real winner of tonight. Would you like to hear this? You come out of it well, so you should. Loving PFF's draft coverage so far. The big winner is Trevor's hair. Juxtaposed against Sam's lack of hair and Steve's perm, he's looking like a god. So
I spent a lot of time on it. So
we're trying to end on a positive note here.
That's positive. Not for you or me, but for him.
Just
can
building up
we
our
get his
teammates.
hair thing? 'Cause since they have your guys' hair
Yeah,
thing
with the
and-
shadow.
you
Can we
need
get
your
that
own
for
silhouette.
tomorrow up here?
Yeah.
For tomorrow?
Yeah,
You need your own silhouette.
Chris, do you have a big winner from night one?
Philadelphia. I think Philadelphia is poised. They're poised to win it now. I really do. I will say I thought Kansas City answered with the pass rusher on the back end. For them to get a guy of that quality when they really, really needed one, they needed to fill in that tackle position, which I don't think they have yet, obviously. But to get an edge rusher, they had to have that one. They had to have one of the two, and they got one of them, so that's great.
Yeah, that's great. Chris, I always love sitting on the desk with you, getting your takes
fun.
as we go through night one of the NFL draft. So I'm glad we got to do this again. That was a lot of fun.
3,000 commercials later, you're the man.
Hey, I got one more. Make sure you guys download the Game Time app. They are the presenting sponsor of this show. You guys can get up to 60% off your tickets for sporting events, concerts, theater, whatever it is. Lowest price guaranteed over at the Game Time app. For Sam Monson and Steve Palazzolo, as well as Cris Collinsworth, I am Trevor Sikkema. Join us for our Day 2 coverage coming to you right here, same place, 6:45 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. We will see you guys then.